How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Thursday. Should we look at some Noom bars to start the day? It does not surprise me to see a build of this without Esme having good stats. I was very whelmed by Esme in this core. Honestly, I was kind of whelmed by Surge in it too. While it's insane when you hit Kitty, there's a lot of cards like Sage and Havoc that you just don't want to play early. Alright, let's do a little... Let's cut Thanos. Oh, when we add Infinite, there's a build with Esme too. Freaking discard, still looking good. This is like the build of... This is like release week Agent Venom. Or it's like playing Iron Man and Claw. This is another one though, where like I look at Surge here and I'm like, well, you don't want to play Juggernaut and Mystique on curve. I feel like 2+ bad hits is not great. So happy to see Bounce plugging along still. And hey, that's the Darkhawk build we were playing too. Fun. I love Surge. She's such a sweet addition to the game. Hey, our favorite Esme deck. Gosh, all the piles we built are popping. Glasses, they annoy me while I eat. Oh, there is some garbage data in here because I'm looking at the bottom of Infinite. I don't know what exactly happens with some of the data when they get into Infinite, but I'm pretty sure there's people that run scripts with Agatha and a couple of other things that like add a lot of noise to the Infinite data. And you have to wait till like... What's the best way to put it? You have to wait till like you're part way into the season so you can filter out the bottom half of Infinite. To kind of get rid of that signal to noise ratio. I don't want to upgrade any of those, I don't think. It was Agatha all along. Mayhaps it was. Who do we want to play? Morning, London. Let's do a little She-Hulk this morning to start. I think we're going to continue hiding in Conquest, though, because of... let's do some more of the Esme Weekend. We'll play a little more of the new card. That was fun last night. Almost 2 years, which was about my tolerance for Shang. What's going on, Kamikaze? Good morning. Kind of a medium opener for us. We really want a 3 in our opener, because if we hit a 3, it means we're guaranteed to have Wicked Energy spent.
What are the odds?
I saw your post covering all the tech cards on social media. I was wondering how they were all B tier. Yeah, I should have trimmed the tier number out. The way Untapped does tier letters is very silly, in my opinion. I agree. Kind of utter nonsense to put cards with stats like those into B tier. Striker, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. There's a lovely lady. Such a pretty kitty. Okay, so this is getting speed or Red Guardian. So I think I slide him center. Well, am I gonna have time to play Lucas? Maybe. I don't know where I'm competing exactly. I don't have an Iron Man at the moment. I want to make sure this ends up somewhere that Red Guardian can punch something at the end of the game, but they probably put something over here before the end of the game, right? Copium. I think I do speeds. I'm going to spend energy every turn of the game. So speed's going to be 9. So this will be 15. And then this will be 19. And then Red Guardian will be 22 plus minus 2 off something. We could lose to Khazar and Blue Marvel. I guess it depends on which side they play for here. Yeah, rip. A little bit short in the middle now. Malekith being 15 for 4, not bad, but not quite enough here for us. If I would have put Claw here, we would have ended up short over here, yeah. Domino and Quicksilver. Yeah, so the idea here is that Domino and Quicksilver obviously spend your energy for Wiccan, and then that means that you have a higher density of cards that Esme wants to actually draw from your deck when you draw and play Esme, as opposed to having like a bunch of 2s that she's turning into a 3/4. And even things like Malekith filters our 3s out of our deck cleanly. So the odds of getting like a good 5 or 6 with Esme that she meaningfully makes better is high. And even like pulling our 4s is pretty good, because like, for example, if we don't have our Wiccan by turn 3, Esme has a chance to draw Wiccan as well, giving us redundancy with that also.
Right on time.
We have not played Confronto on stream yet. I believe they're officially released. We were supposed to do a pre-release stream on Monday, but they were having some type of update issues. So we'll be checking it out on Thursday. Or sorry, on Friday is the plan. The very end of tomorrow's stream. Damn it, Esme. I just got done talking you up, telling everybody about how you're so likely to hit a big card. And you hit the singular worst card in my deck. Rude. Alright, can't play around Galactus on both sides. Where are you going?
I am Iron Man. We are the future.
Oh, wait. Do I even play him? There's no 3s left in my deck. Oof. Leviathan, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. That could have been worse, I suppose. We're winning the left once Lucas flips up. We have to hope that 11 wins the center, though.
Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place.
I think we're short now, yeah? Yeah, rip. Alright, Esbe, you got one more shot here, and then we're moving on to something else. Airfro, thanks for the 2 years. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Doji, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Strawberry Parg, all the resubbers this morning. Everybody's having a wonderful... Is Thursday the end of the week or the middle of the week? It's like the middle of the week, right? It's getting close to the butt of the bread. 3 drop. 3 drop. 3 drop. Give me a 3 drop. Nice. All right. Guaranteed Wicked Energy here. It's the end of the work week. Yeah, it's the one most of us care about.
Always lucky.
Lady. White Widow. The name I haven't heard in a long time. Is there a Red Guardian of my future here? Holy. Mobius. That's a little annoying, but not the end of the world. This is a 5/4 is still fine when I have Wiccan. Oh, they are Arishem. And the White Widow's Arishem, but Mobius is not. Got it. My deck is absolute garbage. Well, I don't know that I agree with that one.
Minions to me.
So they're getting a Speed or a Luke Cage, but Speed is not symmetrical. Esme ending up not being particularly useful because of our friend Owen Wilson here. Oh yeah, I guess they could have a Red Guardian, in which case shout out to the Acid Arrow for protecting our friends. Oh, you know, that's funny. I was thinking it didn't matter which cat I played here, but because Isan exists as a 6-drop, it's actually optimal to always play the non-created cat, because if we hit Isan, we can pull the created cat. That's a thing to think about in terms of Black Vortex. Oh, good. Not sweating, just wrong button clicking. We've all been there. Do you think there is a limit to how much you can play a certain deck, or am I playing it bad because I can't go beyond rank 48? I'm jumping between 44, 5, and 48. I mean, in the politest way I can possibly say it, a remotely reasonable player will absolutely not be hard stuck at 48 if they're playing a remotely reasonable deck. And the range of things that qualify as remotely reasonable is really pretty wide at that low. Especially the way bot matches work in this game. But yeah, I would say if you're stuck anywhere under like 90 or so, it's definitely a skill issue. Once you maybe 80 and 90, I think the caliber of players in like the 80 to 90-ish range is pretty similar to post-infinite, and it just becomes you need to play more. Yeah, I think it's probably 80 is probably good. I think past 80 is more time than skill. Like, you need to put in the hours to get through it. So I want to try and set myself up to force my White Tiger into here, which probably means I want to Esme. I want to fill center. The Castle Zemo is a really good Reality Stone roll for them. Ivar Luda, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. That's actually a really interesting thought. If we Red Guardian middle, they can't Thanos left. Yeah, that would have been a good take. Yeah, that was the correct play. I messed that up. That mistake plus Zemo. Honestly, even if I don't make that mistake, we're probably dead here because I can't position with Zemo. I don't have a White Tiger anyways. I think even if we draw it, we're probably in trouble. There's a substitute for Malekith in this deck. Just follow your heart, Gamer. This deck's probably not good anyways.
Right on time.
So, them putting created cards in here means they're not going to be... Means they're not going to be playing Strange Supreme this game, yeah? Otherwise, they risk just eating it on the last turn. Actually know that I want to play him because I kind of want to draw. I kind of want the ability to draw a 3-drop next turn. Yeah. Okay, and there's Esme. I think it's just this, yeah? I don't expect them to be able to put more points into here, and then this gets me to a good bit here. I guess they could like Thanos plus a 1/2 over here. Blue Marvel. I don't expect Blue Marvel out of the Galacta Enchantress build. You're not supposed to play around it here. That's usually only in the Spectrum build. Claw mid could be good as well. Maybe their Galacta's going to trigger over here, so I think that's pretty unlikely to win.
I am Iron Man.
And this is one of the reasons why there's 3 5s in this deck and only 1 6. Is Gore's really good with Esme, obviously we've got plenty of honor reveals for him, but with Wiccan, we have 8 energy on turn 6, so we want to set up like a 3 plus a 5, so either an Esme card plus a 5 or one of our other 3s plus a 5. Does this deck trigger Wicked often? Probably more than literally any other Wicked deck you're going to find on Untapped. Literally, the only calculation that you have to factor in for do you activate Wiccan is do you have a 3-on-3? Because you're guaranteed to have a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2. So like as soon as we draw this Red Guardian, right, Wiccan is guaranteed on.
Always lucky.
My deck doesn't really have a ton of big numbers, so I'm just going to get my Krakoa bonus down now. Please eat the Mind Stone. Please eat the Mind Stone. Please eat the Mind Stone. Okay, cool. So when they eat the Mind Stone here, it means I have priority because I played left and right. And it means that Red Guardian gets to murderize the Strange Supreme. Because we have priority, we're guaranteed to have this happen before they can play another cheap card here in the center for him. Wiccan? Lucas. You're a little less than 50% to trigger Wicked on 4. Is that true? I feel like it's higher than that. On turn 4, you start with 3 cards. You have how many cards total? You have 3 cards plus a card per turn. You have 7 cards. But you only draw 5 of them because your Wicked and Domino are guaranteed. And you have 4 3s. Yeah, it's 5 draws for Wicked. It's 98%. For 50. I was like, someone said 50%. I was like, that can't possibly be freaking right. I was like, my gut heard 50%. I was like, well, that's not true. You're 97.5% to have a 3-drop on 3. Yeah, that's also true too. And then maybe are you counting the odds to have a 3-drop and Wiccan? So like half your games you have Wiccan and he's active. Is that what you're calculating? That's a slightly different calculation then. Than what I'm doing, I suppose. Hey, XR, hope your move is smooth. So I I think we're dead here, right? It's like I can only add 7 to the center with Claw. And if they have Reality Stone, they get into Luke's bar. Even if they don't, like, assume they don't have Reality Stone and they play a 12 here, I'm still not winning that breaker, right? Because they'd be 21 to 7, and we'd be 21 to 21. I'd be up 10. Yeah, and if they spend all their energy somehow, the speed. For sure.
Escaped.
Gosh, all the locations like Death Domain and Luke Bar really hammer home how good Thanos is in no small part due to the fact that they have so much location variance mitigation. Reality Stone is easily the most powerful thing about Thanos' kit. Alright, a bunch of redraws at Wicked are nice. I think Infinity Ultron is one of the Snap team's most disappointing misses in 2025 so far. It is such an awesome, interesting, sweet design, and they've just missed so incredibly low in terms of its power level. Well, Infinity Ultron in hopes of a rework. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of it. I actually think one of the biggest things they could do, past like obviously just like making its numbers suck less, is they really need to make the stones not have anti-synergy with each other. Like it's such bad design that like some of the stones require you to have empty board space so they can like make bots, and then some of the stones like require you to have empty board space so you have room for bots to fit in, but then some of the other stones expect you to like have your locations full so it can pump them up. So like you can't hedge which stones you're going to get because you don't like some of them, they each need different things, right? They are an Enchantress deck. But we have priority. I think it's this and hope the breaker works out for us, but we could be cooked to Reality Stone left. Man, if that isn't one of the most terminal cases of Shang Brain I've ever seen, I don't know what is.
Victory.
I've been enjoying I've been enjoying Marvel Snap's metagame for the most part, and so I've been watching Marvel Snap content myself for the first time in a little bit. And the number of times I see a content creator like count out their Shang, and then they're like, oh, this still loses to like thing they're likely to have, and then they like play the Shang and die to the thing they were likely to have anyways. I'm just like, you all need some help. Is a vanilla 4-3 bad? I would seem so. Hey, Obey, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back.
Right on time.
See, I actually disagree with most of that, Lilliford. I think Kahori and Firehair are... I actually wouldn't change Firehair at all. I think Firehair's design is awesome, and I think her power level is actually pretty spot on. I think Firehair's a sweet card that you can play and not feel embarrassed playing, and she does something unique and has a sweet deck building effect around her. Why does Surge into top deck Cosmo not work? It does work, just not if you Cosmo your Surge path like a nerd. Surge actually, speaking of Firehair, Surge actually works exactly like Firehair, and you need to have her be able to trigger her on reveal in order for it to happen again. I think Kahori's a card that's fine. Kahori's definitely a card that, like, they make Kahori like a 3 and she's super reasonable. I like her effect. Her effect is neat. Will they change Hulkling one day? Here's hoping. Here's hoping. I thought you were in Death's Domain to hide from a feature location, but it appears that Death's Domain... I thought you were in Conquest Hide for the feature location, but it appears Death's Domain is the Conquest feature. Yeah, it does feel that way, for sure. This would give me 10 next turn. Which means I can do this. It's kind of fun. Is that better? Is that better than just playing Iron Man and then playing this as a follow-up? Probably not.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
I think Kahori's deck definitely needs help. I really like the existing Firehair decks. I think they are solid. There's a lot of interesting Firehair builds. Short on the left, unfortunately. Wicked stuff was better against the tech card, I guess. Sirius, thank you for the 32. Yeah, Hulkling, they must have tried Hulkling at 5, and it must have just been, like, the best card in Marvel Snap at 5. Because that's one that I can't understand why it hasn't been touched yet. Yeah, maybe our opponent thinks this is Infinite Conquest. That could definitely be the case. I think it's silver. I don't think this was the Proving Grounds. I don't remember. They all kind of blur after a while. They said they want to keep all of the Hulk 6 costs. That's a great flavor perspective. Hulkling needs a do text box if they're going to keep him 6. Ooh, thank you, Feast. Thank you, Feast. Hee, kitty, 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 kitty. Meow. Esme is obsessed with Red Guardians, apparently. Can't be stopped. You can't really improve against Arishem. Arishem is just really good in Conquest to a frustrating degree. Arishem is a bad card design that removes a core component from Marvel Snap, which is making good decisions based on information that you know about your opponent's deck. It is a high variant shit show experience that makes the game significantly worse. Literally, the only advice I can give you for playing against Arishem is be luckier. Are probably dead here. Hey, Cooters, thanks for the raid. Saw you doing a long one. Hope you had a good stream. Just getting started here this morning. If you haven't stopped by before, this current season, we're playing a lot of off-meta decks dying to Thanos. It's just how it be. Got one more shot to win this one, I suppose. We're 2-2 now. I think Arishem offers a really novel gameplay experience, and lots of people like the idea of just having random crap in their deck every game. But for me personally, I just don't. Arishem. I'm glad Arishem isn't remotely as popular as it once was, because playing against Arishem often makes me feel like I want to delete Marvel Snap. Yeah, I agree, Blacklight. Arishem should have been a game mode, not a card release. They should have created a queue for people that want to play random stuff into random stuff, and left the rest of us to, like, actually play snapping and retreating appropriately. Yeah, like nine reworks later, Arishem finally had a remotely reasonable play rate. Man, of all the locations in Marvel Snap, these are certainly 3 of them. So this is going to put me to 20 over here, and then Claw gets me to 27. So they do still need to put something big into there to beat us. Yeah, our resumes have not been hitting their 50-50s very well. Is that good for me or bad for me? Oh yeah, it's good for me. Yeah, it means I get to win with Gore. In order to put more points into here, they would have to put, like, Space Stone here. And this is Space Stone we lose, unfortunately. Do I die to Thanos mid because we didn't draw? Oh, we didn't draw Iron Man? I think so, unfortunately. Probably had 13, right? I guess I could have tied the right with a claw, but then we still lose the breaker, right? Because I'm down 2 here. So I'd be 18 to 33, so down 15, and I'm only up 5 over here. But I guess I'd only be up 3 over here if I subbed out Malekith, because I'd have one less on reveal. Alright, we can take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I always take a short break from gameplay when that happens. I think it's super annoying when you're watching a stream and it comes up in the middle of a game. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. We're going to play something else when we get back. This deck's been kind of medium. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. This deck feels like it's missing something. An aggressive way to take my opponent's cards and break them in half is what this deck is missing, yes. Like, unironically, the sniff test in our current metagame / format is, do you have at least 3 good tech cards in your deck? Yeah, maybe 2. 3's probably high, but I feel like 2 tech cards is probably the sniff test minimum. Could Warhead work? I think Warhead's a lot worse when you are not, when you have to play around on 3. You'd also have to give up a different tech card, right? That's what almost has 2 tech cards. We have Luke and Red Guardian. I'll do some more of this. This was fun yesterday. We'll Surge to get some bouncing today. We could do that. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I liked this when we were doing it. Got some okay stats. Oh, should I stop being lazy and get on the bike for the morning gamers? I probably should stop being lazy and get on the bike. I think this is one of my new into the AMs. I think it's one of my favorites. It's very, very colorful and it glows in the dark. I'm a sucker for a good blue design. It's my favorite color. We're gonna put a bench in the back so you can lift during ad breaks. I don't know about that one. It's too early for biking. No, early is the perfect time to be biking. Does Dirty 30 gain something from Surge? Absolutely not. Let's talk about Surge's deck building requirements here for a minute, because I've seen a lot of people putting Surge in decks where I'm like, that deck is good, but Surge doesn't remotely belong there. Surge's deck building requirement is you want cheap cards that you're happy to play out proactively. So Dirty 30 with a deck like She-Hulks and Infinauts, like there's a ton of cards there that both aren't cheap and you're explicitly waiting to play to the last turn of the game. So like Bounce is a pretty ideal place for it to be, because like Hitmonkey's the only thing you kind of don't want to play early, but even Hitmonkey, when it costs 2, you usually have space to work it into your curve and then Toxin or Beast it back to your hand. So basically every hit in here is a really good surge target. My buddy and I that I work out with try to lift 3 days a week, but sometimes it's only 2 with children's schedules. We both have 3 kids with extracurriculars. Sometimes there's just not enough hours in the day. What's a tech card? A tech card is a card that you put in your deck with the explicit purpose of disrupting your opponent. So Shang-Chi, Enchantress, Cosmo, Red Guardian, Luke Cage, Mobius M. Mobius. These are all tech cards. Icky. I'm excited for Prodigy next week, but I fear he's going to get demolished by Scream. He's definitely going to have a hard time against the Move Your Things deck. Well, these are definitely Marvel Snap locations. Oh, I missed that someone sent in a viewer deck. Infinity Ultron. All right, it's been a minute since we played. These locations suck. I'm gonna play the viewer deck. Serious, sorry about missing that. My stupid Stream Elements dashboard hasn't been auto-updating unless I push the button. I need to remember to do it more frequently. Do. I've been gone a little bit. This deck was something I could build with stuff I've opened. To be fair, and I think you said you've been gone about a year. Most of the decks you probably could play a year ago are probably still good. And if you're just coming back, if your collection already has Kate Bishop in it, once you pick up Sam Wilson, you could play a pretty big range of things. Best deck in the game right now. This Thanos deck featuring a giant pile of tech cards. You're going to see every content creator play against an unreasonable, unhealthy amount, and it is the best deck by a wide margin. Yeah, I agree with that, Silv. I don't think they'll ever ban a card in the ladder. I think if they feel they need to ban a card on the ladder, they will simply rework it instead. They're probably filling the White Hot Room this turn, but on the off chance they're not, I'm going to Snowguard Hawk here to turn it off. feel like I'm missing Iron Patriot for this. Like, I actually really haven't liked Iron Patriot in decks like this that can't contest his location on turn 3. I guess Quinjet makes him a little better, but honestly, I like Valentina and Mirage better in cores like this, more so than anything. Oh, this actually probably isn't the good Thanos deck. This looks like they're playing the ongoing Thanos deck. So I believe the way this works, the White Hot Room will be active next turn for me. I believe I get... the 3 here. Trump is killing our country, absolutely, but to be fair and to his credit, he campaigned on killing our country and he's following through on it. I was watching the interview with him at the White House, and the interviewer was like, what do you have to say to the people who said they didn't vote for these tariffs? And he's like, I campaigned on tariffing everybody. It's like, he absolutely did campaign on tariffing everybody. Oh, man. We are the bad man. To the person who asked earlier, I said you just need to play cards to kick your opponent's cards over. I enter Exhibit A. So they could still Blue Marvel the center. Put a card from your hand here. Good golly, all of these cards suck. It's crazy how bad the stones are. God, it's wild how terrible they are. Maybe Agent Coulson will give us a banger and it'll get pulled into play. Yeah, I would take another viewer deck, Grindel. That's what I've told this story before. Damn it, even the Time Stone has Shang Brain, chat. The Shang Brain has gone too far. It can't be stopped. Tie. So there's no second tiebreaker in Marvel Snap. When you tie one location, the first and only tiebreaker is total points. So I'm up 8 and they're up 8. That's how it be. Sorry, story time. I was at a funeral of all things. And one of my deeply conservative relatives decided to try and get into it with me. And I just very calmly said to, this was in like January. I just very calmly said to them, I hope you get the tariffs you voted for. And his significant other had to drag him away from me screaming. Because he decided to go off because he runs a business that relies solely on imports from China. And I don't talk to this person, but I'm pretty sure their entire business is torched the way this is played out. And it's just so depressingly amusing that just like those type of people just like at least the leopard's eating some of the faces of the people that wanted it all. I need to play out Zabubi as well, yeah? Something Wicked comes this way. I think I want an extra Wicked. I might Collector plus second Wicked next turn. Yes, the only time they ban a card on the ladder is when it has a game-breaking bug. I might get Cosmo to get on the right here is the problem. If Infinity Ultron is that bad in this deck, what would you replace it with? Honestly, genuinely, just like literally any other remotely playable card. I can make some suggestions. Let me let's finish this game here where we're probably dead. And I would cut Penny and I would cut Infinity Ultron here for sure. If you like playing these decks with created cards, Victoria Hand and Frigga. Victoria Hand and Frigga are cards that should be really high on your list of things to consider picking up. That's so funny that we both only have a single point in the center. I mean, I think a good bit on the left and the right. Maybe it's enough. Narrator, it was not enough. Rip. What would I do to change this around? Infinity Ultron. It's gotta go. Penny Parker is not very good. I definitely want at least one more 2 for enabling Wiccan. Mirage is Series 3 now. She's very reasonable. Actually, you know who I like? She's you probably don't have her. These last 2 slots being Valentina. If you have Valentina, you should definitely put Valentina, Luke Cage's these last 2 slots. I think are actually perfect. I think this is a lovely. Let's play a few of them. Valentina is a card that I've been super impressed with. I've actually, you mentioned thinking you wanted Iron Patriot for this core, and I've actually enjoyed both Valentina and Mirage more than Iron Patriot in these Quinjet decks. I just want you to know, Jace, if you lose this sword again for attempting to Rickrolling, you're not going to get back for a week. This is your warning. Don't you dare post YouTube links in my chat. Don't you dare. I did, Grindel, thank you. That's not long enough. I like Jace. I just have to also be firm, okay? To people saying a week is not very long, I agree. But there needs to be a repercussion. Oh, you have Frigga and Victoria too? I just assumed you didn't have them. I love Frigga and Victoria and these kind of shells. Dagger was the highest cost card in my opponent's hand. That's fun. I think Frigga and Victoria are great. You should check the highlighted deck I posted last night too, Sirius. You said you did a little spending, so I assume that means you're a season pass buyer. There was an Esme Quinjet deck with Frigga and Victoria. And I think is super de-duper reasonable. Yeah, that sounds great. Maria Hill giving me a card that Luke Cage makes better is aces. I guess playing Coulson here bricks a draw, meaning I have less shot at Shang-Chi, which might be bad. Void Striker, thanks for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. What about Nick Fury? Nick Fury is unfortunately not a playable Marvel Snap card. It's not very good. Oh. If I do this, I could be cute and grapple the dagger, but I kind of just want to move a big Shuri's Lab bonus here. I'm going to lose the path that their big Human Torch ends up in, so I kind of just want to play for all three, so that way we could hopefully win the other two. Play something with Moon Girl, absolutely. Enjoy Moon Girl. Thank you for the continued support, comics. You've been very generous here. So statistically speaking, Malekith here gets me a card that makes Collector bigger, which is kind of appealing. Statistics. Yeah. And this is the kind of, you said the other deck kind of looked like it was a shame that Collector wasn't there. It feels like Collector's numbers are just like kind of at a point where I need Shang-Chi to win with them most of the time anyways. Collector just ain't quite the big boy he used to be. We got one of our fill all the locations in mission done there though. When a 2/9 feels bad. So it's not explicitly that a 2/9 feels bad so much as it's the quality of the other cards you have to play to get him to be a 2/9 isn't high. I think is the best way to put it. Because it's not just, oh, we're playing this card and this card's a 2/9. It's, oh, we're playing this card and we're playing other cards that are a little bit weaker to get him to be a 2/9. Does every Victoria hand deck need Frigga? I mean, you could play it without her, but every Victoria hand deck is significantly better with Frigga. I was paid $10 to play this, Burgle. Save your judgment for someone who doesn't have kids to feed. Our Wicked's just not active as, like, kind of my best play here, which says a lot about how this game has gone. When a 4-cost card gets reduced by Zabu, could Malekith pull it out of the deck? No. So, Malekith and cards like Silver Surfer and Zabu, there is a difference in Marvel Snap between a 4-cost card and a card that costs 4. Or a 3-cost card and a card that costs 3. So, it affects like Silver Surfer and Malekith, they care about 3-cost cards, i.e. the cost of a card when you put it into your Marvel Snap deck initially. I just don't have any numbers here. I think I'm gonna move on from this one. Agent Coulson and Collector just really ain't what they used to be. I think I directed Sirius, I think, in the direction of a couple other good things, but like just to highlight them on stream for folks. Oh, what was it? We posted a... This thing takes forever to update. It's probably faster to go to my YouTube channel and click on the deck link in the video description, isn't it? I posted... Oh, that's funny. I need to update this page. The playlist here is just videos from 4 months ago. That's funny. Where is it? This pile of cards. I think is a very, very similar idea. But playing some of the more efficient tech cards and Victoria Hand plus Frigga is basically just a better extra power engine for your generated cards than Collector is. I think is the big TLDR of like what makes this deck good versus the one we were just playing kind of mediocre is Collector's just a big number in one spot where you have to play it on turn 2, whereas Victoria Hand adds a lot of stats across the board on a 2 energy card, not just in her spot, and she's more free with the sequencing timing because you can play her later after the created cards. I think this kind of, if you're looking to do created card stuff, this does created card stuff better. Okay. There's some stuff going on here. We have Surge, we have Black Knight, we have Sauron. And obviously, you don't want to Surge onto the Infinite. But I think one card you don't really want to Surge onto is probably a fine amount. I think you could get away with that. Drac as well. No, you're fine to Surge onto Dracula. If you Surge onto Infinite, you could pass on 4 and play the Infinite on 5. Technically, but like, passing on 4 to play Infinite on 5 for the metagame where you're getting Shang-Chi'd in half your games is like, not like, you're right from a pure curve perspective, like that's fine, but from a format context perspective, it's pretty atrocious. But again, I think one brick that you're occasionally gonna miss on your Surge with is fine. I think when you get into like the 2+ range, it becomes a little sketchy, but I think 1, like, I'm sad when Surge hits this is like not unreasonable deck building.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Alright, Blades of Ice pickup. Means Infinite off the top is suddenly very, very good. Oh, should we have waited on the Sauron because of the Star Brand with the bar? Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Starbrand is zeroed out currently. So this is Shadow Kingable, but not Shangable. Well, I guess it depends on if I let it get zeroed. Probably don't want it getting zeroed. Well, think there's a hood deck. I don't think they're a hood deck. So I think it's just this. We play for the breaker. I didn't play Mary right because I wanted the flexibility to be able to play Ghost Rider or Dracula on the last turn. So I need to play the Blade on turn 5 so I could Ghost Rider or Dracula on turn 6. I guess Dracula doesn't matter, but I wanted the flexibility to Ghost Rider as a draw. I'm gonna be honest, serious. I don't remember. Did we lose the breaker? Wow. I don't remember which deck that is. It's been a while. Yeah, Akamoto's an okay card. It's, this is... what's the word I'm searching for? It's a very novel gameplay experience. It's not a very powerful card, though. It hurts the consistency of your deck a good bit. Surge on 2 is lovely here. I guess that's a real downside is I don't have an Enchantress. So I guess I'm playing a turn behind here. If I zero this, do I lose the surge bonus? I guess this giving a penalty probably isn't the end of the world. I'm just gonna keep my discount going. If I recall correctly, Sirius, I'm pretty sure any deck featuring Isan just isn't very good and was playing Isan for the sake of playing Isan. Surge is very, very good in bounce, so I'm not sure what you mean by doesn't work in bounce. If you mean by doesn't work, you mean doesn't constantly double up. Yes, that's true, but your cards in bounce are so cheap, you're pretty happy to have it still. I would be surprised if the deck you're referencing, Sirius, is competitive into all the Thanos tech stuff that exists right now. It's probably worse than the other Victoria hand decks I referenced recently. We're just super dead here, right? We don't have any interaction in our deck, and our opponent's linear draw is significantly better than ours. I take a mulligan on the matchup here. I don't think this deck is likely competitive into negative. And, yeah, take a brief ad break anyways. We'll play some more of this afterwards. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, whether you're almost done with your drops or just getting started. You're gonna be able to do all of them in Hoaglandia here today. We're gonna have a good long stream. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Can I submit a Thanos deck? What kind of Thanos deck? I'm really not interested in playing stock Thanos tech cards. Like Thanos Destroy or something novel, I think would be fine, but I think either of the two big popular Thanos decks I'm not super interested in grinding with. I actually completely disagree with that assessment, Mr. London. This deck doesn't seem high variance at all. This deck seems consistent, but probably low power level at the cost of consistency. I would assume this deck is going to make, you know, 2 15 to 20 power lanes very consistently. It's just in a lot of matchups that's probably not going to be enough points, would be my guess. Moonstone or Surge? I think Surge is definitely the more powerful card of those two, and I think they're both interesting cards. They're both cards I personally enjoy. Let's try to play all the stones and make Thanos pick. I feel like that's every Thanos deck, right? Feel free to link the deck in chat, and I'll tell you yes or no after looking at it. I think it's probably the shortest way to where we want to get here. Use any tracker apps or websites on your fitness journey? Nah. I didn't really do anything super formal. Yeah, I think it's a fine idea, Grindel. The fact that, what's it called? The blade doesn't get shanked is appealing right now, I think. I think people complaining about Esme are silly. I think Esme is actually a pretty good power level release. And she, unlike Carter, is a card that can go into a bunch of different things that you can build around in different ways. Actually, I'd actually go so far as to say I think Esme is a pretty ideal season pass card. It's like powerful but not busted. You deck build around it. It can go in a few different things. I like Esme a lot.
Victory.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Big Green Monster. I think Esme is currently probably the worst she's ever gonna be because Mobius play rates are at an all-time high for a local maxima. Off-topic question, Jeff. I've seen yipes in chat every now and then. Wondering if you two know each other through Snap, or if you perhaps played fighting games back in the day. I wouldn't say we really know each other. They're a Snap. They stream Snap occasionally. We've raided them a couple of times. They hang out here periodically, but they're not someone like I know on a personal level. I don't really work super directly with a ton of content creators. Like, there's people whose stuff I watch, but like, aside from like the tournament collabs I did with like Spraggles for Pokemon Pocket, like this 1v1 PvP kind of space doesn't beget a lot of collab stuff outside of like trying to run like a podcast, which is not a space that I really try to occupy. The most common collab opportunities in a card game like Marvel Snap are systematically looping viewers for 24 hours a day during the drop cycle so you can coordinate keeping them between 2 or 3 people instead of sharing them with the category. Oh, turn 5! We've been so bad about drawing our big boys. Just Infinite has felt a little slim on... Just Infinite has felt a little slim on payoffs. Especially when we're trying to share that Infinite with Dracula, too. You mentioned you had a Red Skull in here. I kind of feel like I'd like another big thing rather than this Dracula. We keep having hands like this where my Dracula just like has no food, or like I have no food for any of these. Hey Spark, thanks for the submission, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry, opponent. Let's check the donation. I'm gonna mulligan the Dracula here for a Red Skull, I think.
Escape.
That's honestly an interesting thought too. Is Surge better than something like Thaddeus? I think Surge is part of the idea for the submission, so I want to keep her in here. But I think that's a worthwhile consideration. Is Thaddeus for consistency to help you fish up your big things. Rhinova, try something with Silver Surfer and Adam Warlock. Yeah, we can give that a go. I don't know that I think Adam adds value to Surfer. I guess you could play a big 3 after it, like a Gladiator could be okay. Are there bugs with Surge? I believe Surge is having some like kick you out crashes style thing in some of the animations that aren't limited to just Surge, but she's triggering them sometimes. You can do Bast Surfer with Warlock. Maybe that would make your non-Bast draws really bad Warlock draws. Morning, Jesse. Okay. I think I'm into it, yeah? You're in any decent Kuko decks? Yeah, we played a bunch of Esme. Both the cards are reasonable for this week, which is nice. I would absolutely never recommend anybody spend resources on Thaddeus Russ. That sounds like a huge mistake. Don't do that. Too late. Rip. What is Jeff saying and why is it spend 6,000 tokens on Kang? Oh no! Instructions unclear. M'lady? M'lady? Well, this very first game, Red Skull, was stellar, right? Like we don't get to remotely play a real game of Snap if that Red Skull is Dracula. We needed the extra redundancy of another big thing.
Victory. Snap. Opponent snapped.
I think this opponent is exhibiting one of the most truly puzzling bits of behavior that regularly happens in Conquest and Marvel Snap, which isn't even just the fact that they're sitting here sweating me in the Proving Grounds, because that's annoying. But, let me rephrase. I don't even fault people strictly for sweating in the Proving Grounds and wanting to play a real game or a real Conquest in the Proving Grounds. The part that's puzzling to me about the behavior of people like this is if you want to play a real game in the Proving Grounds, meaning you're going to sweat till the end, why on God's green earth would they stay in the last game that we played? Like, if your goal is to take this seriously and be competitive, why would you stay in an 8-cube game that you're 0% to win? Like, I actually think, like, if you don't want to snap and you want to, like, tactically snap and retreat because that's the purpose of the game, like, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to be doing. And I'll never fault anybody for wanting to play Marvel Snap the right way, for lack of a better term. Like, I think it's perfectly fine and reasonable to be like, I really want to practice my snapping and retreating in the Proving Grounds. But it's like, if your goal is to snap and retreat and, like, play Marvel Snap in a remotely optimal manner, you should not have stayed in the 8-cube game you just lost. Because it wasn't even like they lost a bad beat and they high-rolled them. It was, they stayed in an 8-cube game that they were 0 freaking percent to ever win. Speaking of 0%, we're probably dead here, but they're all in, so we'll stay here because there's no difference. We'll make them have it. To the right! To the right! Oh my god, that's so funny. If the Juggernaut would have pushed us right. Maybe we're just supposed to play for the right note for No Surfer. It's probably the better line is play for the right note, just hope for No Surfer. Hit that 25%er. Maybe they're playing for Alliance missions. Maybe. I would be really surprised if the stock good Surfer deck full of tech cards is an Alliance missions deck. Usually when there are Alliance missions, they're like moving cards or destroying cards or whatever. Oh my goodness. They're literally in the chat. This exact username is in the chat. That's so funny. Get the fuck out of here. What a chode. So they're just an absolutely miserable human being. Got it. Got it. It all suddenly it all makes significantly more sense. It wasn't even caught in the act. They posted that they were here and they just don't want to be optimal. Take your silver ticket and fuck off, actually. I'm not gonna give you the attention you need. I don't need to sit here. Like, it's a silver ticket. Go find someone to give you a hug, gamer. Maybe step outside, roll around in the grass, and feel it on your skin if you need to feel something. What a fucking nerd. Oh, man. What if they just wanted to play a bunch against someone they watch a lot? But if that was the case, they also wouldn't stay in that first game, right? Like, if their goal is just to play a bunch of games with me, you're still better off retreating that first game, right? Yeah, it sounds like really the only thing is like just the aspiring to be toxic, correct? Stream sniping the proving grounds is, and then holding the creator hostage is. That's certainly something. Also, that's the follow-up too. If they're actually just like want to play a good, honest, fair game because they're a regular viewer here, they would mute and close the stream while we played the game, right? They wouldn't sit here and hear me speculating about maybe they'd hear it after the fact if they want to come watch it after the fact and hear what I thought about while we were playing against them. Like Jason chat there regularly tries to Q snipe me. And I genuinely don't mind being Q'd sniped by regulars who just want to play good, fun games of Marvel Snap and are muting and closing the stream and playing good, fun, interesting games of Marvel Snap. I don't care about the results. I just want to play fun, interesting games of Snap. That's all I want out of life. That's why I play games, to have fun. Yeah, like you should always, like, you want to try and play with me, you see me queuing in the Conquest, like, try and queue up into me. Just, like, mute and close the stream while we play. Nothing remotely unreasonable about that. Have a good time. So if I draw Blade, I can Blade and Ghost Rider and put both of them back over here next turn would be fun. Games for fun in this economy. Listen, in the current economy, my fun is the only stonk that likes to move in the upward direction consistently, okay? It's all I've got in life. Don't take it away from me. Just like we drew it up. Look at this clearly pre-recorded content. Oh, he's coming for me, chat. A lovely boy, that Ghost Rider, always coming for me. Is this a Shag Destroy deck? Absolutely. absolutely about to get shanked. Nope, we didn't. Are they gonna Killmonger us, maybe? Nope. Good honest scheme of Marvel Snap.
Victory.
Oh, I forgot about this meme, Marty. This was us against the Q sniper chat. Perfection. Oh, I missed that there's even a silver ticket in his hand. That's good. That's some good image editing right there. That's the good stuff. Yes, I put work in on this one. It's good. It's high quality trash posting. All right, we could play some Joaquin Torres Thanos, Chester. We give that a spin. Yeah, -1 ticket, but it doesn't even take a ticket away from me, right? That's why it's like reasonable to do. I just hope that 15's enough on the right. Probably is, yeah. Narrator, it was. There's no reason to play this, right? Because the most expensive thing I could draw will be 4 after I surge onto it, so I can play all of these, plus the card I draw next turn. What are you doing for me, Ghost Rider? What was that? What was that? There he is. Who's a good boy?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory.
I just like... I really want to sit down with whoever approved that voice line at Second Dinner. Which is like, did they know? Did they know? Is that like a thing Ghost Rider says in the comics? What was the previous post like? They were playing hand buff stuff. They had to have known, right? Assuredly it wasn't an accident.
Epic.
Why do you not move your cards to infinity? Most of my cards are infinity split. I just like how the orange border... I greatly prefer how the yellow border looks with the gold background most of my cards have. So I think the infinity border is not bad. I just think this looks cleaner. Custom cards letting you customize your aesthetics is lovely. Zombie Berry, thank you for hanging out for almost an entire year with Prime. Really appreciate that continued support. With how much stock Jeffrey Bezos cashed out, he won't even notice the money missing from your Prime sub. We're at Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway sitting on record amounts of cash. Jeffrey Bezos cashing out Amazon stock at a breakneck pace. I'm sure we're heading in a direction where everything's gonna be fine. Big utmost confidence in everything being fine. We surge in? I think we surge in. Am I surging again? Or is it actually this? I'm actually curious if swording this gets rid of the surge modifier, so let's see. Ooh, it's still shimmering. Do I want to cut myself off a draw? I don't think so. Am I just not going to play this card? If I don't play this card, I'm like never playing it. So like, am I playing to drawing Infinite Ghost Rider? I'm probably just supposed to do this, right? I think this is better. The Surge Spark is tied to Surge out the Spark card. Yeah. Do we envision them contesting here? I think the answer is no. I think I want to spread my points here. Spread them. I'm going to copy my 1-3, though. I might want another one of those. Is New Skull.Tour? No, it is. It just doesn't visually show it. It was already blocked out beforehand. Skull Advance gives you an exact copy of the card as it was. So Scarlet Spider could be forced to jump left. Meaning they compete there. I think this is right. Careful if you spread up, Ghost Rider will come for you. Oh, Mr. Ghosty. Alright, no way this is an 8, right? Famous last words? Breaker, breaker, give me some news! I got 3 points over you. Monka. That was close. That was close. They're up 15, we're up 18. That was reasonable. I don't know, like, Surge had some interesting discount moments there. I feel like we got... My one takeaway I wanted to have for the deck is whether or not Surge was worthwhile. And I think Surge's discounts came up often enough to be useful. The deck absolutely needed another big payoff, though. Just Starbrand, Typhoid Berry, Infinite was not remotely enough for Black Knight and Ghost Rider. I think one of my other takeaways from playing this is there was a fair Sauron deck that like wasn't doing discard stuff and wasn't doing Shuri stuff that like had some good stats with Scar in it. And I think Surge is perhaps worth exploring in that fair Sauron shell that we saw a couple of seasons ago. So I think if you're a Sauron enjoyer after playing with this set of games, I think this card's probably worth exploring inside of other Sauron cores. All right, our next viewer pile is a sweet one. Kahori. Kahori is a card that's very much my jam, but she felt a little bit underpowered and clunky. That being said, Surge is really pretty good with proactive 4 energy cards that have otherwise felt a little clunky. So I like the look of what this one has going on. We need to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll before they happen in the middle of gameplay. We're going to check out some Kahori Surge when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I appreciate you dropping here in Hooglandia with us today. Let's see if we get a gold split on Surge. We're close. 9 ball. Thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. What are the other 2 ads for the suitor deck? I think the suitor builds were playing Scar typically. I'd have to go back and look though. They weren't playing Shuri. They were explicitly playing more fair cards. Like I think like Cosmo and Juggernaut. They had some tech cards in it, believe it or not. Ooh, working up a sweat on the bike, gamers. Time to take the sweater off. Another disappointing non-gold. What do you use for multi-streaming? There are plugins built directly into that you can add into OBS. You may, 9ball. Welcome back. I've been having some audio video desync issues, Flip Ninja. The easiest way to tell though, I don't think the live stream usually has the desync when I've looked though. Sometimes the extra frustrating part is when people ask that question is Twitch has an audio desync issue that's specific to the platform, and that if you refresh the stream, it goes away. I think it's mostly been in the recordings. And even then, I think it's mostly when I edit with them. Because none of the raw cuts have any issues. It's only when I splice the videos together. There's something funky going on though. So it's a frustratingly impossible thing to chase down. I think it's an OBS problem. All right, let's hop on into some games with this one, huh? OBS constantly having issues. I don't think that's true. OBS is, generally speaking, the industry standard for live streaming content. Works pretty well. And it could very well be an NVIDIA driver issue too. They're both pieces of software that update with relative frequency. There's a lot of hands in the encoding pot. Do you think at some point, Second Dinner will have to split the card pool with how many cards there are in the game? I'd be really surprised if they ever gave us a rotating format. I kind of wish that they would, personally, but I kind of expect them to just be all the cards in perpetuity. I think I want to gamble Collector into Danger Room. Discounted Iron Man, not the worst type of thing to get from the hub. Well, I think I'm playing all the low power things over here, hoping they die. Sorry, Mirage, not sorry. Yeah, that's true, Gap. I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually get a rotating game mode that has a smaller card pool. That would make sense, I think. There's no limited time game mode coming this month. They teased they might have something else in the interim, but we don't know exactly what that means as of right now. Well, I said I was hoping they'd die. And they obliged. Actually, let's grapple Moon Girl to the left. Want to avoid breaking a draw here. As a new player, isn't the rule of having Zabu play at least 3 cards in your deck to get value with him? Please enlighten me. My number one piece of advice I can give you, as for someone who wants to get better at card games, is you will make your decks worse more frequently, trying to adhere to these are heuristics that I always follow. That's something that happens a lot in all sorts of card games. People are just like, oh, this is the rule I always follow. So don't lock yourself into this is the thing I always do. Instead, make different choices. What a draw on this Kohori, by the way. Nice 112, huh? Make it rain, girl. Alright, and there's Lucas. So now... I think I wanted Iron Man here so I can play for all three. Iron Man here is 5, 9, 12, 24, and I'm adding another 10 here in the center. Crash, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They are schmooving it here in the middle. I think we're beating the dagger, though, yeah?
I am Iron Man.
Strange Key Area. This is movement, Strange Gamers. This is not Strange Supreme.
Victory.
Tale as old as time. Heimdall lose the game. And strange mundane, not strange supreme. Yep. All right. Well, that was a promising, sweet first start there. Alright, so we have Hawkeye for +3 here this turn. And then, if we steal this extra energy, Kahori should mean we get to keep it in perpetuity, most likely. Because she's gonna be a 4/11 next turn. We have the power. Ooh. What do you think of the new Android update? You know, my OnePlus told me it had a system update the other day that I ignored. I didn't realize there was a big Android update. Am I? It says Android 15. I don't know. I don't keep up super well on Android details. Oh, and now we copy her for sure, right? That sounds lovely. I can't stand the Android update, but I know I'll get used to it. Something that I very firmly believe, as someone who's worked in software, is that, in my opinion, user-friendly interfaces largely don't exist. When most people call an interface user-friendly, what they actually mean is that it's just they're familiar with it. On average, users aren't terribly bright and they're just resistant to change and they just want something familiar. Android 15 is new. Yeah, my OnePlus has that as an option, so I guess should I update it now? I'm gonna it's plugged in. I'll push the button, I guess. Oh, did I clear it by mistake? System update. System update. Do it. Download and install. Hit me, dealer. Whoo! that's a piece of candy. That's a piece of candy. Holy Murphy Rest. Thank you for the gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So you. Can I compete here? None of these are generated, right? If I put this here, it's 8. It gets me to 17 exactly. Do you think they're putting more points on the right? Their Batrock's a wild card here. It could end up anywhere. I'm adding 12 in the middle. We might be cooked here, gamers. Ooh, wait, are we good? Because we're tying the right, yeah? And then I'm winning the breaker? Very nice, very nice. Those are a lot of points in the last turn, right? We added 12, 20, we added 25? It's not a bad turn 6. Hey, Crash. Thank you for the 13 months, by the way. I think I almost missed that one. Apologies. All right, Lucas. I think I actually don't play Luke yet, because I think I want more cards in my hand to copy, yeah? Jeff, you're not supposed to add points on your side of the final turn. You're supposed to subtract points from your opponent. LOL. Why Luke Cage if there's no Valentina? Because Luke Cage is one of the singular best cards you could be playing in Marvel Snap. It's very, very good. Nope. Denied. Next. Oh my goodness, we drew Kahori at the end. What a silly draw. We were gonna get to go Pim, Victoria, Zabu, Kahori. Yowza. Does Esme fit in here? Our deck doesn't really have great copy hits for Esme, yeah? Is this deck good? I think Victoria Friga stuff is good, yes. I don't know if this particular build is good, but oh, I'm so glad they didn't move Victoria here. A little worried we're gonna have to copy a 1-power Victoria. I want to fill this turn with a number that scales so I can dictate how many points I have in the center and they can't bully me around ideally. And then on the last turn, we're going to fill the game board. Or are we? I was not expecting their cheapest card to be 15 or a 5-drop. I guess I can fill the game board, but I don't know if that's optimal anymore. It probably is. This is probably game winning, yeah. Order? What's wrong with my order? I ended on this. I'm out of line? You're out of line. That is some yummy casserole. Victoria Hand Friga is just my absolute favorite thing to do in Marvel Snap. There's so many different ways you could cook it up too. It's just such a satisfying number spread. Korri's this close to being super reasonable. She's so incredibly close to being reasonable. Play as many cards to cheat out cards as possible. Yeah, we can do that now, my dudes. FYI, we've got a few viewer deck submissions waiting ahead of you. I've got 2 more after this one before you, and there's a good chance this submission's gonna be a double. It is totally my jam. I think one of the lowest IQ takes I regularly have to listen to in the Marvel Snap community is every time someone suggests a card could be a 3-drop, some neckbeard says, Surfer doesn't need a buff. And like, Kahori's such a perfect example of why that's very silly, right? Like, Kahori is very clearly not a card that's gonna make Surfer crazy. Another deck I really enjoyed before my break was Thena, Kitty, Angela, or any of those decks right now. So there's a Thena, Kitty, Spice Rack deck that's very reasonable. You can find some highlights of that recently on my channel. And then... what do we think of Snowguard into Collector here into Bear here? My opponent retreated twice, then finally snapping me back, so maybe their hand's crazy, but we've got a fun opener here, so I'm going to stay. And then we also played a Kitty Angela Surge deck the other day that was not playing Thena, but had the other Kitty Angela in it that felt pretty good. That's a little sad, because now I can't put Collector here. Ooh, but Kahori lets me put extra stats into here after the fact. Oh, and they're just snapping because they have Pixie. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, originally I was gonna go Collector Bear here, but now we'll just Bear. Hopefully they don't have a 3 bigger than 4, and then we'll get a freebie here. Or they could just miss the onboard trick. Also an option. I think I want to turn off Avengers Compound. I want to get a created card into the center for sure. What do we think of this? And then I can Kahori Kate next turn. I like it. Or if we top deck Victoria, I can Victoria Kahori. And actually, I'm punting this path, so I want a Kahori first to maximize my chance of getting Kahori hits here and not here. We could die. They pixied early. Make sure they're good and muted before we stay. They also have an Esme card they haven't played yet. M'lady! M'lady! My honey pie sugar, baby. What is deck is spicy? Valkyrie. Valkyrie is one of those cards that, like, very, very close to being very reasonable, but not quite. If Kahori gave +2, would she break the game in half? Probably not. Valk's one of those cards that I think it would be really sweet if they took a big balance swing on it at some point in the future. The big balance swing would be make it a 4-drop. The slightly smaller balance swing is, I think they should make Valka 5-1 because she puts herself back to 5-3, but then you could cost reduce her with Ravona. Is Frigga mandatory in this deck? If you are someone who enjoys playing Victoria hand, you should absolutely make Frigga your next purchase. Every Victoria hand deck wants Frigga. They should make Shag a 5. Instructions unclear. Shag is now a 4-5. Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna wait to Surge. Play this Surge card, because if we find a Moon Girl. Whoa, baby. Ah, crap. Almost had fun by mistake. Almost had fun by mistake. And then Mobius and Reality Stone showed up. Oh, man. The really frustrating part about this turn is that, like, we're still fine against the Mobius. Like, our turn is, like, less big and less exciting. But, like, if Lamaria just hadn't happened, I would have been able to go Kahori into Kahori, and we still probably have significantly more stats than them. Yeah, like the Mobius is like deep sigh, we know that's coming. Lamaria is like, okay, I don't get to play the game anymore. If you Moon Girl a Surge card, do you keep the chain on copy? You do not. Each instance of Surge has exactly 1 spark. So things like Odin don't double it. Didn't we face this person like 2 battles ago? Probably. The matchmaking pool in Snap is kind of small. I think I want the option to Frigga the Acid Arrow, yeah? What do we think? I wanted the option to Frigga the Acid Arrow, however, plans change. I want to make sure I play Victoria hand into a path with a 2-power thing, so that way she's not susceptible to, what's his nuts? You know, the guy. Good. I love this deck. I love this deck. It's so sweet. Yeah, the limo driver, exactly. And like, even when they Mobius me here, I still get to, like I said, the last game, the Lamaria, was the real kicker. Because this turn, each of these Victoria hands are 10, and each of these arrows are 7. So what, we're playing 34 points through their Mobius here? Yeah. By my count? 34 through the Mobius? Snap me! Snap me! Order for Teenage Warhead. Good gracious! Someone in Twitch chat remembered Teenage Warhead exists. Lord knows I've never gonna do that. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare, Reality Stone! What a stay. Like, they knew we had 2 Victoria hands. They knew we had an arrow, too. And they knew we had a non-acid arrow. Like, this was actually wholly face-up information. They knew Moon Girl copied an arrow that wasn't Acid Arrow and Victoria Hand. In fact, this was the worst possible arrow we could have, right? They knew we copied Basic, Grapple, or Pim plus Victoria Hand. Holy. Kahori is in my shop right now, and respectfully, I need you to start losing games with this deck immediately. Oh, wow. That's such an awkward combination of locations. Because they have Space Stone for Thanos. Work sucks, I know. Left Reality Stone by the stairs. Say it ain't so. I will not go. Do 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 do. I'm about to juice this up. Two, 4, 5, 6. Fill the board next turn. I should do this in the other order so I don't blow up my Victoria. Is this enough? This is gonna get +3 up to 12, and then it'll get 2 from here up to 14. This will be 5. I'm up to 19 here. So I think I could put Pim in the middle, yeah. Are we short? We're tying the right. We're winning the left. No, we're winning the center too, right? Because this Pim arrow is huge. Put some respect on her name, chat. Put some respect on Victoria's name. She is a lovely lady. Lost 2 cubes to a Lamaria high roll. I'm in love. I'm in love. This is a sweet pile of cards. All right, it looks like Marvel Snap needs a break. We're gonna restart the client here because it's falling apart, being held together with duct tape and bubble gum. But that's perfect because we need to run some ads on Twitch anyways. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. We're gonna play another set with this viewer deck when we return because I'm absolutely loving it. Appreciate everybody hanging out, whether you're just beginning your drops or almost done. You're gonna be able to do all of them in Hoaglandia here today. Appreciate everybody chilling. Don't go anywhere. AD Wolf, thank you for the 15 months. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, whether live on Twitch or maybe in the future as a stream highlight, make sure you tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach some more people. All right, Marvel Snap. If I'm just here for the content, can you still say that's encouraged? Is there a particular Victoria variant you're waiting on? Yeah, there's a few data mines that are good. Jerome, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Is Zabu good here, or could that be a different slot? I like Zabu a lot. Making your Moon Girls and Kahori's cheaper are both pretty good. I think Surge is very strong. I think Surge made this deck better. Copying cards that are discounted by Surge is strong, turns out. My water's almost gone. Hydrate or die, gamers. I'll be right back. My wife says I'm not allowed to die yet, so I'm getting water as well. That's good to wait for permission on that one, for sure. Is Kahori needed for this deck or is she replaceable? I don't know the answer to that question. She's definitely pumped out some solid stats for us, but you win games without her too. If you lose Kahori, you lose the Zabu. I don't think there's a different 4U slot in there. Surge is steadily creeping towards the buy these category. Maybe she has a pretty strict deck building requirement. I think looking at the decks that are playing Surge on Untap, while she's definitely a good card that goes in a few places now, I think there are a lot of examples of decks she's being played in where she doesn't belong right now. All right, let's dive back into some more with this pile, huh? Having a good time. Their Surge could be good in Hood Misery stuff. Yeah, I can see that. Hood decks usually have a few 1-drops, and Surge excels in decks that have more 1s in them. Alright. It's 9:30 here in the cornfields, gamers. There are 90 minutes on the bike. And I can stuff my fat face. Holy. Oh, yeah, game audio, good call. Is my deck tracker Fubard? The deck tracker appears to be deeply Fubard at the moment. The Uatu gamer was playing into here. Interesting. Interesting. I'm waiting on the Moon Girl for now, I think. Because if we could find a Kahori and put 2 Kahoris onto here, it would be incredible.
Knowledge is power.
Man, I don't know what the opponent's deck is doing, but it is sweet. Some hot nonsense going on over there. That is not the Kahori I wanted for Christmas. Gosh, Kahori would have gone absolutely insane here. Gives me 2, 4. We could lose this. They might play into here. I'm not that big in the center. They play for here and here. We could die. That actually doesn't do it, right? What a weird pile of cards. I think the deck tracker's Foobarred chat, because it's also confused by my opponent's deck right now. No, I don't think they're Erishim. Yeah, their deck has 3 cards left in it. You can tell Dara's finally done looping drops with Dexter, because we had our first time chatter type activate fast drops in our chat this drop cycle. Welcome to Hoaglandia Gamer, where you won't always like the things that I have to say, but when I say them, at least you know I won't be lying to you. There's no way to get your drops done faster for any drops campaign, Marvel Snap, or any others. You gotta watch a full 6 hours between here and other streams to get your drops in. Like cloud work. How important do you think pedaling is for your overall health goals? You mentioned things like not drinking calories and splitting restaurant portions is hugely impactful. So those two things you just mentioned are kind of different, right? So you mentioned how important is pedaling to my health goals, but then you talked about my things I'm doing for weight loss. And I don't pedal and do consistent cardio to lose weight, because that's not how it works. You can't outrun your diet. I pedal and have been doing regular weightlifting because it helps me feel better. And it makes me healthier. That's different. That's different than strictly trying to lose weight. I think it's just this, because we can grow this more, and Kahori puts more points into a clogged path as well. In some ways, exercising actually makes it tougher to lose weight. Because burning calories makes you feel hungry. And it's very easy to overeat after you exercise a bunch. Yeah, that seems great, right? Guess there's a chance we lose these two. MTG Viking, thank you for the over 5 years. Appreciate that. Alright, Kahori, don't fail me now, girl. Oh no! She got 1 point short here. Clench! What a close one. What are you clocking in on the scale? I saw a number that started with a 1 and a 6 on the scale for the first time in a decade this week. So that was fun. Freedom units, obviously, yeah. I don't know what that converts to in stones or kilograms or whatever the rest of the developed world uses. Which diet are you doing? I'm doing the eating less calories diet. Yeah, I don't count calories. I just like stop going back for seconds and don't eat my entire portions at when I like get a meal at a restaurant. Especially if you're an American like me, a lot of restaurant meals have anywhere from like 1,500 to 3,000 calories if you clean your plate. It's a lot. My original goal was 180. And then I got there, because I started at almost 230. And when I hit 180, I was like, 165 sounds doable. The last 10 pounds have been extra work, because I also started lifting. Like my lifting maxes are significantly higher than they were 6 months ago, so we've bulked a little too. Travis, thanks for the entire year. Hope life's treating you well. Welcome back. I mean, our hand is insane. I don't know that we're gonna get to activate the White Hot Room, but our hand is good. I'm right around 6 foot. Quiznet, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. I think it's this, so I have time to play out everything I copy, right? Am I gonna try and contest the White Hot Room here? I think we're supposed to bail. I don't know, the extra energy is so good though. I have a lot of points here. Like this is 9 and this is 12. I don't know. I kind of just want to see if we can do it. This like forces them to put the apocalypse into the Dracula, right? Is what this does. And then honestly, they didn't discard any swarms. I don't even think I need all of these over here. I think it's this. And this, like, keeps them relatively honest here. I should have switched these collectors. I should have put this collector over here. Don't you dare. I don't think there was a hit Gambit could have there to win the game. But yeah, I think this is why we're supposed to do this. I think forcing them to have to commit their biggest stats here has value. Because we have, especially with the extra energy from White Hot Room, we can go ahead and do this. Do we let it fire another gold ticket? Maybe just let it fire another gold ticket. I think we've won every conquest round we've played with this deck so far. My untap tracker is taking a decade to refresh. Yeah, we're 6-0. We started from the proving grounds and we cleared through a gold ticket. Destroy Gamer. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. So what's my sequence look like here? We go Surge, and then like Quinjet, Hand, and then on 4, I Frigga this. I think I'm surging, but Dream Dimension. Maybe I leave the Dream Dimension with my discounters. Do I just do this? I could do this, and then next turn I could go Quinjet Hawk into Victoria Frigga the following turn. This seems fine, right?
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Or with that draw, things change, yeah? Okay, so good gosh, this deck is so gas. So I get to do this, and then next turn through the Dream Dimension with the Quinjet, I can play copied Frigga, copied Victoria for 5 still.
I'm about to juice this up.
Okay, they could have gotten rid of the Dream Dimension and chose not to. Interesting. I think it's going to slow me more than them. That is not the case. Oh, wow. And then next turn I get to rug pull them with the Hawk, right? I get to go Victoria, Victoria, Hawk.
What a game!
To the person who I just fragged for calling my opponent a bot. You thinking this person that I'm playing against who's a real human being is a bot is part of why you're hard stuck and bad at Marvel Snap. I promise you, I will tell you when I'm playing against a bot so you don't have to accuse my opponents of being bots when they're humans. There are no bots inside of Conquest outside of the very first match you play in Silver Golden Proving Grounds when your account is fresh or after a long break. This is 100% a human being. Is Kate better than Bear? Kate cost 1, Bear cost 2. Kate was surged. I genuinely wasn't expecting Surge to feel as good as she feels in this deck. Like, it's really impressive to me how good Surge has felt in this core. And I guess from a build theory perspective, it makes sense. This deck is very low to the ground and doesn't mind playing out most of its stuff proactively, but man, I wasn't expecting her to be as good as she is. Jesus Fish, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. Surge seems like a generically good card. No is the answer to that question. Surge is a good card, but she has a very strict deck building requirement, which is to get value out of her and not just have her be a 2/2, your deck needs to be proactively playing out cards every turn. Meaning you can't have really expensive cards in your deck, and you can't have really expensive cards in your deck, and you can't have cards that are reactive like Shang-Chi typically. I mean, we're gonna lose these cards. Maybe. I guess this could be Magic. I was gonna say, my hand's kind of mediocre though, so I really wouldn't mind losing them. I think I'd like Grapple Arrow as our best arrow here. We only get one, obviously, though.
All systems go.
Oh no, are we about to lose to Arnim Zola? I think I'm about to lose to Arnim Zola. No, we win the breaker. God, Victoria's so good. No, wait, it's 14. Shit. Oh, I forgot to count Arnim. GG opponent. That one's on me. Yeah, I needed to make sure I beat that. Bye. Put the acid arrow here, we beat that. It's easy peasy. Win the breaker by a lot. I think I just want to be as energy efficient as possible here. I want to surge, but I want to just get my hand played down here, I think. Victoria? Victoria? Is it ever this? And then I leave myself the option to Frigga the Hawk to still stop their limbo. Is this crazy? Call me baby? Because this turns off the Death's Domain too. And then I don't have to flip Diablos killing Elysium or not, because I think Elysium is better for me than them. Should we play the bird to Death's Domain this turn? Yeah, maybe. That's better.
I definitely need to change my underwear. What a game!
I saw that we were advertising we had a deal with the United Kingdom. Is the deal with the United Kingdom meaningfully different than what the United States had agreed with them before this entire disaster? Because they were one of the few regions that we actually had Trump's trying to get rid of trade deficits, right? And we already had a trade surplus with the UK, is my understanding, right? Or am I mixing that up with another country? There's a 10% tariff staying in place. So it's still more money, right? There's still a tariff there that wasn't there before. It's not going, okay. So it's still gonna cost people more money. Yes, turn 5 Hawk still turns off Limbo on 6. Early analysis suggests it's less than a 1% change from what we currently have. All right. What'd they lose? They lost Killmonger. Lost Kahori. Surge Moon Girl's fun, though. This is Gold Conquest, yeah. Is there any strategy to what location you play your 1-drop 2 on turn 1? Yeah, some strategy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh. And they lost their Kill Daddy, right? So I could just play these Snow Guards out and not worry about them. I love my Noombars, chat. Noombars are lovely. Just lovely. Frigga, please. Frigga, please. Frigga. Frigga. Oh, I love it when my deck takes requests, chat. I love it when my deck takes requests. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful. Do do do. Be do 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 do. Do do do. Beep beep be do 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 do. So even if they Zola this, it's only 22, right? And these are 39. I believe I have 39. So I'm beating Zola this plus death here. Ship it. It's a really big Numar.
Cut off 1 in 2 more shall take its place.
You're having too much fun. Second Dinner probably needs to nerf one of these cards soon. That's true, you know. All right, so this deck was a hoot and a holler. I firmly believe in ending decks on a high note, though. So we've been playing this for over an hour, so I think we're gonna move along to our next viewer submission. We've got some other things lined up that will hopefully be sweet. I will be bestowing the highest honor I can bestow to a viewer deck, which was we're gonna change the name from viewer deck to, gosh, what do we call this? Surge Kahori. It gets a real name and it gets to stay in the deck editor. Genuinely, I was not expecting Surge to feel as good as she felt in this deck. Getting to Moon Girl, the discounted card felt really clean. Just so much of our deck plays out proactively anyways. I think one of the questions we had when we started was, is Zabu worthwhile with only 2 4s? I think it really was. Zabu, one, this deck archetype wants cheap cards to get its hand empty so you can Moon Girl in a more controlled manner, and Zabu helps with that. But also, discounting either of these cards is incredible. Kahori is kind of clunky as a 4. She's really good as a 3, and she's nuts when you Zabu and Surge her. We had like some games where we got to Zabu, Surge, and then Moon Girl her, and she goes absolutely crazy in those games. Now, all of that being said, Jeff, should I spend limited resources on Kahori to play this deck? Absolutely not. Don't do that. I'm gonna save you your resources. What could you play instead of Kahori? Moonstone is probably a very reasonable 4 energy card that you could play in the Kahori slot. It's gonna make you a little bit weaker to tech cards, but it works well with Victoria Hand and it works well with Quinjet. And I think Moonstone goes into other decks like Spectrum and a few others where I think I would recommend Moonstone is fine. Luke Cage is just a proactive tech card. And like I talk about a lot, I think Luke Cage is genuinely the best proactive tech card in Marvel Snap right now. And he was great here and I wouldn't cut him. You should keep him. I think he's better than Mobius. He's very, very, very good. Wins you games against things like Scream and Ajax, and also mitigates location variance to an absurd degree. Because, noteworthy, while you have Snow Guard for some location variance mitigation, the Hawk does not stop things like Negative Zone or Necrotia from counting at the end of the game. Yeah, Snow Guard was the unsung hero of a lot of those games too. Such a sweet utility card, so loved this. You know what else you're gonna love, non-subscribers? These adverts, I'm sure. We'll be back with our next viewer deck in a couple of minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out, whether you're just getting started on your drops or you're almost done with them. You're gonna be able to complete them here today in Hoagland. We've got a long stream coming up. Don't go anywhere. Looks like we've got about 2,500 people between Twitch and YouTube right now. And my plan's the same as the rest of the week. If we're above 2,000 people, I'm just gonna keep streaming, gamers. If you want to just see me here hanging out all day, hanging out here all day with us is a great way to do it. Okay, so our next request is a Jeff Builds It request, which is a Jeff, can you play Adam Warlock alongside Silver Surfer? We'll be doing non-gameplay videos for Snap YouTube. The Hoaglandia Snap channel does weekly deck roundups, and I cover like other bigger game news updates. But not like daily non-gameplay stuff, no. But yeah, the Hoaglandia Snap stuff still has some roundup stuff on it. So there's two different directions that we can take for building Adam Warlock Surfer. One of them is we could play Bast Surfer, which is kind of interesting and novel. And the other one is we could just play some bigger stat sticks like Gladiator. Gladiator's probably better. Bast is more interesting. Rhinova, are you hanging out in chat? I think I could be persuaded to do either of those two things. So if Rhinova is here, they're the submitter, they can pick. Otherwise, I'll pick if they're not. Yeah, we're probably playing Surge either way. I think she's good in Surfer. Alright, I already do big things. I see Rhinova commenting. What are my trees? My trees with big numbers. Luna's not bad. Get some extra NRG and draw a card. Makari's a great idea. Yep, it's a good Surfer card. Yeah, Bast is probably too cute. A lot of these Surfer cards don't want to be Basted. I think if you enjoy playing low curve decks, Surge is very good in those decks, yes. I don't think I am of the opinion that Surge is like a Sam Wilson level card. I think her deck building restrictions are more heavy. I think she's not a generically powerful enough card outside of her deck building restrictions. It's like the TLDR. Fenris Killmonger is kind of fun with Gladiator. I like the idea of having some others. Is Surfer an Esme deck? I don't know the answer to that question. I guess we probably want a Sarah with Surge. And Esme's decent with Sarah. Do we want Warhead with Wolf? Yeah, potentially. Is there an extra way to blow things up? Oh, I don't have Brood in my deck yet. Why is Luna awkward? Luna's another way to get to Sarah ahead of time. Is it Shaw? Shaw gets Shang-Chi'd. I guess that's fine though. I think I'd rather have Galacta, yeah. She's pretty good. I hate to look at this. It's got some stuff going on. Yeah, Galacta's a Surfer staple. To everybody at home who's like, Jeff, what about this other 3 energy card? There's only 12 deck slots, gamers. There's only 12 deck slots. Why Makari? Makari is a free stat line for Surfer that you don't have to pay energy for, and she's good with Adam Warlock when you hit her early. Yes, Makari does keep the Surge trade going. True, is accurate. I'm enjoying Snowguard in Surfer. Yeah, I think Snowguard's a fine Surfer card. I think more people need to play Snowguard in general. The peak Marvel Snap content creator experience is I can make the joke about there's only so many slots for 3-drops in the deck, and then I'll still have 3 different people ask me why I'm not playing a particular 3-drop they like immediately afterwards. Oh, wait. You know what I could do here? I can Fenris Wolf to get their Ice Cube back to have an extra energy for next turn. Oh, I guess this gives me back one of their stones, though, now. I think this is right. I think this is right, because it means that they're saving Mockingbird for next turn, they get screwed. It unlocks the right. It does unlock their right side, but, like, I have a lot of points. Yeah, it seems great, right? Jeff, why aren't you playing Tireless Tracker? That's a 3-drop I like.
Victory.
Oh, that's a deep cut right there. Why aren't you playing Tireless Tracker? LOL. I think with the addition of Surge, Sarah is likely a must-have in Surfer. I agree. I've gone back and forth on them in the past, but I think Sarah means that Surge is a... Alright, with Surge, Sarah is a card you want. Turn 4 Sarah is so good sporadically. Speaking of turn 4 Sarahs. This is sweet, right? Because the two broods are gonna put this always moves in order, so a brood to broodling will push here, and then we'll get to draw an extra card. Would you get Victoria hand for 6k? I'm at 15,000 tokens. If you have Frigga, probably, because I really like those two together. But Victoria hand does really need Frigga. Yeah. If we ideally we find Skillmonger and/or Surfer here. Oh, it is front to back, not order you play them. All right, we done messed up. Did I have a different line? I don't know that I really had a different line there. Are we still okay? I think we're okay, yeah? Because the Captain Marvel can't jump middle without losing the right. Even Mockingbird we're winning here, yeah?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Sit down.
Victory.
Thought I was so clever with that Warlock setup, too. Yes, that opponent playing a very fair Thanos deck, not littered full of tech cards. Ride that bike. I'm trying. I've been pedaling for about an hour. I'm trying to do another half hour. Adam or Surge? Adam or Surge? Rip. At least we have Killmonger to take out the trash here. Do I want to take out the trash? Probably Mr. Negative. I didn't put Mobius in my Surfer deck, so we're probably cooked in this matchup. Are you pulling for Escoffier? I don't think so. My Genshin account is super endgame, so I'm basically only pulling for characters that help me in the Imagination Theater. And I have a ton of cryo characters built already. My wife pulled for her though, so I'll still get to play with her on her account. I do. All the combat stuff on her account for the rewards for her. Mental Misclick, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. I saw people saying she's really pushed, though. Maybe I'll play with her on Christie's account and change my mind. We'll see. This location's not conducive to playing this Brood proactively, but it is what it is. No, Makari jumping keeps the Surge Chain, which is great.
Victory.
I think if we're gonna win this matchup, it's gonna be games like this. We have to leave when my opponent has a good hand and take 2 or maybe 4 cubers off them as the game goes long, which isn't super exciting, but it is what it is. Makari. How's it going? Life's good. Marvel Snap's in a pretty solid place. We had a solid economy rework that we've been asking for a while finally happen. Gameplay's very reasonable. We had 2 sweet new card releases this week. I'm pausing on my Surge bonus for the time being to get Sarah down, I think. I think I'm snapping them before I play this Sarah. They missed on Mr. Negative this last turn, so. I think I'm supposed to stay here. As weird as that sounds. They're gonna Zola the Knot. Yeah, maybe. Oh, chat's right that we're getting Zola'd. I also don't think our deck's capable of winning this game, though, so I'm just going to mute them and stay, and then we'll move along with our lives. I think this is just the downside to playing Conquest. You're going to hit matchups that you're pretty close to 0% in, and you just got to, like, your run ends when that happens. We're dead here most of the time, but I think we're dead most of the time in this matchup, and I'd rather just stop playing it. How's the current pocket metagame? I think the current pocket metagame is actually really good. Their latest expansion is easily the best set of cards they've released this year. A handful of the new EX Pokemon they released are very playable and fun, and Rare Candy breathed new life into a bunch of the older releases as well. So they both made older cards playable and have new cards that are good, which is just like everything you want from a card game release. I think their previous expansion, the Shining Revelry one, is their worst expansion they've released in the lifespan of the game, so it's nice to get a good one after that. That one fell very flat. I just want to play my cards on curve here, yeah? I wouldn't even know where to begin if I got back into Snap. Well, so one of the things that's really good about Marvel Snap is that they don't render their older cards unplayable typically. So if you pick back up Marvel Snap today, you can realistically just pick back up most of the same decks you were playing before and probably there's some new cards that probably add to them reasonably, but generally speaking, you can probably just keep playing them. I feel like playing with this Surfer deck in these last couple of matches has been a lovely lesson in why trying to do interesting, proactive things with your Surfer deck in this metagame is really bad, and you should just be breaking your opponent's stuff aggressively. Our last match was, well, if I had Mobius, they could never win the game. And this match is, well, if I have Luke Cage, they could never win the game. But we tried to build our deck to, like, do Adam Warlock, Fenris Wolf stuff. And it's been very not good, unfortunately. It's actually gonna be closer than I was expecting it to be. If this Nova hadn't been punched by a Russian, we might have been fine. Oh, wait, do we win? Holy! Eat that, you stupid Russian.
Victory.
Clearly, deck is perfect, and none of the criticisms I just made apply. Pay no attention to the lack of the Ajax behind the curtain. Not only did the Ajax deck miss on drawing their Ajax, but our deck also drew Sarah and Surfer, right? So like we were able to sneak that in large part because they bricked and we were firing on all bits. Which card games have variants, that's gonna happen periodically for you. Sure, why not? Are they Erishim? You're a mega fast keyboardist. I have to know, how old are you? It's interesting to compare games today against games 2+ years ago on your YouTube channel, and the final numbers really aren't that different. I personally feel like my typing really isn't really impressive. Old enough to have taken it in school, okay. But whenever I watch the children type, and by children I mean 20-somethings. They all seem to type like this. The generation below me types like my parents, and it's really weird. Give them a touchscreen and they're lightning fast texters. I mean, I don't text slowly either. My texting speed dropped dramatically once they removed all physical buttons from the phones. Yeah. We used to play type racing games as challenges in my friends group. It was what you did. It was a website called Type Racer. have our first turn 2 Adam Warlock with Makari. Finally gonna get to draw a card with my Adam Warlock, he says. Thanks, Brode. Appreciate you, bud. I would like the record to reflect Adam is technically drawing this card. I would like the record to reflect that Adam is technically drawing our card. Don't you dare take this away from him, chat. He's drawn us 2 cards. Type Racer still exists? Oh, man. Creature Road Racetrack and play with friends. That's exactly it. Yeah, you want to see people that type fast. Look at these high scores. 200 words per minute. That's fast, chat. 240 words per minute. I think I type it like, I don't know what I type at today. When I was a small child, it was like 100-ish. Somewhere in the 80 to 100 range. Yeah, hover around 100 or so. 200 is a lot. Do I try and compete here? This is a lot of points here, yeah? This is what, 14, 18, 22? No, the Strange is gonna eat the Strange though, right? It's gotta just be this. All right, they lost the flip on their Cosmo.
Victory.
All hail Adam. That last game is a good example of one of the many struggles Adam faces, which is there are just way too many locations in this superhero video game that take cards and shove them into your hand without your consent. We got on the scoreboard in a few of those, but I will say I would be surprised if this Fenris Wolf configuration ends up being better than just playing more tech cards. I will say the combination of Surge and Luna Snow leading to turn 4 Sarah with some consistency felt really good though. I think if I was exploring less cheeky builds of Surfer that had appropriate amounts of tech cards in them, I would want to explore that angle further of Surge and Luna so you can Sarah on turn 4 with some consistency. Surge instead of Kate. I think Surge is pretty good in this archetype. I think Surge... What's the best way to put what Surge does? Surge enables turn 4 Sarah, and in the games where you don't have Sarah, Surge lets you play 2 3s on 5, which is nice. Oh, you're saying you're looking to buy Kate or Surge. I would buy Kate before I buy Surge. I think Kate goes in more decks and is harder to replace. Surge is a fine, very playable card, but I would buy Kate first. All right, what's our next pile of cards? Okay, now I know this is not a best deck stream, so you're gonna boo and hiss when you see Thanos. However, we have balanced Thanos in this viewer deck by playing Joaquin Torres. So we're gonna go ahead and grab some ad roll here before we dive into this. And when we get back, we're gonna play some Joaquin Misery Thanos stones here as our next viewer deck submission of the day. Prototype, thank you for the 6 years and the absurdly generous tier 3 sub. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Is Thanos good? And Thanos is the best deck by a lot right now, for sure. You want to sub a card? I think Strange Supreme is the first to go. I agree. I don't love Strange in this archetype in general, especially with Misery. So we might sub Strange for something else. Oh, you know what we should do? It's a Fire Hair deck. Or we could play Hood. I don't love Strange here. I'll stew. Maybe Fire Hair. Maybe Fire Hair. BRB. Wanna run some ads? I'm gonna go grab an early lunch because I woke up early today. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. All right, I guess we're pedaling for slightly more. I went upstairs and my lovely, beautiful wife offered to make spinach wraps for lunch, so she's doing that. So we'll pedal until those are ready to eat, I think. And my last major purchase imported from China was on my porch. Picked up a futon to put out at the camper. Get him before the next round comes in and costs 140% more, eh? Did I hear the UK got a deal done? My understanding of the UK deal is they still have a higher tariff than they did before. But we're calling it a deal to call it a deal. Is it fair here? I guess with Joaquin Torres, I probably don't need to triple them up. Although she kind of acts like as an additional Joaquin. Alright, I'll play it. Might as well. Let's play more red cards. Also, like, incidentally, what portion of the US total imports are from the UK? It's some pretty small number, right? 2% of the overall global US imports. Got it. Cool. That's actually higher than I was expecting.
Destiny will arrive.
Does this overfill my hand? I guess it turns off the Abbey for them though, right? So we'll take it away. British cars, scotch, eggs, and whiskey. All right, well, eggs being slightly less expensive is good, right? So I guess eggs slightly less expensive isn't true. Slightly less more expensive. Is that accurate? Because that's what it is, right? It's slightly less more expensive. Scotch, eggs, and eggs are not the same thing. Oh, today I learned. Got it. Okay. Scotch eggs are not eggs. Okay, I understand. According to BCC, tariffs on steel and aluminum are now 10% down from 27 and 0% on the first 100,000 cars. But what was it before everything though? Did it get cheaper? Is it less than we had before Liberation Day? Or is it still more than what we had before Liberation Day? It's still more than what we had before Liberation Day, yeah? Please don't call it that, but it's funny. I want to call it that. I probably shouldn't fire here because I'm just not gonna have space. We'll do this, I think. At least the Mercedes I can't afford will be a little cheaper. Won't somebody please think of the Mercedes? After this deal, the base rates are still more than what they were. Okay, that was my understanding. Sounds like I understand, unfortunately. That's the true curse of being a liberal, chat. It sounds like I understand correctly, unfortunately. Deeply, deeply unfortunate, but I do understand correctly. What if I do this, and then I do this here in this order, and then this? So this guarantees the Thanos goes left to win here, and then the Mockingbird goes right. Yeah, that works. Or are they airship Thanos? Yeah, okay, I didn't notice that. That's fine, they're still losing. Oh, that's actually true. After, the funny thing is that shipping is already way down due to tariffs. Even assuming the trade war with China gets resolved, it takes a long time to ramp that back up. So shipping costs will suit up with the sudden increase in demand. Yeah. Oh, their username has airship in it too. I missed that. I think the soonest I'll be back to doing Pocket Content Live is Monday at this point. Probably not till Tuesday though, realistically. The UK has agreed to increase the amount of US beef that meets the UK food standard. Does that mean they're lowering their standard to take more, or that the US is increasing the quality that they're giving? I remember reading something about that they wanted to... You already know. They're making their standards more permissive. I mean, that's truly the most American thing I've heard all day. That we are forcing shittification upon other countries. That's the deal we're making. You think you can have higher quality schlop than the United States? We'll tariff you into the ground, mothers, until your schlop's as bad as our schlop. That'd be really funny if it wasn't said. Ooh, an extra copy of Wiccan. That sounds lovely. I love NRG. Oh, they made both my Thanoses cheaper when that happened. That was great. Why did we start a trade war in the first place? Because recessions act as a vehicle to transfer wealth from people at the bottom to other people at the top. So I really can't emphasize enough to people who are like, none of this makes sense, why would they do this? It does make sense because it serves as a vehicle to transfer wealth. When recessions happen, people who have the least are forced to sell at lower amounts, and while the money in the bank for people at the top technically goes down as stocks vibrate, the people at the top can sit on it until it bounces back up again. What a perfect ending. I have Soul Stone, so Thanos can go here. Lovely, lovely. All right, I apologize for asking. This is your reminder if you want to talk about the state of the world and Marvel Snap and everything else endlessly with the Hoaglandia community. We have a very active subscriber Discord server with channels for all sorts of things. You should pop in there if you're a supporter. I wanna move on from the topic of Trump and tariffs. I don't want to get bogged down in reality. The only reality I want to suffer through is the one reality Stone is bestowing upon us. Hey, we get our player. You know what would be one of the biggest quality of life changes Marvel Snap could do? When my opponent retreats on turn 6 and I have 3 6-drops queued up, locked down in the middle, it should really count towards these missions. They should count as played when my opponent retreats and I have them in play and my turn's locked in. It's so obnoxious. And this isn't even limited to alliances. Like, Alliance has some of this, but regular missions have these too. As someone who was a big detractor of alliances for a long time because they launched in a bad state, I think the current iteration of alliances, where they both reduced the amount of points you need to get the top rewards and added more generic missions, are pretty close to reasonable. I don't go out of my way to, like, take chores that I wouldn't want to do, and the just spend energy ones are good.
Universe shall be set right.
If you are a 2-person group, it's rough. I mean, the alliances definitely aren't intended to be played with 2 people. That is accurate. As someone who enjoys playing Surfer, what are your thoughts on daily quests that require things like playing 6-drops? I think one of Marvel Snap's biggest shortcomings is that it too regularly dictates to players how they're supposed to be playing the game. BDJ, thank you for the 25 months. I think Marvel Snap would be better if all of the missions were just like play cards, win games, snap, things that I could do while playing any deck. Again, I can't tell you the number of times I've loaded up Marvel Snap when I'm off stream thinking maybe I'll clear my missions, and I look at them and go, I can't do any of these missions with decks I actually feel like playing. I'm just not gonna do them. I wish Marvel Snap trusted its players to know how they enjoy playing the game more frequently. It feels like too often Marvel Snap's treating me like a child who, like, you don't know what you like, Jeff. Let me tell you what you like and what is fun. Yes, I think that's a good take from Duck. I think the only missions I think are remotely okay with being super restrictive are the chapter missions that you like have weeks or the whole month to do. I think I agree with that that's fine. So there are 3 more stones in my deck. Oh, I found a use for Joaquin Torres, chat. We'll lead him with Nico Minaru. I'm gonna draw my entire deck here, yeah? I'm gonna draw 2 cards from this, then I'm gonna draw 2 with Nico. Oh, I guess not quite the entire thing, Sedge. That was incredibly rude, game. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be 1 stone short of completing Thanos. That being said, I think I still want to play the Soul Stone out so he can dodge a Shang-Chi over here.
Power must be controlled.
Alright, so they need... how big is this? God bless America. I don't know how people play this deck and play mirror matches. It seems mind-numbing to do that all day. Auntie, thank you for the 27 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back.
The universe shall be set right.
It's a guaranteed wicket, I suppose. I brick a draw doing this, but I kind of want a second Sam, I think. Don't say guaranteed wicked, man. Plans, bro, and laughs. That's fair. Alright, so we don't want to break any more draws because finding Lucas is literally the only thing that matters. That Diamondback makes me uncomfortable. She's very excited to be here. Alright, I just need to maximize my odds of finding Lucas, yes. So I can't play any cards here or here because I'll brick a draw. I've never seen a card that sticks out of the border so much. Yeah, that's true, actually. That was a big frame break on that one. Eee, Lukey. Are we cooked? I think we're cooked. Like Sunday dinner. Yep. Big grapefruit juice. Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. It's power checked. It is not. There was still a reality stone in my deck. Oh, is that Luke face down? Oh, it's Luke face down. Oh, man. Always Lucas. Always Lucas. Oh, I think I'm pedaled out. We're going to stand up until lunch gets here, gamers. Good solid. Good solid pedaling. Oh, perfect timing.
I have to bite this side first, is it correct?
Thank you, love. Oh, food. Nom nom nom. What's for lunch today? Spinach and vegetable wrap. I guess with the raft, I brick a draw here, which is unfortunate. What made you become a vegetarian? Just never a huge fan of the flavor of meat. Do I do this and just accept that I need to hit Killmonger to win the game? I think so. I think so. I think so. New pope has been chosen. Hopefully they're even half as progressive as the previous pope. That would be nice. Is that a beast here on the right? Toxin. All right, I mean, this Thanos is active. Jeff, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but more liberal is not the way the world has been going. I saw, I guess someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw something that said the previous Pope, yeah, Francis, like, he appointed, like, upwards of 70% of the people who were voting for the next Pope. So, I think there's a real possibility there.
Inevitable.
What's your favorite Misery deck? There is a Victoria Hand Frigga Misery highlight over on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel that I played a few times. I like that deck a lot. As someone raised Catholic and is now an atheist, Francis seemed like a decent person. Yep, I was also raised very Catholic, and he seemed like a genuinely good human being. He seemed like someone who wanted to live all of the various principles that are talked about in the Bible, like helping people who are less fortunate and taking care of the stranger, i.e. immigrants, unlike many lip service conservatives do today. I might do this into Killmonger here. Seems good. It cuts one from each of us, but draws me another card, which is nice. All right, no one needs to die this day in Hala. So I have both Soul Stone and Reality Stone that can let me into the bridge. Honestly, I think it's just this. Gives me the most flexibility of what I can play next turn. Then get in with Hawk. Yeah, putting 12 points here is a lot. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Kahori Gamer! Alright, they deserve to win way more than our Dopey Benedict does. Should I have Victoria Hand or Grandmaster? Absolutely Victoria Hand, and it's not particularly close. I will say this. Playing Thanos for the last half hour has pretty thoroughly convinced me that Thanos and his stones themselves are not remotely the reason the popular Thanos decks are really strong. Like all of the other stuff these decks are doing feels incredibly fair compared to most of the other stuff we're queuing into. We finished all our alliance missions. That's just good value right there. Is that the top one? We're approaching the top one already? Go Gadget Hoaglandians.
Legendary. Epic.
That's an interesting bit of background, Duck. Thanos can play Surge and Fastos in the same deck. All right, what's our next viewer pile of cards? Oh, this is a pile. Okay, so we have a request to try and cheat cards from our deck into play in as many different ways as we can possibly have. Are there any other cards other than these? I guess it's like, are there any other these other than like Lockjaw? I don't think Lockjaw. I think Lockjaw is too clunky. Redwig. Nah, not Redwig. Blink, kinda. And Blink's okay with Jubilee. I think Blink qualifies. Finding Blink with Esme is also probably fine. Alright, we're gonna fill in the details on this one, and then we're gonna play some games with it when we get back. I appreciate everybody hanging out here today. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We've got plenty of sweet things coming up. You said Esme, Kuko, and C4 is not good. Take my money to prove you're right. That'll be the next one up, Captive. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. All right, have some adverts. We're going to build and play this when we get back. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. We're doing a long stream today, so if you've got a viewer deck you'd like to send in, there's still space for that. Pink grapefruit juice. I think I might have missed your resub a little bit ago. Thank you for that. That's probably, I'm gonna blame stuffing my face. All right, I've got a lot of on reveals, so Gore is like the go-to Esme big thing. What else do we want? I think Luke probably makes sense with Anti-Venom, and I'm probably going to have a couple other big things that Esme wants to put points back on. Like, let's put, like, Magneto in here. Another big thing that gives gore power. Rad for life, thank you for the tip. We can do some Galactus, I think. That sounds fun. Are we a Psylocke deck? I don't hate that. I have 2 good 4s we don't mind ramping into. Grandmaster's an alright thought. Because retagging Jubilee, Anti-Venom, and Esme is all okay, I think. And then I think I just want a few more bombs from here. Is that crazy? Yeah, people suggesting Malekith, they're very silly. There's no good targets for Malekith here. Wave plus another 6 sounds fine. What do I want my other 6 to be? Blob's interesting because it works with Esme organically, but we don't have that many power worth of stuff in our deck, right? I think it's probably just Red Hulk. I know it's not exciting, but I think it's the right answer. I really can't believe they made Panopticon the feature location. Like, Thanos has been the best deck for a little bit. They had to have known Thanos was still going to be the best deck when they picked that, right?
Opponent snapped.
Esme lets you potentially play 2 copies of Kang. What an absolutely deeply cursed thought. Holy. Esme lets you play 2 copies of Kang. This is probably bigger, actually, yeah. And then next turn, we'll go Luke Anti-Venom. Always want to play your Luke on the last turn in a matchup like this, because they often play Rogue and Enchantress and Red Skull as ways to interact with him. Oh, Red Hulk's better because they could have Red Guardian. Yeah, that's true. That's a good call. That's fine. My opponent would never. Am I winning the right? I would be at... I'm at 5, and this would be 10. But it's only 19. Alright, so I gotta do this. Silly Ant Maze. Kicking our Lucas out. Was Kang ever good? He was not. Really novel, interesting idea, just doesn't work in practice. It's a good generic 6 that you can replace Red Hulk with. Probably just regular Hulk, honestly. I think it's just Anti-Venom to try and contest this. Harsh, but fair. That works out well for us overall, though. Okay, so this gives me 2 draws at Luke. This gives me 3 draws at Luke Cage. Come on, Luke! Come on, Luke! Oh, no! Damn it! You're so close to greatness, chat. You're so close to greatness. My goodness! Oh, it would have been so good to punish them. Blinks of 50-50. Sure is, says the man about to get Goliath. I think Marvel Snap's really fun. It's a sweet game where I get to enjoy playing my superhero cards. And it's very tactical and deep. You have lots of meaningful decisions on the final turns of the game that allow you to impact the outcome of what's happening on your screen. To be fair, our deck was really sweet there. We would have actually beaten the Alioth if we would have hit our Luke Cage any of our 3 draws, right? Because we would have played Luke center, and then the Red Hulk plus the Magneto would have been 27 on the right. We would have been at 30. So I know it sucks to miss there, and it sucks to get blown out by their toxic card, but like our deck did something sweet there. We would have beaten the Alioth. Or 70% to Luke there. What were the odds on hitting Luke there? It was, we had a 0.66 raise to the 3. Yeah, or 71%. I think we do have to mulligan on this one, though. All of our friends are in our hand, and we have nowhere to go. Drew all 3 big drops in no wave. Take a do over. All bombs, no bombers, exactly. What a great profile picture and username. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. Okay, this deck is sweet.
We are the future.
Best hand ever.
I am Iron Man. We are the future.
Not blinking the Esme. Did I finish on the Esme? Maybe you're right. I didn't remember which one I finished on. You did not. Okay, I didn't think I did.
We are the future. I am Iron Man.
Oh, I could blink too and just not get anything. Yeah. Good call. I missed a free 7 points. You're right. Because if I had done Magneto and then blink, he doesn't blink into anything, and she's an extra 7 points. It's a good call out. That was a gas game though. All right, I'm officially buying what this deck is selling. God bless the cloning mats, eh? How old is Jeff? I was gonna Google Jeff the baby land shark's age, but that doesn't appear to be easily accessible, sadly. He's like 3. Who will move the movers? We must move the movers, gamers. All right, Hercules, come to me. Step into Madam Web's office, shall we? Oh, wow. I was hoping we'd hit one of our odd reveals that push it center here. Marvel Snap's having a moment here. No, it's okay, bro. You can finish the turn. Really, bro. It's okay.
All systems go.
Where's my anti-venom card? Did it disappear? How did it get shuffled? Does it not shuffle the other one in until this is like, so this reveals and then it puts the other one in? That's weird. I think it's just Iron Man and we win the game.
I am Iron Man.
I truly did not think this deck would be remotely reasonable when we started, and it's been very, very fine.
Opponent snapped.
Is my hand good enough to stay? Yeah, probably. Man, sir. Thanks for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. All right, we've got some bangers in the deck still. Do you want Shadow King as another answer to our own anti-venom? Have you considered just being lucky instead? Or perhaps not being unlucky? This'll give me a 0, a 3, and a 4. Or I should end on Esbay so I have the option to blink her if I want. And I'm gonna have 7 with the Starbrain energy. I hadn't pushed the button yet. Silly me. Imagine not having pushed the button yet. This is going to be at least 2 more on reveals. Yeah, the Hulk's probably bigger. And this could hit another Jubilee, so I want to leave this open. My deck right now is Jubilee, Psylocke, Magneto. This is deeply rude. And fine, we're still winning the center, yeah? Oh no, we're tied in the center? Wait, we're winning left and right. I think. Maybe. Send help. If this is Psylocke, we lose. Don't be Psylocke. Don't be Psylocke. Yes. Oh wait, no, this grabs the vulture. Shit. Who's winning? I don't know. Counting, math. I win the breaker. I win the breaker by 1. Yippee! That was excellent television. Holy. Never doubted us for a second, Gibbers. Some of you were worried at some point during that game. And you were incredibly wrong to be worried the entire time. Almost diffed by a Spider-Man 2099. Almost, not quite. Coolly and calmly calculated, clearly. Alright, let's grab some of these. What am I doing? I guess I'm moving cards occasionally. That was some peak Marvel Snap gameplay for sure. This might be one of the instances where I don't auto-snap because our hand's a little clunky. Ooh, wait though. That saves me, yeah? Gives me 6 next turn. Tony is here. Tony is here. Unless they're on the Proxima build, they shouldn't be able to get into Alter. Which means if we just get to play for a breaker on Onslaught Citadel, it's absurd for us. Holy. Well, that's delicious. And if we don't draw Gore, we blink this into Gore guaranteed. Yeah, Gambit's a good call out. But they used him up early, yeah? Just gotta give myself some options here, but... Nah, we'll put her middle. Hopefully they just can't get into the left. Boomer snap me! Boomer snap me! Do it! You know you want to. Yes! Yes! Oh, delicious, yes! Watch them be able to play for Altar of Death here somehow. Oh, make sure they're good and muted.
I am Iron Man.
Thoroughly exceeds expectations. Thoroughly exceeds expectations. Much like the United States, chat, we've lost the right. However, we had the most points, and that's what mattered. We won the breaker by a little bit. This deck is significantly better than it has any right to be. Alright. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, but we're definitely going to do a double set with this one. It's been a hoot and a holler so far. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Whether you're just starting your drops or you're almost done with them, you're going to be able to do them all here in Hooglandia today. Thanks everybody for chilling. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, whether the live stream or in a highlight in the future, like I suspect it will be sure to tap that like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps my content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that do. I guess time to stand up after lunch, gamers. Stretch the old legs out. I don't think I have room for Shadow King realistically. I think we'd have to cut like Wave, and Wave has been super useful. You have to cut like Wave or Grandmaster. You'd have to give up consistency in another way. Psylocke, I guess. You also just like don't have great spots on your curve to fit Shadow King in, I don't think. We should probably try Shadow King for posterity's sake. I don't know who I want to cut. It's probably Psylocke or Wave. Could it be Grandmaster? Grandmaster's been only okay. It's probably Grandmaster, right? Because he's like a reactive card after these three, too. Yeah, it's either. I think that would be the cut if I want to fit him in. That's true. If we wave, we can go 6-drop plus Shadow King on 6. There's another reason to keep waving for sure. Yeah. Okay, let's give Shadow King a try. This has been surprisingly very reasonable. I felt like Grandmaster was adding to our consistency, though. Maybe. I mean, anything we're trimming is going to trim on consistency in some way, shape, or form, Tepic. This is adding consistency at a different angle, right? It's like giving us another way to undo Esme and Anti-Venom on our big-ins. It's good to see new people making it into Snap, by the way, with drops. My little tracker here says we've had almost 100 new followers on the day. And fun fact, fun fact, this stream, in the 5 hours that it's had happen already, has had over almost 10,000 unique people come through in that time. As a fun one. Can we play Claw over one of the top end cards like Red Hulk? No, having actual big numbers has been really good. Seed! Seed! No, this is an arms race, gamers. It's not a seed. That's true too. Diversifying away from just ongoing makes us less bad to Enchantress as well. I'm feeling bad about my medium submission after these banger cooks. Well, if it makes you feel better, we're gonna play Cerebro 4 after this one, so you probably won't be the worst thing we played today. Well, I mean, I'm glad we have Shadow King as backup. Has there not been as much Shang-Chi? So, we're currently in a snapshot of the metagame where Shang-Chi is less popular than he has been at many points in the past. However, there's a really wide spread of other tech cards that are really popular at the moment. So there's like 5 or 6 different tech cards that have 20 to 35% play rates right now in the metagame. Queuing into Clog after we cut Grandmaster is very rewarding too. Grandmaster's super clunky, and the opponent's gunking up our board. Five 20% tech cards means Marvel Snap is 100% tech cards. I mean, unironically, like, I would wager most decks have 1 or more tech cards in them right now that are good. I think I'm pretty happy to just fill up New York, so it's fine. We're gonna clog it anyways. I don't know that I'm snapping because I'm in a good position. Our hand is fine. I mostly don't want to play 800 games against Clog if I can avoid it. Oh, that's true. We actually queued into a discard deck that was playing Mobius yesterday. Missing my anti-venom card here is big sad. Is there a good sub in this list for Esme? Esme doesn't strike me as a picky dom. I think she'd be happy subbing for having any sub in this deck. I think I have to fill here, right? to play around with Annie. Evil Penguin, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Was Luke Cage ever a 3-4? I don't believe so. It's a shame I have to play the Shadow King out. They could Annie here and get us, I suppose. We could blink left and turn Wave into Magneto Red Hulk. Yeah, but I don't know that 7 wins here. I think they play left most of the time. I don't think I'm gonna pay out the Boomer. If they snap early, I'm gonna stay, but I think if they're gonna Boomer snap me on the last turn and we're clearly in a bad position, I'm not gonna reward them for doing so. Oh, that's true too. There was an anti-venom card in our deck still. One of the 6s could be a 0. Yeah, if you're someone who's been away from Snap for a little bit, Juggernaut is currently one of the best tech cards in the game. Has been for a little while. It's a mini Goliath in a lot of ways. Mojo in their deck is kind of interesting. Yeah, kind of an old school clock deck. Was a thing forever ago. Hoping to draw either Jubilee or Anti-Venom next turn to go with our Psylocke. Are Gore and Red Hulk replaceable? Gore's pretty important if you're looking to play Esme. He's one of the singular best cards she can copy out of your deck for you. Red Hulk could definitely just be a different big dumb number. But Gore's pretty uniquely powerful alongside our new card. Ooh, the extra energy here means Blink and Iron Man are both draws. Oh, it's so sad. How has Juggernaut changed that made him so strong? He didn't. People just figured out he was good. The types of decks people are playing changed. Your late Blink. I was gonna play for all of it. There's a good chance we're cooked here, but I don't really want to play more games against Clog. Is Blob better than Red Hulk? So, if you cut Red Hulk for Blob, you don't really have points for your Blob to eat, is the problem. Are they dead?
I am Iron Man.
Looking pretty dead. We could gore middle. Gore's only 7. Or is this 9? There's a nowhere here, so Shadow King's not happening. Hello, opponent. This is Proving Grounds. No, this is Gold Conquest. Because we won our way all the way up from the Proving Grounds, gamers. Titan's better for us than them. I'm going to Psylocke the right to fill in for their void whatnot. $33% for a really good draw here. Ooh, 2 33%ers. Only needed 1. Bunch of good hits here. Holy. Even Blink's a solid find, yeah. That was the worst outcome. Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all. Do I fill the right now? I think I fill the right. Spotlight keys no longer exist. We have a brand new economy for this game. It's much better. Can't just do this and lock him in the center. You'll have tokens in your inbox to make up for it. Yes, they converted any of your remaining keys to tokens. So we'll pull dog and debris here into the middle. Is Magneto middle bad if they play Sentry? I have priority. And now they're just cooked on the right, yeah? They're not beating 14 there. Circe on the right could get us. Sure. What's the most points? This is 18. 18's the most here. If they're Circeing here, they're not beating 18 here. Their best shot is like Circe here, Titania here. Even the Circe's not a guarantee. They need a 8 power 5 drop. American Pope. Is that common or uncommon? As someone who knows nothing about the history of popes. Very uncommon. Okay. First time ever, someone in chat says. Cool. It's a first. That's a first. How is it a good thing? Is it a good thing? Oh, wait. Is it Trump? Is he the Pope? I saw people floated that idea. First American Pope. It all makes sense now. Trump can't be Pope. He's not Catholic. I mean, he can't be president. He tried to overthrow the government. Oh, wait. I think I'm leaving. We're sweating here, right? Yeah, I'll take a mulligan here. Like that. We'll make the next one the last one. I mean, cloning vats is pretty good for us. Maybe. Our hands a little clunky. I guess I don't have a ton of. I'm gonna play it out. This is fine. We'll let it ride. Oh, I'm getting Cosmoed on the right. Well, that's sad. Marvel Snap has also had enough of Cosmo's bullshit, it would appear. That is how I feel as well, Marvel Snap, when my opponent plays the tech card to ruin my sweet thing. Hopefully Ben Brode takes note. They've had Rogue in their deck. They've had Rogue in their deck this entire time. I feel like them just copying a demon here is good for us, yeah? I think I Magneto the left to... Well, actually, do I just do this? And then next turn I can Shadow King and another 6-drop. I think this is the play, actually. I think this is the line. I think they're playing Viper. I don't know. I can win the other two if they play Viper, I think. Well, they also don't have that many points over here if they play Viper. They could Annie me or Viper me though. Oh, this game fucking sucks. Fuck you. What's in my deck? Do we win with Magneto middle? I don't think so. Like, the only way we win is to play for the left. Gamers, these have no text. I know they're not showing no text, but they're Alioth. Can they win the right? I don't know if they can win the right. I don't know if they have another number. Oh, they have the other Alioth.
We are the future.
They have the other Alioth. All right, that's fine. I have faith we can beat this emoting piece of trash 2 games in a row. Two of the face down cards are Alioth and Rogue. Is Airship still broken? No, it's not super powerful, but it still sucks as always to play against. That hasn't really changed. This one cuts in both directions. We could use the last turn, but if they get a good clog, they could get us. I think I'm just doing this, and unfortunately the game's probably going to come down to a Rogue 50-50. Might be able to play for all 3, I suppose. They don't have any super huge numbers. We have Red Hulk and Gore. This is, again, just like something you really want to do when you're playing against Clog. You'll note I very proactively filled my right side location here. So that way I get to dictate when my location fills up as opposed to them. Cannonball and Shang-Chi are high candidates for their last cards. That would put them to playing 4 tech cards in their Clog deck, which is about average for this current metagame. Most people are playing lots of tech cards. Comes down to a rogue flip on the right.
Power must be controlled.
Okay, play one more for all the marbles. And again, this is, I very intentionally set my game board up so that way the Iron Man would be with the Luke Cage and we would get a flip at it to play around their tech card to the best of our ability. You should just assume basically every deck you play against in this game right now has somewhere between 2 and 5 tech cards in it. Even our deck, right? Like, our deck is this really pretty proactive do the thing deck, and we have Luke Cage and Shadow King. They at least have the saving grace of, I could say, they're enablers for our deck. So they're not just pure, I'm being toxic, but we are still playing 2 tech cards even in our deck. It sucks to have to flip this coin on the last game of the set, but I think this is a correct bet every time. Is Wave sort of a soft tech card? She is not. She doesn't increase cost anymore. If Jubilee hits Blink, we blink Esme into something bigger, says Local Man, about to blink into an Iron Man. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, the opponent is playing 4 tech cards, and they're playing 0 copies of Annihilus. I didn't even think about that. Oh, we're just dead to a tech card, yeah. No matter how I slice it. If Blink lives, we win. No, we lose by 1 point! Because of the Space Throne, we lose by 1 point! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, man. And this is just what makes Conquest one of the most brutal, deflating game modes here. Like, We put a half hour playing this, right? Like we took an ad break before and I take another ad break now and then over a half hour later. And the entire game came down to this bet on that one turn. And I missed it. We also would have won the game if my anti-venom and my Jubilee would have been inverted too, right? So I could have... I flipped a coin on anti-venom versus Jubilee and flipped wrong too. If I would have anti-venomed and then Jubilee instead of Jubilee and then anti-venom, we also win this game. Do we win if we blink Luke? If I blink Luke, Blink doesn't have any power, chat. So again, Luke put this to 7 and gave this +6. So I couldn't use Blink. Every game's all the tech card game. All right, I know that's a little bit of a disappointing ending to some really bad variants, but the games we played with this deck were really sweet overall. I had a ton of fun. I think I'm gonna leave this one in the deck, honestly. I think this is one we're probably going to revisit for weekend missions for sure. What do we call this? Esme Ramp, probably. I like this a lot. That was sort of fun. Sneak In Show. Honestly, it probably isn't accurate. I like the Magic Throwback. Sneak In Show. I don't think I'd make any change. I think the Shadow King over the Grandmaster is probably right. It gives us a way to break our opponent's stuff on occasion, and a second way to undo the anti-venom and the Esme on our bigger cards is almost assuredly correct, I think. All right, let's go ahead and take a pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. When we get back, we are going to build Cerebro 4 as our next viewer deck submission of the afternoon. So thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Reset these alliance missions before I forget. We're probably gonna finish this top award before the weekend. Look at the gamers go. Grindle sent in something this morning, not my dads. We played. They were the Black Knight deck we fumbled with. You know, I'm gonna be honest. It's been so long since this card was remotely playable, I forgot they buffed it to 2. Yeah, Bob is a Cerebro 4 card again. Good call. Are we a Ravona deck? Yeah, maybe. Makari runs into our heart. Yep. I probably want a way to re-roll locations, yeah? Can I play my Scarlet and the Boys? 2 of Kate's arrows are 4. I don't believe that's true. Oh, Nocturne! Could I forget about my girl? Lovely. Are any 2 4s in this game? Cloak's a 2/4 still, yeah. Oh, Spider-Man. What's going on, Pete? Pim and Basic are both 4. Is Basic Arrow also 4? It is. Look at that. It's probably better than Hawkeye. doesn't look unplayable. Cope? Cage over Cloak, maybe? I've certainly played worse decks than this. Esme's really medium here. I don't think that's true. We've got Iron Man and Claw's excellent hits, and Cerebro and Mystique are both fine as well. I have a Mewtwo player roping me while dead on board. What is this, Season 1? What's going on, Beetle? God, how salty would the Mewtwo players have been with Ranked in Season 1? Super salty, I bet. I appreciate the almost 8 years and the Tier 3 and everything else you've done here over that time. Would I rather have Cloak than Mysterio? Yeah, maybe Cloak's better than Mysterio. Mysterio's a high roll with Esme. Do I need an extra high roll with Esme? Yeah, if Esme hits Mysterio, you get 3 4s. Cloak plays on 2. I think people undervalue being able to play on curve. I'll play Cloak. I gotta play my David Mack Cloak nearly enough. Would Hope ever be good here? I don't think we're really using extra energy from her. All right, there's our girl. We should play Frigga. Frigga's an interesting call out. I don't hate that idea. The drops to your numbers are really high this time, considering the drops are just cosmetic. Dexter and Dara decided they were only gonna loop viewers for a day and a half instead of 3 days this cycle. So today's actually been my highest day because we're not competing with other larger content creators today. Oh, Cosmo. It's fine, I didn't want to have fun anyways. We need to play Viper in case we get Monster Island, something like that. They could fill over here this turn. We found the cards we're looking for. I don't think it's gonna be enough. We can't play Ant-Man out because he goes to 5 and then ruins all our bonuses. Nah, it's not quite enough still, right? We win the center. No, we don't even win the center. Actually, just lose all three of them. All right, we had back-to-back good viewer submissions in a row. They can't all be winners. We'll give it the old college try here for the half hour, like we do, but there's a good chance Cerebro 4's average power output is just not enough. Friga. I just don't think there's a good cut for Friga. I really wish we could get 3-2 Storm back. That would be great. Well, I guess we're not playing him out. Esme is cracked. Cerebro 2 is broken. Cerebro 4 is broken. You heard it here first, gamers. Anybody telling you otherwise? Obviously lying. Broken. So happy. This gives us 8 over here in ties, right? I'm excited to see what tech card kicks our Cerebro on there, right? All right, maybe we do want Friga. Maybe I'm sold on having all the Cerebros all the time. We won a game! Yay! I'm so proud of us. All right, who do we cut for? Who do we cut for Friga? Is it like Claw? It's Claw or Cloak, I think. Claw's like a good Esme hit, I guess. But Friga's probably a fine Esme hit too. I kind of like having... I think I want to keep the 2s because the 2s make Friga better. Because I think there's games where we're going to want to go 2-on-2 into Friga the 2-on-3. I'm gonna cut the Claw. I believe we don't need Claw's points, chat. We should cut Cerebro and add Victoria Hand. LOL.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Okay, wait. I just saw the tweet that wins the Pope comments contest. Smart play for the Vatican to go for the American Pope to avoid the tariffs. It was an excellent. You don't want to have to pay import fees on your Pope. That sounds really expensive. Nocturne's my favorite location changer because she gets rid of Crimson Cosmos chip. It might be sacrilege to say this while playing Cerebro 4, but I really wish Nocturne could get her 5th point of power back. I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man. Hi, Tony.
Hey, I'm cool.
Oh, opponent messed up their sequencing there. They definitely should have absorbing man first to copy the rock slide, yeah. I mean, we're going to 16 to the left. Technically, don't even need the right here. Oink, oink. I'd be surprised if they could add points to the left here.
I found a rock.
Victory.
The game audio gone for anyone else? No, it's there. Definitely. Game audio definitely coming through. Maybe try and refresh. Sometimes Twitch gets screwy with the audio encoding. You gotta refresh. Oh, this is always a fun twofer. A person who we banned for saying unions are bad showed up in our comments letting me know that I was violating their freedom of speech for them being banned on my Twitch channel. It's always funny how one trash opinion follows another. Or one really trash opinion follows not understanding basic things.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
We actually only have 2 good hits on Esme here. I mean, the rest are fine. I guess getting Kate would be fine too, but Cerebro and Luke are the real winners here. Das a good one, yeah? I guess I still need to draw Lucas, huh? No, I do want to put this here because the Dracula path's going to be tough to contest. Frigo would be insane of a draw here. Actually, correct. Frigo or Cage are our 2 best next turn. This has more wins so far than I was expecting. Me too. That's an interesting draw. Because now I have to commit. Do I want to re-roll Sewer System and potentially have a Cerebro bonus there? Or do I want to copy Cerebro and just play for the right? We could play Iron Man. That's an interesting thought too. Is that the play? That's probably the play actually, yeah? We Iron Man here, and then we go, because then I don't have to Cloak Gamble either, right? We Iron Man here, and then we go Mystique Nocturne, and I have 24 here and 36 here. Oh, Bob's moving. Fucking Bob. No, it's fine. Bob's gonna jump into the Tinkerer's Workshop every time. We win these. We win these 50-50 all day. 50-50s all day. Robert freaking Nazis, chat. This guy. Alright, what are we discarding, MODOK? I think it's mostly... We haven't seen an Apocalypse yet, right? He's a Nazi! He's gonna jump to the far right, chat, I believe. I hate it. I hate it when Nazis pretend they're centrist, chat. It's awful. Do we think they hit the 1 and 4 to find Apocalypse, or is 24 on each side enough here? They have 6 swarms in their hand. The problem is 4 swarms tie me here. my god, they hit the freaking apocalypse. Oh my god, they hit the freaking apocalypse! Oh, Robert. Hate it all. And I hate it now. Do 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 do. Needed a co-parter, gamers. Needed to co-parter. If I would have played the full on the left, we still lose, right? I would have had 36 here, which would have been up 8, but they were up 13. Because unfortunately the sewer system was here and we were missing Luke Cage. We were unlucky to lose that game. Robert could have jumped right. Luke Cage could have showed up. Bob the Betrayer. We're almost far enough along that I can start ignoring these. Epic. I think we're like 2-2 at this deck though, so I think verbally exceeds expectations on the deck. B Knight, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate the support. Okay, gamers, this is the first time in Marvel Snap history I'm gonna get to Frigga a Cerebro. Says local man about to see Monster Island in the center. Do 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 do. Pretty happy to draw some Vibranium here, yes? I'm currently finishing up my 10th discard 5 missions, not all heroes were kicked. That's true, chat. If you're getting reasonable cards out of your alliance bounties, it's because somebody in your alliance is a janitor for you. Thank them. Is there a deck archetype that gets screwed harder by locations than Cerebro does? Yeah, Bounce and Move actually both have really bad location variants. It's part of why neither of them are consistently good. Location that benefits your Cerebro deck is the game glitched. Asking the real questions. All of my things are going to be 10s, yeah? Is 20 enough in the middle? It's not. Oh, but 10's enough on the left, yeah? Is it? No? I think we lose to Ultron. No matter how I cut it. That's gonna come down to where 2099 Doombot goes. Get a flip. We won the flip! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. No, we were good either way. It was only 3 here. These are a good Storm deck right now. It hurts my heart to tell you that Storm isn't really a competitive card. I bought the variant in the shop too. It's a darn shame what they did to our girl. All right, so obviously Iron Man is on top of my deck every time here, yes? No! No! Oh no! Look at what hubris hath wrought. We've blasphemed. How big are their bots? Really big, yeah? Nowhere! Rats. Unlucky, really.
There's no strings on me.
Rats. Oh, I forgot Robert was moving again. LOL. Yeah, if I hadn't YOLO'd onto the Krakoa, and we would have been able to Frigga the Cerebro and have Trip Cerebros on the Onslaught Citadel. Might have been okay. Might have been okay. All right, Cerebro, you got one more shot, deck, and we're gonna be bumping along. Oh, chat, the Vibe market was up almost 2% after our UK deal, and now it's down to 1%. Did something happen to hurt the Vibe? Was there Vibe news that somebody hasn't shared? The new Pope happened. They read the deal. UK said they haven't actually finished the deal. Oh, Frigga. Frigga's like, you fucked me last game, Jeff. I'm out of here. Should believe harder. Look at this incredibly Cerebro-friendly board. Milady? Milady? It's fine. Plot twist. We're gonna draw, Iron Man and not Cerebro. We're gonna want the Nidavellir. How many raft options are there that don't ruin C4? There's raft options that don't ruin C4? So, unfortunately, the way the Cloak Doctrine interaction works, it uses up her move if I move her.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man. I am.
Mother of God. I mean, all things considered, this could be worse, yeah? We are very competitive in this game. Like, this game, like, I wasn't expecting to be able to be within smell of a win. And, like, this is, there's a few permutations that let us win this game. And they made Iron Man a negative Iron Man. They could have a Mystique for their Iron Man on the right as well, though, here. I think that's good enough, too. Yeah, rip the dream. Rip the dream. That was close. We would have actually won if I would have punted the center, yeah? We were a flip away from victory. I just figured they'd play for all three. I figured they would have felt safe here and they would have played for here. Alas. Okay, our last deck request we have in the queue for this afternoon is to play some Galactus. So we're gonna hit an ad break and I'm gonna dig up a way to ruin some people's day here on the deck tracker. If you would like to claim the next deck submissions spot after that, there are instructions pinned above the chats for doing so. Appreciate everybody hanging out, whether you're just getting started with your drops or almost done. You're gonna be able to do all of them in Hoaglandia here today. Appreciate folks chilling with us on a Thursday afternoon. Alright, I think I'm gonna set this to last 30 days. Because there really hasn't been any Galactus innovation in this patch, so I just want to see what people were doing last season. Do we do all the big bads build? It's not good, but it gets people. Annie Galactus. All the big bads build is probably funniest. Man, some dedication to play 200 games with the 40% win rate on that one, huh? We should try an Esme Galactus. So, unironically, does Esme go into here? What are our good Esme hits here? We Null is fine. Galactus is fine. Ultron is fine. What do you cut for Esme? Therein lies the question. Cut Destroyer. No, I'm pretty sure you need Destroyer. It does do somewhat similar things to Blink, although Blink's important for getting rid of Electro. Do you need to get rid of Electro? Blinking Wave and Electro are both really good. I'm just gonna run it raw. This deck's been around for a little while. It could be X-23. She's a card you don't want to hit with, Esme. Is that X-23? Alright, we'll play the new card. Shinsei, thank you for the 18 months. That ad jump scare is a good reminder the primer is up. Yep. Well, I mean... this gives us an extra draw Galactus, yeah? I guess this does too, with the Blink. I think it's probably better to Electro Blink. I think I still pull this off the board so that I can Esme and Wave next turn. You know, Electro Esme Wave is kind of a combo, yeah? Because this means I can play Esme's card plus anything else next turn, yeah?
I am.
Not that
Iron
that's
Man.
particularly useful. I think it's just this, yeah? Like they probably don't compete on the right and then 20 can steal the left. Hopefully. Hopefully 20 steals the left. Venom is insane value mid. That's true, actually. Alright, fine. We'll compete on all three. Excited to lose because we listened to chat. These are the best. This way if I lose, I can blame chat. Oh, the null's bigger because we're venoming. Okay, I messed it up. Great catch from chat over there. Holy. Holy. Ooh! Missed the casserole, not playing the null. Good catch, chat. Alright. Was our trading wheels game. A competitive Twitch chat advantage. It was an excellent, excellent start to Galactusing some nerds. You owe chat an apology. Never. Never show weakness. I don't know what a future invisible woman is. Do you accept Annie Thors or Annie Darkhawk? Yeah, I think I'd be down to do Annie Thors. Yeah, that's probably fine. Some solid overlap there. Annie and Thors both like Misery. Could maybe even be a fire hair deck? Yeah, I'm down to cook. Second Dinner has not commented publicly on what their plans are for variants that were tagged as Spotlights. That obviously aren't releasing because Spotlight caches don't exist anymore. I think it's very safe to assume they're going to be selling them in some way, shape, or form, but they haven't communicated how yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't know. They're still fumbling around figuring it out. What's the price for you to play a Goliath airship? If you have to ask that question, you can't afford it. They play some more ones out here. If they play out one more one, Killmonger makes Death playable next turn, which would be great for us. Oh, wow. This is super rude. That was a big, your opponent plays a one drop and a finger on the monkey paw curls energy, huh? We are, as the kids say, cooked. Maybe they punt the right chip. That's, certainly a stay. I think there's a good chance Spina is in the room with us now. Should have relied on old Ultron gamers. Wherever we play Ultron, the Mockingbird goes, then we die. I feel like the gang's all here for. Listen, the opponent's username is obviously accurate. Unless I'm playing against myself on my phone right now. Which might be the case, you know? It's hard to say, really. Yes, this is not Ben Brode from chat. It's not Jeff Hoagland in game. I'm taking my ball, and I'm going home. I don't want to play anymore. He's so mean to me. Mom, I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. Mobius is currently at his highest play rate of, definitely not of all time, but he's at a local maxima for sure. Mobius is good against both Surge and Esme, so it's been very popular this week. He's popular. Oh, yeah, sorry. I saw your comment. Yeah, 1,000 bits works for deck submission as well. Mikey, thank you for the 26 months. Esme in this deck seems to make sense. In other decks, I see Anti-Venom or Iron Lad as better, typically. So, one thing Esme does really well that Iron Lad and Anti-Venom explicitly do not do is that Esme gives you an extra draw at your card, right? Because, like, the card Esme generates is different than the top card of your deck. So it's possible for you to Esme into something that you weren't drawing. Like this Galactus. Not Brood, not Brood, not Brood! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, video gamers. That's the good stuff right there. Thank you, Asteroid M. I appreciate your service. Really good example of Esme is kind of a combo card. She's like a one-sided crystal in a way. And there she was a combination one-sided crystal plus ramp piece, right? She did both. Oh, and I can blink Galactus into death now. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. At tea time. Everybody agrees. Do, 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 do. Are we the bad guys? Unequivocally. Unequivocally. Yeah, we could do some Andy Thor's CS. Thanks for the biddies. Jeff's a hitman for hire. We are, in fact, a hitman for hire. I can't go back, Jeff. Don't do this. I would like the record to reflect, Marty, that this deck list actually has decent stats with thousands of games played on the tracker. So, like, if you're into this sort of slop, it is, it's very serviceable. You'd have won over Surfer with Null anyways. Yes, but if I had simply beaten Surfer with more points as opposed to deleting its text box, that would have been less toxic. Tis not enough to simply win the game given the option. Crush the spirit under heel you must. Can probably run Luna Snow over Electro. Wow. See your fucking Luna Snow do this, gamer. Try and cut Electro from my deck. Past, obviously, the pre-recorded Castle Zemo I have queued up here. Luna Snow is much worse than Electro in this deck, because you want to be able to blink it on an empty path into Galactus. Is the setup you wanna engineer. I don't really have a better line, and I don't know that this is actually gonna stop them, so I think we still actually just blink it. Unironically. Yeah, it comes back to my side when I blink it. Because of course it does. Man, this Nimrod's about to be really bad for me. Alright, come on. I need a null! Poppy needs a null, gamers! Poppy needs a null.
All systems go.
One of your finest nulls, please, deck. Oh no! Oh no! I've been defeated! Oh no!
Escaped.
Oh no! Lost my 25%er. We drew every card that costs more than 3 in our deck except for null. Average Marvel Snap Gaming, really. Who's Daddy's little Pong champion? Yes, you are. Wave? Don't you dare. Don't you, Brown! Welcome to the party, Null. Enjoy your stay.
Escaped. Opponent snap. Oh, snap.
Nothing about the Catholic papacy is forward thinking. That's not really true. The previous pope was like progressive by US standards and in many places. Very progressive by Catholic standards. New Pope had previously dunked on JD Vance on Twitter. In. Ship it. I feel like they're gonna have things they want to play on Carmartage. Are they? Are they gonna have things they want to play on Carmartage, chat? I don't know. I don't know! I just want them to kneel! Discussing Catholicism while asking people to kneel seems very appropriate. Unlucky. Oh, I guess they would want to play their arrows left so that way they don't get killmongered. Or they're watching the stream, one of the two. It's probably Killmonger, though. Alright, I'll try. Do your thing, boy. Boy! Got him? Got him. No strings on me.
Victory.
Thank goodness Galactus is different than he first. Remember when Galactus just had to be alone in his path? His design's come a long way. Here's my 6-2, just needs to be alone. Yep. There were still mouth breathers on Reddit that were like, just put debris in every deck, he's fine. Why would you change Galactus? You could just play debris. I'm glad the complainers didn't win on that one. Yeah, old Galactus, you just had to play him at a location by himself. Oh, that's true. He released as a 6'3" and then was nerfed to a 6'2". Palaman, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. You know, that's actually one I haven't really thought about, but it would be an awesome addition to Snap. Could we get one quest reroll per day or something? Absolutely, we need that. All right, all in on Killmonger coming out of the quantum tunnel here.
There's no strings on me.
Hello! Oh no! Oh no!
There's no strings on me.
Whew. Phew. Never doubted us for a second, gamers. This game's so easy. Oh, yeah. Look at this non-believer. Look at this non-believer. He's gonna find the second Ultron. That is true. There is a second Ultron in 8 cards here, technically. Technically speaking, a second Ultron could pop out. Boppy! Opponent must be Catholic, Jack, so they decided to kneel. Haley girl!
Hey, Daddy,
What's up? Got a dinosaur tattoo?
I grabbed the unicorn to Mom.
You brought the unicorn to Mom?
And they're both tattoos. They were both from Tilly.
They're both from Tilly?
Yeah, but I have the dinosaur, but Mom has pretty.
That is very nice of Tilly to share her tattoos with you.
She has a lot.
Yep.
Why does she need a lot, though? Daddy, guess what?
What?
That was the best Mother's Day party.
Oh, that's why you're home early. Mommy came to a Mother's Day party at your school?
Yeah, but Daddy, guess
What?
what? I'm doing level 4 music class.
Level 4 music class. That's so cool.
You won?
I did win.
Yay, I like when you win.
You like when I win? I like when we win too.
But they did win. You win.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you gotta remember, you gotta be a good winner and a good what?
Loser.
Good loser, yep. Nobody can win all the time.
Yeah. But sometimes I win all the time. Daddy,
No, you do not win all the time.
But Daddy, guess what?
What?
I win more than the person that's playing with me.
Oh, okay.
That's why I win a lot.
Yeah.
That's why I say, go, Haley.
Go, Haley.
Go, Haley. Can't wait for music class. Rest of the time, I'm gonna watch a show.
All right. Have fun watching the show at music class. See you later. Okay, you can come down and show me after music class. That sounds good. For folks who are new here, that's Haley. She enjoys winning like many of you. She is, for the old timers, if you'd like to crumble the dust, Haley is almost 5. Greatly looking forward to my $20,000 a year raise this fall. Hey, thanks for dropping by, DTC. It feels a lifetime away from those older things. What instrument does she play? She just does like a kinder music type program where they explore a whole bunch of different stuff. So this is a redraw at G-Man for next turn. One more shot at Mr. Man here. Unlock. What's my best route to put together a game-winning line here? If I do this, and then we hit the 1 and whatever... No, that's not enough. I'm not seeing a permutation here. I think we're cooked. You can destroy her left and then Ultron right. Yeah, it's possible. The problem is I don't know that Destroyer necessarily wins this, right? I don't think we had light. I think the sad part is because they went all in here. If we'd have hit Galactus for the center, we win this game. They didn't play around to the G-Man. Big honkers would have gotten taken for a ride. Alright, we want this to be a Galactus-friendly location here, ideally. I think that qualifies. Oh, I hate everything. I hate everything! I want to go here. These locations really aren't conducive to Galactusing. I guess I could have YOLO'd the Vibranium mines. I think we're still on the blink this out plan, but we're kind of hoping explicitly not to hit Galactus, yeah? We're hoping to get the Null or the Destroyer here, I think. And then I think it's just Ultron into Alioth the Shang-Chi, yeah? Could lose the center, I suppose. The Smithsonian Museum animation is a lot. Good use of everyone's time, yep. Not every person who plays the best deck is an obnoxious emoting person, but it feels like the people who play the best deck are more likely, more people who emote are likely to play the best deck. It's a shame Galactus is so bad. Disagree. Card's a very appropriate power level. The gold on the gold Galactus looks good. It does. I agree. Someday, Marvel Snap is going to make the turn 1 timer in their game not be offensive. I might be dead of old age by the time it happens, but someday. My life has passed me by, yep. Yeep, yeep, yeep. Oh, is this someone griefing missions? Are they about to leave? We really need a better in-game report function. The squirrel girl here makes me think that the Squirrel Girl here makes me think that they're trying to collect the win all location missions for season pass XP as a farm. They should ban these people's accounts. They should get at the minimum a temporary timeout. But honestly, I'm pretty sure using scripts for stuff like this is against the terms of service. Usually having third parties input stuff to the client as opposed to like Untap that reads it out is. The Killmonger might be they're playing a real deck. All right, are they gonna try to compete in Scar, or are they going to play to kill their thing into Nidavellir? Could go either way. Yeah, what I just described is a real thing. Looking at the opponent playing more cards, I think they're just being a loser. I was gonna give him a silver ticket to fuck off. This is just a regular old griefer. I should just keep the Marty Beam on standby for Conquest days. Alright, five minutes till the rollover, gamers. Will they give us pretty pixels to buy today? What do we think? Oh, you know what? Speaking of timers, looks like... Am I giving Galactus a double session? I feel like it's been reasonable enough. It's playing the new card. All right, we'll continue to embrace the toxicity and we'll give it a double session. We need to run some adverts. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching this on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already. Should play the Goblin version. I think the Goblin version's less interesting this one. We're done with the Alliance missions already? Look at these other God Gamers with their 5 digits or nearly in points. We're so good at this. We're so good at this. Ignore Alliance missions till Tuesday. It's beautiful. Glorious. Beautiful and glorious. CS, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. An update on my contractor engagements, gamers. The company that quoted me $9,000 to hang 4 sheets of drywall and reinstall a toilet. They responded to my Google review letting me know all their pricing is the industry standard. And for those that weren't here last week when I talked about it, they gave me the total quote, and I asked them to itemize what they were charging for different parts of the service, and they said we don't do that. And for reference, two other contractors quoted me less than $2,000 to do the same amount of work, because it's not that much work. So we're gonna go with one of the ones that's under $2,000, believe it or not. I'm like 99% sure the company that quoted us $9,000, they advertise that they work directly with insurance companies, so I'm pretty sure they just like put out outrageous offers expecting the insurance company to either accept on the spot or negotiate with them. So they always just super highball, expecting people to just like be, I'm not paying for this, the insurance company is. But yeah, needless to say. Capitalist efficiency, basically. Well, my system has been successfully updated to Android 15. People were saying it looked different. I think my things looks the same. Maybe I was already on Android 15? Oh no, this is different. All new tasks view. It looks very similar. Stacked. Ooh. Alright, I'll have to play with that later. A couple of things are different. Mostly the same. They made it more Apple-y. That sounds about right. The swipe menu is different now. When you swipe down, it's just notifications. You swipe down left to get Wi-Fi. Mine's been doing that for a couple updates. I was like, this update must not have been the first one to 15 on my hardware. I have to go back and check the changelog, but I've been doing that for a little while. And if we get Ultron here, we can then kill Daddy and have a free Death Dex turn. Not Eliath. Not Eliath. Frasiana knows what we're up to, so they're never gonna get got by this Galactus, unfortunately. I'd hope for a minute there. I'd hope for a minute. GG Nada. This is a pretty good free-to-play bundle, yeah? Quick check on the math. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's like 3,000 tokens for 2,500 and 3,000 credits for 2,500. If you don't have Series C, you get a Series 5 card. I don't think I'm buying this because I have Series C and I like my teacher variant better. I don't need tokens, but so when people keep asking in the economy, what are you supposed to be doing with your gold? I think if you are a small spender or a free-to-play player, the optimal thing to be doing with your gold is prioritizing picking up bundles like those. Ideally ones with Series 5 cards you're missing. While it hasn't happened yet, eventually they're going to back credit everyone the base versions of cards for variants that they got. So like if you don't have Series C and you buy that one, you'll eventually get base Series C. And once you have a variant for the card, you can no longer open the base card in a snapback, which is nice too. So it fully gives you the card now, which is great. Where's the one I'm actually splitting? Is this one? I just put one of these to split. All right. Still no gold crackle. Someday Nocturne. Someday. Oh hey, a new album. Take a penny, leave a penny. I would love some credits. The Phantom Red Pimple remains on the shop. I have Batroc and 10k tokens for 100 bucks. I mean, Batroc's a very playable Series 4 card. Right, Nova, thank you for the 27 months. Appreciate it. Thank you again for the deck submission earlier today. Where'd you get that Nocturne? That Nocturne was a bundle Nocturne. I waited for that one for a long time. All right, Davey, let's do it. But that bundle got me to log into Marvel Snap and spend money during my break. I was like, there's no way I'm missing this one. I waited forever. Yeah, that one will have to be in the collector's vault if you missed it. Come on, Davey. That'll break a draw. So I think it's gotta be here. G-Man? One of these things is better than the others. So the conversion rate of gold to tokens. 1,300 gold is 1,000 tokens, I believe. Come on, hit me, dealer. There he is! The man, the myth, the legend! Kneel before Poppy!
Rest in peace.
I think we're probably still cooked here, huh? It's actually really close. We're at 19. Is it possibly a crack on a fourth split? I believe so. I think you could definitely get gold on the fourth split. Oh, would Killmonger have been better? Oh, we would have tied with Killmonger. Killmonger would have been 4 and he would have been -3, so he would have been 7 instead of 6. Unlucky, really. You can get Crackle on 4, sweet. Alright, I think the novelty of doing this is worn off. We're going to move on to our next one. Honestly, Ben, looking at the cards that you're missing, I would probably just wait until, I would just buy singles that you need from stuff you missed while you were gone. Nothing in the newest packs and caches are really must-haves. I like this whole season was basically a miss, yeah. Are these in the packs right now? Are these in the seasonal? These are in the seasonal and about to go away, yeah? Or do they just went away? I don't actually know what these are. Or these are gone already. Yeah, none of these are. This is like a whole season of blanks. They're in the 4K packs. They're in the pack with the older ones out. Yeah, those are good ones. Good ones to miss out on. All right. We've got 2 viewer submissions waiting, and they're actually both Sentry decks. So up next, we need to work on. We had a request to do some Sentry Thors, which I think could work well with Misery. Let's go Hood, Sentry, Annie. Agamotto seems so interesting on the face, but he turned it away to cram a bunch of tech cards. Kind of said, I mean, Agamotto kind of just had the same problem we're having with Thanos right now, right? Which is just like, it's not that his numbers are too good or anything. It's just that like all of the tech cards are so good. So when you're looking to play a deck that doesn't have super strong synergies and just like kind of generically good cards, the optimal way to build and construct that is just having a bunch of tech cards in your deck. Something like this. Actually, I think the request for this deck said they wanted Sentry specifically. Who sent this one in again? This was CS. CS, did you want Annihilus specifically or just Sentry? Because actually, I'm thinking about this, and I might actually want to not play Annie and just like play Carnage instead for cleaning up the void, like Carnage Viper. Nigos, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. Because we're kind of expensive cards heavy. Hey, thanks, Danny. Thanks for dropping by. You can expect daily stuff on the Hooglandia Pocket channel, and I'll be back to doing some of it live over there next week. Snap's a ton of fun. It's a genuinely good card game as well. Both Snap and Pocket are in pretty good spots right now. Snap had a pretty solid economy rework recently, and the game plays in a reasonable spot, and Pocket's latest card pack was great. And the last card's probably a tech card of some sort here. I don't hate the idea of Lady Deathstrike, but she's also just like kind of expensive. Hey, Eli, thanks for the Prime, appreciate it. I think I just like Luke as like an extra random tech card. When in doubt, Luke Cage them out. It could be Shadow King too. If we're playing Misery on the last turn of the game, Shadow King could be good. I have really liked Surge and other Zabu decks. Is true. Do we play the new card to try it out? Hey, Danny, thank you for the brand new Prime support as well. Appreciate it whenever folks take a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and send them my way. Hey, let's try her. I'm sure I'll regret not having as many tech cards, but... yeah, being another way to get to 4 on 3 sounds lovely. You're putting cards in your deck that want to hold. Not really a ton of them. Do I need Nico? I could give up Nico for Luke Cage. The hammers, I mean, playing the hammers out proactively is fine. Hitting anytime you're a Zabu deck, any of your Zabu fours tend to be good. You need Nico for him. Do we need Nico for Hood though? I have Carnage, Viper, Misery. Actually, maybe this is sacrilege. Do I need Viper? I do need Viper because she's a second way to clear Sentry. Yeah, it's probably Nico. Although Nico, more 1-drops are good with Surge. Let's start here, and we can maybe cut something for a tech card after we play a few games and get a feel for it. There's a cry for help. Jeff is debating getting rid of Viper. Shh, don't tell her. Hopefully we're going to be rewarded for choosing to keep Nico here, and she's going to roll location change to get rid of this stupid Mindscape for us. Well, I mean, giving Bojack +1 is technically good. Or +2, I suppose. Rip. I want to play Bojack Norseman not on Asteroid M, because if they're a Cosmo deck, Cosmo's going to get pulled here, and then this will get pulled thereafter. I guess. They're playing Magic. This must be Surfer stuff then with the Forge. Probably dead. If we had cooked by Infinity Ultron in the first game, do we have to delete our deck? Okay, I think I remember that being a rule. Yes. Surfer 2? Absolute Nutstra? Oh yeah. It's as big as they get, gamer. The more I see Infinity Ultron play, the more I think he would probably... The more I think he would probably be fine if you could simply see which 2 stones you were getting before you played him. Like, imagine he was like Nico and he just like had the information available to you. It's so difficult to pay 5 energy for something and be like, I don't know what type of an effect I'm about to get for my 5 energy. Like, I'm sure you wouldn't want to use him all the time, but like some of the time you'd be like, yes, those stones sound great. Let's go. Yeah, you could have him cycle, too. That'd be fine. Is it ever this? It means I don't get subsequent discounts, but I would get 2 discounts right away, right? Because I'd get the Surge retrigger on Firehair, and I'd get her initial one. I think I like this. Was one of them gonna get a double discount? Oh, what the worst card to get a double discount. Tilt. Thanks, Brood. So there's only 2 cards in my deck. We have Hood, Sentry. Then we're going to draw this hammer right back on out. I'd kind of love to draw Hood here, yeah. Are we sending him across or are we eating him? It's gotta be this, yeah? I mean, Killmonger didn't feel bad about it, but I think it's gotta be this. And this makes my Sentry free 99 as well. Because it'll be, no, it'll be a 1-drop Sentry. It'll be a 1-drop Sentry. We'll get a bunch of demons. The Beta Ray build's gonna be huge, and then Sentry's gonna be 1 discount, 2 discount, 3 discount. Just, you know, 48 power Bojack Norseman, no big deal. No way Bill doesn't die next turn. Wow. Ever the optimist, are you, gamer? Oh, they're playing Sarah. Very reasonable chance we get myrtleized by tech cards for sure. Actually, am I supposed to... Is it this? Can I do this for breakers? Yeah, I'm hoping we can at least avoid Killmonger. We might lose on rate, though, because they did copy Pim Arrow. And if they're, oh god, yeah. Definitely losing on rate.
Power must be controlled.
Well, we did at least correctly identify they were going to piss in our Cheerios. Don't cards like Thor and Beta Ray Bill mess with Surge's power? They add cards, it shuffles the deck, right? So if you Surge onto Thor or Beta Ray Bill, they add their card into the deck and then Surge effects triggered. So yes, they shuffle, but also Surge's effect goes after the shuffle. Zen Grief, thank you for the 5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. What's the link to the daily rewards thing? marvelstaff.com/shop. We'll shortcut you there. Sure. If Misery hits Surge, your top card will get buffed again, but it won't go again after that. Correct. Once the Surge is gone, she can't repeat. So you'll get a +2, -2 cost on your top. And you'll have to go from there. Remember when that animation used to take 84 years? So again here, we triggered Surge, and now we're miserying her. So our top card will be +2 discounted by 2. Would love to draw a Viper here so we can send the Mjolnirs across. Double Gore probably means we're cooked. Which really kind of feels lore inaccurate. I'm pretty sure Thor beats Gore in the movies. Relatively certain. Where does Esme fit in your trademark tier list? Somewhere between fine and strong in the cards you build around section. It's funny, the Sentry here is actually 1 less point to the Demon because it gave them +4 at the location. I think I'm gonna give this one more shot, but it feels like this deck list, with trying to run 2 different proactive game plans, i.e. we have Thors to make numbers and we have Sentry Viper stuff to make numbers, we just don't have enough room for ways to break our opponent's stuff, meaning we're not very competitive at the moment. Bill over Thor would win that game, that's true. Talked a little bit about during our deck building today, that kind of 2 to 3 card tech card minimum rule of thumb. The more games I play, the more that feels wholly accurate with different things. Like all of basically every deck we play that feels remotely reasonable has at least 2 ways to screw with my opponent's deck in it. I would love to get Bojack powering up here. Let's do it. Oh, man. Bojack's gonna be a big boy, gamers. Oh, I probably should have put Nico in the middle rather than cluttering the right. Do I try and win this game, or do we try and set a record on biggest Bojack ever? I don't think I can do both. I think it's biggest Bojack, yeah.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Well, the good news here is we have priority, which means I will get to make my Bojack really large before my opponent destroys him. So we've got that going for us. So we'll have what? We'll have four doubles from here. We'll have 16 to the whatnot. You wouldn't shag a Bojack, would you? I think that's a fine pile of cards, Giggity. Thank you for the biddies. I've got one other after this current one that we're playing, and then we can dive on into that one. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, but this horse's power must be controlled. It's true. They played center knowing I had one more hammer, so. The Norseman. Enjoy the Norseman while he's here, Chad. He's here for a good time, not a long time. He wasn't even that big. He wasn't even that big. We won! The sweet play was the winning play. It's so beautiful. Look at my big, beautiful Norseman. He lives. He lives. My sandcastle is so pretty. We talked about this yesterday, but these are truly some of the most puzzling stays in Marvel Snap to me. Because it's like, if you want to, like, play the match out in full, did we really genuinely think you were winning that last game? They lost to 8 points left, and they knew I had one more hammer guaranteed in my hand.
Breaking news.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. I think I copy Thor here. This also gives me the flexibility to draw Bojack and copy him instead. We juggernauted on curve? Question mark. Oh, they were trying to ruin my super flow. Okay. Sure. Less puzzling than I was moments ago. We have priorities, so we don't have to worry about getting Cosmoed here. Face the might of Asgard. Gobble, 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 gobble. Ah, gobble, gobble, gobble. Ooh, a piece of candy. We might be in trouble, gamers. Oh no. Unlucky. Unlucky. We only had one good draw in our deck here, and it wasn't even enough, right? My line to win this game was Juggernaut them left. I needed to have the foresight that they were gonna brood the Superflow on 5, and then I could have Juggernauted their brood into one of these clogged up locations and beat them that way. When I heard you, Nico's like, Nico was in the center. She didn't die. Mason's 1/5 of the way there. Listen, this is a very serious silver ticket, I think. It might actually be the Proving Grounds, thinking about it more.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir!
Am I ever carnaging this game? I don't think so, so I think I'm just playing it for tempo. Mommy! Oh, that's the good stuff right there, gamers. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Do we put fire here, actually? So that way I only need to fill in one more spot in order to play Sentry next turn. Yeah. And now my top card's gonna be discounted by 2. My top card is -2 cost +2 power right now. Ah, it's not enough. Dead to Surfer, yeah. Can I win the other 2 if I lose the left? Or if I lose the right? No. They'd go to 6 plus whatever Galacta does. Rip. Oh, Mason. Mason, I need to run an advert. I'm gonna give you 1 silver ticket to get out of here. Pretty sure this is a silver ticket. Oh yeah, we were duking it out for a silver ticket. So I feel like those last couple of games especially really did a great job of highlighting why you just can't be this proactive, right? So like this deck basically has two different proactive make numbers packages. We have the King Itiri Thor's package, and we have the kind of Hood, Viper, Sentry with Misery. Misery kind of blends the two. But the problem with trying to blend two proactive packages like this is there's nothing left to disrupt the opponent. And the disruptive cards in SAP are just so good, you can't just be all in on like doing your thing without breaking up your opponent and expect to win with any amount of consistency. Especially when your numbers are really fair, right? Like, we had the couple of games where like Beta Ray Bill really popped off and got to hundreds of points of power, but that's only going to be one lane. And even that's going to be susceptible to the opponent breaking it. All right, speaking of breaking things, we have our next submission is actually another Sentry deck, but it's got the we need to be able to break things idea down. So we've got some Zabu, Circe, Sentry, Sarah, tech cards. There's a lot going on here, but a lot of it is disruptive. So I would not be surprised if this feels kind of all right. We're going to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'm going to run upstairs and grab a caffeine because today's going to be a long stream today. Appreciate that we've got over 3,000 people in here between the two platforms. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got plenty of snapping coming up yet. Take my breakfast and lunch dishes up with me. I would like to prefix what I'm about to share with. I am not sharing this because I want to be told they're terrible for me. I'm sharing them because they're good. So if they're terrible for me, keep them to yourself. But Sam's Club has these peanut butter and jelly wafer sticks. They've been one of my favorite snacky things lately. They're wafer sticks with peanut butter in the middle. There's a little dipping cup on the side that's got strawberry jelly in it. And they are delicious, so I assume they're probably terrible for me, but I don't need to know by how much. Thought about buying those multiple times. Listen, if you walk past them at the store, you need an extra push. This is your Hoaglandia endorsement. This stream isn't sponsored by the Sam's Club wafer sticks, but Sam's Club, if you're out there, let's talk. It certainly could be. Strawberries are a fruit, so it must be healthy. I see how that works. Makes sense to me. What brand? They're Members Mark. I'm sure multiple brands make them, but they're the Sam's Club house brand. Sam's is great. I love this scan and go system. Absolutely. Being able to just like pay for stuff as I walk through the store instead of having to stop at a register on the way out is fantastic. Oh, Costco doesn't have scan and go? Okay, well that just puts to bed any. People like to talk about whether Sam's Club or Costco is better all the time. Costco not having scan and go. Anybody telling you that they're the better choice is very clearly biased. What is scan and go? You have the Sam's Club app on your phone, and you scan things as you put them into the cart, and then when you're walking out the door, you press pay, and it pays and you walk out the door. I may or may not want to get rid of the rickety bridge. I'm gonna leave myself the option here. Well, speaking of kicking sandcastles, I probably want to go ahead and do that to my opponent here, yeah? I get my freebie. Their freebie is taxed at full price. Oh, they are playing Living Tribunal, aren't they? Oh no, we're back to being Galactus gamers. Yeah. Unfortunately, because they're Living Tribunal, I can't try and cheese them, otherwise I would. Otherwise, I would. What a fucking gamer! What a gamer! Was that in their deck? No, they paid full price for it as a RAF card. Because I had Mobius in play. That Nocturne offered to split, yeah. I'm still hunting for Gold Crackle on her eventually. We have the perfect variant. We need a perfect split. How long will the stream be? Long time. Long time coming. Well, that's an unfortunate position for my Adam Warlock to end up at. How does your split mechanic work? I can't seem to get gold on any splits. What was I going to say? The split mechanic's actually the same as before, just with more options, and you can actually get gold one split sooner than you could previously get. You have a chance for gold starting on your 4th split as opposed to starting on your 5th, but it's still just a probability. Under the new system, you are slightly less likely to get any inked or any gold, but you're slightly more likely to get inked with Crackle or gold with Crackle. It's a little bit of a trade-off. All right, mixed bag here, Circe. I don't know how I feel about this. I think we're dead. I'm gonna go again here. I don't know that 11's gonna hold in the middle is the problem. Circe. Circe, my beloved! Circe, my beloved! She's beautiful. Do do do. Do 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 do. Such a gorgeous lady. So Spotlight variants no longer exist because there's no more Spotlight caches. They have not shared how they intend to start releasing variants for new cards right away. But I would assume they want there to be a way for people to get variants on day one. Well, they haven't communicated anything what that will look like yet, though. Split J 19 times and got nothing. I think 19 kids these days. 27 splits to get gold on my Mysterio gamer. 27. Talk to me in another 10 splits. And you can come complain in my chat, okay? Trip Rock Tech, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back, appreciate it.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
42 times no gold on Mad Max's dagger. 42. That is, that's a local record if I've ever heard one. 42 is a lot of splurts. That's a winner if I ever heard it, yep. think they have a way to interact with this void? They just play a Shang-Chi for no value. We're here for a good time, not a long time, chap. Spin it up. Oh, I totally forgot that 6s can upgrade now. Oh, they can upgrade into Annie too, right? They either go to 12 or 7. 12's the high roll when you upgrade a 6. Circe's such a fun card. If you're someone sitting on gold and you don't have Circe, the bundle that came up today is very reasonable. It's got some tokens and some credits in it. You get Circe. She's not a meta breaking card, but just like every time I play Circe, I walk away with a smile on my face, just like sweet play patterns. Deadpool? And not an Arishem Deadpool. Deadpool and not the Arishem kind. Things you love to see. I'm surprised they retreated on the bar sinister. That one's usually pretty good for destroy. Very rude piece of candy.
This just in.
They get one of my tools. Could be my discount Shang-Chi. How's Magic felt? We're only into like game 2 or 3 with this build, Potato. We haven't played against Thanos yet, so feeling all right. Hey, glad you're having fun with it, Mr. London. I think I want to try and draw a card here. I don't know that I want to play this card out yet. Might eat magic next turn.
Enough said. I definitely need to change my underwear.
Eating the void shrink stall. It does. I just don't know that we're winning that either way. That's close. I might want an extra turn here. Unsure.
Enough said, bub. What a game!
Is Jim still broken in Conquest? I believe it is. We could be getting Zola in here as well. No, my shag brain. Pray for me and my shag brain, chat. Shout out to the first American Pope, USA. I think it was very clever on the Catholics' parts to move their Pope production back to the United States. Having to pay tariffs on importing a Pope sounds really expensive. The chalices ain't cheap. They are not. I think extra energy is good for me. We'll let that continue to exist. Semi-real question, did we tariff Vatican City? It's technically a country. I mean, we tariffed the Penguins. You think the Pope is safe? Nobody gets a free dinner, okay? He had to know it's a country, though. Oh no, we're going to shag them. Hopefully more than once. Upgrade magic. Nobody gets a free dinner. I'm pretty sure Jesus says that somewhere in the Bible. Yeah, it was bring me your poor and your sick so that capitalism may make a mighty profit off of them. I grew up Catholic, chat. I remember that verse. Our destroy opponent is snapping and retreating very appropriately. I don't sweat this game mode nearly as much as they are, but they're playing well. Props to them. It's probably good if they're snapping. Let's stay. Let's play a game. I think I magic the Avengers compound, because essentially gives us 3 neutral locations.
Enough said, bub.
Logan and X23 ending up in different locations is nice for us here. Remedium, thank you for the almost 2 years. Appreciate you taking a couple buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way again. Welcome back. Do you find Snap or Pocket more fun? I think Pocket's gameplay tends to be more tactical, and I think Snap's gameplay tends to be more exciting. I think it's a good way to articulate kind of the crux of the difference between the two. Maybe we put this here so we can get the Atlantis bonus, force them to do something else here, or they lose to the Sentry. They're very different types of games though. Pocket is much more of a traditional card game, whereas Marvel Snap is it's played with cards, but it plays out very differently than things like Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone and Pocket.
What a game!
Feeling a little cooked here, gamers. Again, roll Mobius up into something else here. They already played their death. Another heads up play from them, but working around our tech card.
Hail Hydra!
The last 2 cards, Zola and yes, very likely.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
I don't know that we're beating 26 on the right. We did Mobius to like turn into Shang. Think we're donezo. GG.
Escaped.
And without a Sarah or an early Zabu. Shang right observing man with what energy? So exactly actually what I was just about to articulate without a. Also, like the right side had both Xavier and a full location, but also like with one energy. I didn't have energy to double Shag, and even if I did, the right was full and lockdown. Shang instead of Cersei when they had Death Still. I mean, we couldn't know they were going to Venom, and even then I just still had a what's it called over there, the Sentry Void, which would have been bad for me.
Opponent snap.
It's gonna be a reasonable Circe path. Surge. I mean, I guess if they surge onto a 1 or a 2, that works out. They replay surge and then get a double discount on top. Tacos! It's not even Tuesday. Did you watch Nausicaa recently? I don't know what that is. Or are we supposed to Changa the ninja always to dodge Changa? Yeah, probably. Yeah, the Surge Ceradex have had pretty good stats. But I'm trying to figure out how many tech cards they can play at once. Or are they Surfer? They're probably Surfer statistically, yeah. If I read Guardian right, I can't, what if I do this? And then if we're still winning the center, Nocturne. Okay, well, Oh! Were they worried? I think they were worried I was gonna rug pull us. Okay, that's funny. I think we're dead though, yeah? Circe! Circe! That's fine. Esports mommy wins the game every time. They never draw Surfer, and esports mommy wins the right. Circe, my beloved Circe, please. No. Okay, wait, it's still 0. That's fine. Next. Mommy! See, chat, you just gotta believe. There's a plan, and Circe takes the wheel. She knows exactly what you need. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Play your Circes. Marginally above average, mommy. All right, I can't play Circe for only one session, chat. We're gonna need to. We're ready to run back some more Circe after the break. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. If you're new here, I always take a brief break during the gameplay or from the gameplay while the ads happen so you don't get too disrupted. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'll be dropping for a while yet today. She has rolled above. She has 2099 is an above average 5 drop, I would wager. Very, very good. What am I drinking? This is a Pure Leaf unsweet tea. It's my caffeine of choice these days. 2099 does not need a buff, says yes, say that again. Broken clocks being right twice a day and all that. 5 drops are just really medium in general, right? I really just can't believe they haven't added some kind of targeting to 2099. AFK Mer, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. If you look in the OED for the word mommy, there's a picture of Circe. That's true, you know. Does Topaz improve him to some degree, or is he still clunky? The problem is Topaz is clunky, right? Like, it's really tough to get more points into a Topaz lane. Yeah, him being a 5, they could make it so he can kill 1 thing per turn instead of just 1 thing, period. Like, if you manage to move him twice, he should get to... Or you ramp into him or something. There's so many different ways. You know, he's one of, like, the long-forgotten cards, it feels like. I guess he got at least 1 change. He wasn't fully fast-dosed. Yeah, if he could kill something on 5 and 6, if you could, like, Iron Fist him into Heimdall or Topaz him into Heimdall, it might be fine. They could also, like, add targeting, and they could add targeting in a unique way. Like, you could have him kill the highest cost card at the location he's going to. Doesn't even have to be strictly power related. Just some amount of predictability, right? Just like you're sending, especially in the Thanos metagame, right? Like you're sending him into a Infinity Stone infested format. He's just like murdering stones that are just useless. I have a silly 2099 deck that uses Symbiote Spider-Man to kill it twice. Does it reset it if you merge into him? Does that work? Sam Wilson was a Spider-Man 2099 nerf. It was, yeah. It totally was. Sharp Cheddar, thank you for continuing your sub. I am home with the 27 months. Sean Soapbox, thank you for the brand new Prime. My little Twitch tracker here says we had over almost 200 new follows on the day. Good to see people dropping by the Snap category on Twitch for some drops. If you're new here, you're not familiar with me, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I'm something of a relic here on the Twitch platform. I've been streaming for over a decade and been fortunate to call this my full-time job for close to 8 years now. I've been focused on Marvel Snap since it dropped in the middle of 2022. I guess it dropped at the end of 2022, but closed beta, middle of 22. Before that, I played a bunch of Magic the Gathering, some Runeterra, some Hex, some Mythgard, lots of other now defunct card games. The Snap's pretty good. You'll find me here making stuff 5 days a week. I do extra long streams while the drop cycle are going on, but even outside of drops, you'll typically find me here Monday through Friday from about 8 a.m. till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. Work a pretty typical work day here on twitch.tv. There's rocks in my deck. My draws are pretty good though. I think I'm unlikely to activate this, so I'm gonna get rid of it. That is an aggressive Juggernaut positioning. The new Pope has a degree in mathematics. I like numbers, people. New Mars. Okay, look at my opponent and I just like viciously brutalizing each other. Have some more rocks, nerd. You look like you could use them. You're saying he knows both side and cosine. I think we had our bets on both sides here. Let there be tacos. Thank you, Nocturne. I appreciate the delivery. All right, Circe 2, the Electric Boogaloo. One more pint, Circe. We're so close. Shagbraid cripples even Circe. That's funny. That's funny. Even Circe can't escape the crippling Shagbraid. How broken would a card be if it revealed some of your opponent's hand? I don't think remotely broken. You can infer what cards your opponent is playing most of the time anyways, if you know what's going on. We won with Dr. Doom and Spider-Man 2099. We've lost with Professor X and Shag. That's some poetry. That's true, you know. Ooh, that is a gold crackle Batroc, gamers. Not a casual jumpy gamer. Oh wait, is that an Aeroshim? It's an Aeroshim. The red border. Always the red border. Aeroship gamers continue to be the least creative human beings in the world. So I was so excited, I was so proud, I wanted to see what they were doing. Wait, is this one a Nick Fury Isan? Good God. Alright, Shang, to me. Yikes. Yikes. The new Pope has tweeted 5 times in the last 2 years. Twice was to pray for Francis's health. 3 times were to criticize Trump and Vance. Oh, I'm sure Fox is gonna love that. Alright, I got one more CRC game in me. And I think we'll slide along. I just tried to mute Jeff's opponent on Reflex. Yep. Opponent's deck only has 12 cards in it. I didn't realize that was allowed. Of all the locations in Marvel's Snap, these are 3 of them. Thanks for the wave, nerd. I think we're queuing up over here. Now we're gonna CRC probably. Scream's still good. I haven't seen that much of her recently. I believe so. I think the stats were serviceable last I looked. CRC ties the game! CRC! 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 Mommy! Toy! She's so good! Yeah! Get out of here, G-Man! Cinema. Cinema. There were so many good CRC moments in this set. There were so many good CRC moments in this set. She was poppin'. Alright, I think I'm gonna end CRC on a high note. I don't think I have any changes after the fact. Nocturne continues to be a card where every time I play her, I feel like I'm impressed and feel like I should play more of her. Adam Warlock was probably the weak link. I don't really know what he was doing here necessarily. He didn't draw his cards particularly consistently. Unironically, if you want a card in here that can add some consistency to the deck, I could see Esme being a card helping you dig to some of your bottom end a little bit more consistently. And I could also see a world where maybe we have slightly too many 4 energy tech cards. You want some more proactive ones. Both Shang and Enchantress felt a little redundant at spots. I think I'd maybe consider swapping one of them for like a Luke or something else. Yeah, Sam or Kate in Warlock slot 2, I could see that as well. Surge. I don't know that I love Surge. Like, Circe has a particular timing window. I guess she's good with Sarah. You would definitely want to trim the Shang if you were playing Surge, I think. But I was already kind of on the fence of that. But yeah, I could see Surge being good. Both Surge and Esme could be considerations for here. Also, just like other cheaper cards or curves are a little bit chunky. The games where we had Magic but no Sarah felt tough. So having Esme as another way to dig to Sarah could help smooth out some of that variance as well. I added in Warlock because I have a God Split, but I sub him for Shadow King of Time. Yeah, I could see that. I think my biggest takeaway is I want to see Sarah more consistently in a deck like this, and I would probably play Esme to try and accomplish that. I genuinely think that's like Esme's strongest feature, is that she helps you hit your things more consistently, gives you extra redraws at them for cards that you need by like turn 4 or 5. That's fun though. All right. What is our next pile of cards? Oh, this one. This one. So this one's been floating around for the last couple of seasons now. Sandman to slow things down a little bit. And then Miss Marvel, Doctor Doom for a nice point spread at the end of the game. Let's hop on into it, shall we? Should we blame Jace for this power? This was a Giggity submission. Asked for it. Oh, it's an indirect Jace pal. Jace used this one to ladder to Infinite this season, I believe. They've been talking about it in the Discord server. Hopefully the shield means we have priority here. Then we can go ahead and Rocket and Groot here. Yeah, I think it's worth taking some Vibranium to the chest. feel like we could stay. It's also, what's it called? It's, Gambit is such a dick, chat. Okay, I believe we are now cooked. How much to try us on ladder? We could probably play this on the ladder. It's got enough disruptive stuff in it. The feature location's over, right? That rolled off a couple hours ago. Well, the Vibe market only finished 0.5% up today, chat. I guess the deal wasn't as exciting as we were led to believe. I get annoyed playing against Thanos and Aeroshim, but Gambit is the card I feel is the worst card in the game to play against. I agree with that, actually. From a pure play patterns perspective, Gambit is like my least favorite. How much of the market's down overall? It's not too much. I think they've actually mostly bounced back from the initial Liberation Day drop-off. I think they're still down from before he took office. We're down 6% in 6 months. We're at 44. We're at like 44.8 was the peak around Inauguration Day, and it's currently at 41.3. It's about 3,000 points. Yes, a lot of people made money from shorts while it bounced up and down on insider information, assuredly. Is Esme worth shilling out money for if I'm a small spender and really into the archetype with Victoria hand? I don't think Esme's gonna go into all Victoria hand decks, but she's gonna go into some of them. Also, if you're gonna spend any amount of money on Marvel Snap, the season pass is always the best first $10 to spend. So, like, if you're going to spend any money on Snap this month, the Season Pass should always be the first bit you spend. But if you're someone who, like, I only buy some of the Season Passes, maybe wait and see. Yeah, I agree, Motig. The actual, all of the drop from the markets we've seen so far was just, like, a vibe check, basically. We haven't actually seen them really react to the fallout because the fallout hasn't happened, because places have, like, there's shipping delays and then inventory and stock before, like, the inventory actually slows down. And then prices go up as new stuff comes in. This is not financial advice, but I moved a lot of my personal investments to more conservative things when Trumpty Dumpty won the election back in November, and my guy was trying to get me to buy in at the dip at the 3,700. I was like, it could bounce, but like I'm leaving it all on the more conservative side until probably the end of summer at a minimum. am a Shang deck, so really I only need one Hulk. It's fine, I think. I think there's gonna be a turn 7 shit. I think I want to do this, right? Because we'll probably be winning this next turn. And then hopefully I can still Rocket and Groot the right with priority. This could have been snappable, honestly, with this here.
Clear for takeoff.
For free-ish, Ultron. What if I do this? This leaves me some interesting options. Because I'll be able to move the shield here. Turn 6. Yeah, I'm aware it's 6. But putting the shield here means that putting the shield here means I can still play stuff to this location. +9 is probably enough to win the middle. Bullseye actually can't discard Dakin Shard because of... Well, how does that work? Does Mobius plus Gorgon means they can't discard the sword? Yes, they did like, what's it called? A MODOK? And actually, this is funny. This hits Bullseye after the fact too, right? So even if they have something like a what's it called, it would push them out here. Makari into Iron Patriot's a hell of a drug. Do we snap with Mobius too? Probably, yeah. Okay, so their snap back means they're about to Mobius me, yeah? Do I have to leave because this is the Nexus? I don't have a way. I don't have a way to interface with this. And my deck's more about fanning out and playing for all of it than playing hard for one. Yeah, I don't think we can stay from here. People always ask, Jeff, what's a way I can get better at Marvel Snap? And one of the best pieces of advice I can give is if you are not retreating games that you snapped in with some frequency, you're either not snapping enough, not retreating enough, or likely a combination of the two. And this game's a good example of that, right? You aren't supposed to be using the snap button as a, I push this button when I'm guaranteed to win the game. I snapped on turn 2 because I was in a position with Makari and Iron Patriot that I'm likely favored against a lot of things. But when the location flipped up on 3, that dynamic changed, and I'm willing to leave and mitigate my loss afterwards. Using the snap button efficiently is about understanding I'm in a position that's favored, so I want to raise the stakes before my opponent sees that. And it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win, but if you're consistently raising the stakes in positions where you're favored, eventually you break even as you play more games. You come out ahead, better than breaking even. Marvel's a solid card into the Eternals arc. We are a Shang deck, so I am not going to be playing super hard for the Gamma Lab. We need one Hulk in there, and then we can Shang and clean out theirs, ideally. There he is. Like here, do I snap now? I have Gorgon. I have Nebula. Okay, let's play a game. Pretty good one. Yep. I think we're dead.
Escaped.
So far, our deck is feeling a little underpowered. We'll give it a few more. Surge. I just got the rest of my curve going on here. I'm getting Alioth a lot now. Yeah, the best build of Thanos plays Alioth. Hydra Bob over Nebula. You really don't want Bob moving at random in your deck trying to leverage Miss Marvel. I probably should have snapped here. Might be too late at this point. It could be right to let this sit for a turn. Just for the sake of not getting acid arrowed here. I feel like this isn't terrible. Because our Captain Marvel's not priced in there, right? And they are. Like, they've won this lane, but they've committed all their resources so far to win that lane. I guess they have the Surge modifier still. Marvel's a worse draw than... Oh, Marvel's a worse draw than Doctor Doom. Yeah, I think we're dead again. Oh, does she win the right? She doesn't win the right once the Captain Marvel leaves, though, right? I think I'm losing here and here is the problem. You know what? I lost myself this game. I should have been thinking about Miss Marvel as a draw, and I should have put Sandman into the left. If I would have put Sandman to the left, and then Makari jumps left. Yeah. Yeah, this is really atrocious snap for my opponent. This is one of those spots where this is a good example of how people who aren't good at snapping like to use the mechanic, because I might talk myself into staying for 2 cubes here. Maybe there's a permutation of like really weak cards that they could have where I'm fine. But just like even just this, right? Jumping is hard for me. But when they go, okay, I'm going to raise the stakes to 8. It's like, well, if I could talk myself into staying for 2 for like a 20%er, you're better off if I stay for 4 than if I leave for 2 every time, right? Yeah, it drives off a weak stay. And I don't know, maybe other people just like are calling stations they always call in spots like that, and they get paid out in the long run for always boomer snapping, but that's when we say boomer snap, that type of gameplay is what we're talking about. All right, I think I got like 3 or 4 more cubes for this deck, and I'm gonna throw it away. I struggle snapping with predictable decks like Destroy. I mean, unironically, I think it's kind of just difficult to impossible to snap with decks like Destroy that eat shit to tech cards right now. You kind of just can't. Oh, Makari is 1 in 3 to ruin me here. That kind of day, huh, opponent? I feel like if your plan in the 90s is retreat when your opponent flips up Mobius, you need a new plan. All right, well, the deck's got a few more cubes left in it. We need to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll those, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be snapping for a while yet today. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, tap the like button. If you enjoy my content, it helps it reach some more people. I appreciate the folks that have done that already. Giggity sent in for this, Chase. Are these the 12 cards you've been playing still? I mean, K9, though, like, swapping one of your cards for, like, a Rogue is probably a good choice, though. Like, I think Rogue is a fine Mr. Negative card in general. Like, it's still, you can still play Mr. Negative. You don't have to not play Mr. Negative because your opponents have Mobius. But, like, you should swap one card so you're not just like, I'm retreating when they play it. Would be my level take on it. I don't know how I feel about the Addams Family Surge. I feel like I'm looking forward to hopefully, however they're gonna release the Spotlight variant involves me paying collector's tokens for it. Because I have way more collector's tokens than anything else. I'd be kind of sad if they released these variants for gold, because gold's actually expensive, whereas tokens are free for me. We've got a couple of tokens. Oh, hey, chat, I didn't realize it. With all of our splitting the other day, we're actually back up over 1 million tokens again. Shout out. Speaking of Giggity, shout out to Giggity and Duck and Hoaglandia's other various whales. We are a collector's token millionaire. We need to eat, Jeff. This is a really good educational moment. When we talk about eating the rich, we're not talking about millionaires. Especially not people with $1 single million. Certainly not me. You can stockpile $1 million working an honest living over a lifetime. $1 billion, however, you only make by doing deeply unethical and terrible things and being an awful human being. Are you also rich in Pocket? So, for people who haven't experienced Pocket, you wanna put it in perspective. In Pocket, their most expensive cosmetics cost over 400 USD to buy outright, and their second tier of cosmetics cost over 200 USD to buy outright. And you can get them cheaper than that if you're lucky and open exactly the one you want in a loot box. But to brute force your way to it to guarantee the cosmetic you want, they're hundreds of dollars per copy. And Pocket's a traditional card game where you play 2 copies of the cards in the deck. So like if you want matching cosmetics, it can cost upwards of, you know, $1,000 to get a pair of matching of the most premium cosmetic. I actually think it's really funny and deeply eye-roll inducing how much content creators like Mogwai went nuclear on Marvel Snap for having like $50 and $100 variant bundles, and they just like haven't batted an eye or said anything about Pocket's monetization because it's their meal ticket. It's very, very hypocritical. That's cheap. I've played Magic the Gathering. To be fair, that's pretty expensive in terms of cosmetics by Magic the Gathering standards. Am I going to be able to keep unique costs on everything this game? I think I am, yeah. Did they play their Wicked into their Cosmopath? So that's what just happened there, yeah? I actually think I'd go as far as to say, with Marvel Snap deleting one of their currencies in their recent economy update and just like moving back towards tokens, I think the only thing about Marvel Snap's current economy I find pretty eye-roll inducing / annoying is the fact that like you have to log into a shop every 8 hours to find the cards you want. I don't know that I ever expect them to change that, because free-to-play predatory mobile game gonna free-to-play predatory mobile game, but all things considered, I think Snaps after this latest economy rework is very reasonable. So, my wife took our toddler. My wife took our toddler to a new class. And she said she could hear them from inside the door, and the teacher just said, "Since we don't know each other, why don't we go around the room and say our names?" And my 4-year-old just said back to the teacher, "You don't know how to read our name tags?" It's just like, God, I mean... Oh, man, she's my child, chat. Fair point, honestly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kid knows her stuff. Ooh, rerolling kill is bad for me. We might be cooked.
Power must be controlled.
I need them to get locked on the right. I need to win one of these 2 coin flips here to have a shot, I think. If we win one of these 2 coin flips, I think we're 75% to be okay here. I need to win one of the coin flips. God, fuck you, game. Oh, what a trash mobile video game. Oh, do I have to leave now? I think I have to leave now, yeah. If they would have just gotten locked on the freaking right, we would have been fine. Because I would have had to had infinite points here while having points here, but they need 9 and 6. They basted. I guess I have Mobius. Fine! Chad has talked me into spewing. We won! We won! We're so good! Chad is so smart. We're so smart, Chad. Look at how good Chad is at the video game. He won me these 2 cubes. You see, fear is a mind killer. You cannot let it in. The dojo must not contain the fear.
This just in.
Thanos Enjoyer Only playing a 12 card deck. What do we think? What do we think? I feel like they're gonna fill... I guess they don't know I have their goblin. Sweet. Rewarded. Says local man about to be debreed. I'm really surprised how many people are trying to play Limbo decks right now. Feels crazy. I'm gonna leave the shield here so they can't goblin us back. We're gonna snap before they decide what they're doing this turn. This loses me the Miss Marvel bonus on the left, but I think that's fine. It could be right to bump the shield over there after I left it for a turn. Yeah. Me. Twitch chat cost me these 2 cubes. We could have played Mobius on the right, move the shield to left. Yeah, that's probably a better line.
Opponent snapped.
You think they're gonna Galactus mid? I've got it locked here. This could be a cheesy Galactus mid. I kind of want to play this here. Yeah, there were just no lines to win. I had to trust my gut more. This is one of the reasons why Twitch chat's such a disadvantage. If I'd have gone with my gut, we'd have left this here for a turn and then moved it here after they green goblins. We're down so many cubes from trying to split my attention. This deck doesn't seem remotely powerful enough to do that. Can you explain the back row mechanic? It's just any of the cards in the 3rd or 4th slot. Prodigy specifically cares about the card in front of him, so if he's in the 3rd slot, he'll copy the 1st slot. If he's in the 4th, he'll copy the 2nd. It's adorable that you just said my collection level, like the collection level I have is somehow meaningful to the Marvel Snap that I'm playing. Collection level is a credit card measuring system, gamer. Makari is 1/3 to be deeply disappointing. I can't play this deck anymore. It is just not remotely powerful enough. We just keep getting to every single one of these games and just not having anywhere near enough numbers to actually play.
Escaped.
I guess we could have gotten that one because our opponent doesn't know our deck has no numbers, but like we were literally just dead to them playing Scorn plus Swarm in the center. That's 10 points worth of stuff we can never beat. Is in front of your first slot your opponent's second slot? No, they don't count across the board like that. There aren't. I guess not yet. There's no cards in the game that reference your opponent's front versus back row. Things like Prodigy only work in your back row. All right, is that our last viewer deck in the tank? Refresh and make sure nothing came across. It was. Okay. Cool idea. I mean, that deck was a stock meta deck from a couple of seasons ago, essentially. It was in the best decks roundup a couple of times. Probably can't play this one with the density of Mobius right now. Just all your bits, eat it to him. Oh, you mean tech cards that can target opponent specific rows? Sure. Things that punch certain rows, that could be neat. Do we do some of this? There's no cost reduction in here, right? It doesn't care about Mobius. This archetype's very tech card resilient. I guess Mr. Fantastic and Moonstone could be a little bit media. Maybe we swap Mr. Fantastic for something else. Played Speed in that slot in the past. Don't hate that. Oh, Anti-Venom. Yeah, it's only one card out of 12 though, right? It's not like you're all in on it. You're correct though. I guess speaking of, this could also just be Mobius of our own. It's a third way to kick things. That's probably the play. You play Surfer with Surge yet? I really don't love playing Surfer. The good Surfer decks are just a different flavor of tech card bush. I find them to be the least interesting flavor of it, if I'm being honest. someday they're gonna make the turn 1 timer not be an eternity. Someday. Today is not that day, but someday, I believe. Instant regret cutting my Fister Mantastic. Using Reality Stone early there is very good for us. I think that's one of those things a little bit lesser experienced. People mess up in the opponent's archetype with some consistency. Reality Stone and the threat of it is a really powerful effect. You should hold over your opponent's head with some consistency.
Escaped.
Do URLs to a deck list have to be using Untapped? No, you can use any community site. I just don't want a whole deck code posted in a chat or a donation message. They tend to be so long they get cut off in the donation messages and they really clutter the chat. I'm gonna cut this stupid Mobius, put my Mr. Fantastic back in after this. This variant looks really good with the Infinite Border. Right on time, girl.
Opponent snapped. Escaped. Mastery.
The Series 5 bundles, if you already have the Series 5 bundles, if you already have the Series 5 cards, are usually not worthwhile. You're better off waiting for one that has a card you're missing. Or waiting for one that's just currency. That's such a funny Twitch chatter comment to me. It's kind of telling that a deck that's creating cards in hand doesn't want Esme. It's pretty weak overall. Actually, what's kind of telling is the average Twitch chatter's inability to identify what makes cards good. Esme isn't a generic generate cards in hand card. Esme is a card that happens to generate cards in your hand, but also has a pretty firm deck build around requirement of you need to have hits that are good for her in your deck still.
Taking aim.
It's not just this is good in anything that wants to generate cards. Not every Victoria hand deck is an Esme deck. Esme is a perfectly fine power level. If you liked Bast in this deck, I changed Bast for Rocket Raccoon, and that changes felt good to me. Yeah, I like Bast, that's why I'm playing her. Would a video talking about good Esme hits be a thing? It doesn't sound like something people would click on, and it sounds like work for me to do, so probably not. Elsa in the Wild. For reference, Elsa Kitty stuff has been one of the premier Surge decks that's been going around, so you should absolutely expect to see that type of thing. Yeah, to most people, if a card's not powerful enough to complain about needing to be banned, it's unplayable. Unfortunately, I think we're just dead to my opponent's tech cards here. Really needed a second bounce card in our draws. Yeah, bounce is probably still not good enough. Surge is a fun, sweet card inside of it, but fun and sweet doesn't win games in this game. Does moving Kingpin right ever do it? I don't think so. I guess I could pull some stats out of here. Maybe we're fine. Can I cope stay? Not gonna cope the shit out of this stage yet. Alright, fine, it's 1 cube. We speed so many more cubes than that already today. But I have a 9 power thing and a hit monkey, which is also a 7. We're beating Shang every time. Yes, is local man about to be Shadow Kinged? Shang Brain, baby, Shang Brain. Yeah. For one Amazon Prime sub a month, chat, you could help a terminal Shang Brain gamer. Don't skip your doctor's appointments. Identify Shang Brain now. Someone asked earlier in the stream, is there a deck, because we played some Cerebro 4. Someone asked, is there a deck that suffers from location variance as much as Cerebro suffers from location variance? And the real gamers know the archetype that suffers the most from location variance is definitely Bounce. One of the many reasons why this deck isn't competitive when they don't have really pushed cards to lean on is because the location variance is so tough for it. Previ, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very generous of you.
Taking aim. Taking aim.
I just don't have anywhere near enough points, right? I think this technically gets +6 because I bounced him and then replayed him and then bounced and then he got played again. But even if I have an error for this, Clint is taking aim. He is.
Escape.
Moist, certainly. Darkhawk Bounce is quite rare. I'm pretty sure these 12 cards have better stats in the tracker than the Darkhawk variations. Have to go back and double check though. But I also the thing that's always worth highlighting, when I talk about a deck being good, bad, or otherwise, I'm not simply referring to can you win games of Marvel Snap with it, because like Marvel Snap's a card game, it's got a ton of variance in it. You can win games in games like Marvel Snap with all sorts of things that aren't actually very good if you are an above average player. Not Beast on Sakar, please. Okay, let me take those. Alright, so they're Mr. Negative. Looking for Falcon or Toxin next turn. I just tried playing a Kang and lost 8 cubes to an Goliath. Good. You deserve it. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving gamer. We're gonna get 3 plus the demon back is 4. Rare to see Goliath being the good guy. Accurate.
Taking aim.
We could easily lose this game because they're Mr. Negative, but... The old college try here. Yeah, Gormystique will do it. And just to articulate why Bounce isn't a very, very good deck right now, is you don't have meaningful interaction, and the numbers that you make just aren't quite enough to compete with these other linear decks, and you're susceptible to a lot of interaction from your opponents. So, we had some climbing through the 70s and 80s with this, but as people start to play more real, reasonable decks, it's just not good enough. This was really sweet in our Conquest games earlier. Let's try it on the ladder. See how it goes. You're saying I need to add Shang to my Bounce deck. I mean, unironically, Bounce is probably better if you play a bunch of tech cards in it, but also I would put forward Bounce isn't a deck worth playing when you need to play tech cards in it. I think that would be my position on it. Do I want to copy Surge? I don't think so. I don't think so. Poor girl's gonna get Red Guardian tier, isn't she? Same difference, really. Well, I mean, this is a 412, yeah? I play the copied one just in case I draw a copy of Victoria hand, leave myself more options. Ideally, we don't hit Moon Girl here. Hitting the Moon Girl here means we're exposed to Shang next turn. Oh, that probably means we have to leave. How big is this over here? This is another 10, 15. I can stay for one more. Need one to hit on the left to be winning there. Kahori looked really good here. It's a 412 and a 416. Tie? Cool. And that was a tie on Thanos through through what's it called? Through a Mobius. If we'd have not gotten Mobius, we'd have been a lot more powerful. Needed one more Kahori trigger in the center. Although we did get a lot of them in the center, so it's hard to ask for too much more, I suppose. Alright, looks like it's about that time, Vigi Gamers. I'm gonna play some more of this when we get back, because Kahori is really a card that I loved. I loved when she released. And just felt like she was not quite there. And Surge just felt like a good addition here. So I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to run some adverts. When we get back, we're going to play some more of this on the ladder. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Ooh, we're out of water too, gamers. Spirit. I think the sweetest thing about Expedition 33 everyone's talking about is, hopefully, it reminded studios that making good turn-based games with good graphics are things people are interested in. Between that one and Baldur's Gate, I bet in the 3 to 5 years dev time it takes to roll those things, we'll probably see some other sweet things come out of studios. The Vibes market was doing so well after the deal was announced, chat. And then it dropped off a little bit at the end there. The vibes were so good until they weren't. So good until they weren't. What deal? They came to some type of trade agreement with the UK that still involves them having more tariffs than they did before. So I thought it was kind of amusing from a Vibes Chuckle perspective that it was positive at all, but... Something to think about with this deck is you often don't want to snow guard on one. I'm sure there's some edge cases that'll come up where you would, but a lot of the time you want to play it post-collector, and more importantly, you don't want to overfill your hand too early in this deck if you can avoid it. So, your hand copies left to right, and you have a hard hand size limit of 7. Which means this hand copies 3, and then it copies just Kahori, and I get 3 Kahoris here. Feeling juiced, gamers? Get Cosmo on the right here, I'm sure. Make it rain! Oh man, I would love it if this deck is reasonable. I was really sad when she ended up not feeling playable at launch. Enjoy her as a card immensely. Ooh, even as May variant. It's lovely.
Mastery.
Yep. Do-do-do-do-do. This is a lovely hand. They get a free draw there. Potentially. Ooh, we both get a draw. Don't Red Guardian me. Oh, I have priority. God bless. I think it's this. This insulates us in the center from a Red Guardian down the line. This will give me a copy of Kahori and a copy of Hawkeye, which means on the last turn I can play a Snow Guard card, a copied Hawkeye, and a copied Kahori. The snap's a little late. I think I should have snapped on the Collector Quinjet turn. Should Victoria somewhere else to avoid Shang? Yeah, probably. That's a good shout. Probably put her on the left. Man, no bots. The 90s are gonna take a while, huh? People tighten up how they retreat here.
Oh, snap.
gonna take a long time to get to 100 one cube at a time. Am I gonna put boosters into Kahori? I am. I like her. We'll level her up in the shop eventually and play this one. Is there a link to Jeff's meta breakdown? I will have an updated meta report probably Saturday, late Friday, Saturday morning. I'll probably do one before bed tomorrow night. You can find the most recent one from last weekend on the Hoaglandia Snap channel, but nothing in the new season yet. I think I get Surge going rather than Zabu to start. If Surge hits a 4, we draw next turn, it's just more resource efficient. We snap, yeah. That makes things more complicated, but it's probably still fine. It's actually just gonna be Marvel Retreat the whole way through, huh? That's so funny. Gosh, at this rate, it's gonna take longer to get back to Infinite than it takes to get to Masters in Pokemon. I praise Snap for having a reasonable ladder system in previous seasons because it didn't take that long, but with the rate this has been going, holy. I'm not even like being a bully. We just keep having like really good proactive draws, right? Yeah, sweet. Alright, we're gonna give up all of those cubes we just made here in 20 minutes. Made 8 cubes over the last 8 games, we're gonna lose 8 in this one. There's Ready, come and get it. Life's a batch and then you die, yep. We explicitly avoided playing on the right here. That's the place the dagger was most likely to move to for the Kunlun bonus. Double acid arrow right. You are very bad. Absolutely not. Now, this other acid arrow could screw them up somewhere. It'll be positive for you if you don't keep it. Yeah, that's true too, actually. They left. Yeah. How many points am I putting on in the last turn of the game? So I'm adding 2 Victorias. So these are 6. These are each 10. This Victoria is 9. And then I'm adding, so this is 10, 29, and then I'm adding 4 more here is 33. I'm adding 37, I'm adding 40. And then if this gets blocked, I still get 6 from it. So we're adding almost 50 points on the board here on this last turn. Do you know when the Surge variant comes out? We don't. But this deck only has 1 tech card. It's true. That's true. It's breaking the rules. Yes, I think that's a good description of Surge. She is a second baby Zabu in a number of decks, I think is an accurate description. I know this seems weird to go this Kate before Collector, but Kate's arrows letting me play on curve here has a lot of value. Want to try and make sure we don't brick a draw until after we have Luke safely in hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I assume the not having a variance on the first day is a temporary growing pain of our new system. I would be very surprised if long-term they don't reintroduce a way to get variance on the first day again. Yeah, I think without Luke we have to go here. I'm not staying for 4. It's a shame we don't have Luke, because Luke would probably savage them. Excuse me. Do you recommend getting Surge? I think Surge is a super sweet and fun card that goes into a lot of decks. Reasonable power level as well. I will say, however, as someone who's looking through a lot of decks on Untapped, I think Surge is currently being played in a lot of what I would call content creator specials, where basically she doesn't belong. Like, people are just putting her in there in decks that are good decks where she's like hindering more than helping. The recipe for a Surge deck, generally speaking, is you want your deck to be cards that cost 4 or less, and you want them to be ones that you're happy to play out proactively. And that description fits a few things. It doesn't fit everything that people are shoving her in right now. Did they get rid of the bots 90s? I don't think I've seen any bots in the 90s this season yet. Maybe when I hit a really bad losing streak, I don't recall exactly. I'd love to draw 1 here. That's perfect. I'm going to put my Victoria hand into the path with Surge, so that way she can't be Red Guardianed. Just got Surge and Betrayer Bounceless. It's super fun, and it makes Bounce better, but I don't think Bounce is very good right now for what it's worth. I think I'm going to stay speculatively, but this hand does really need a copy of Kate Bishop or Moon Girl. Or Mirage or Snow Guard. We have four good decent draws out of 6, but I need more created cards. If we draw Luke or Quinjet, I'm gonna be pretty sad. Moon Girl would be a slam dunk. Snapping the Mobius in a game where we're both playing to feast is it's quite the choice. That's a funny one to me. I'm not gonna have time to play out Kahori's after I Moon Girl, so I think I just play the Kahori now as a 4/10. Would you mind telling us decks that fit that description? Well, like the current one I have is a good example. I do a weekly Dex roundup on the youtube.com/Hoaglandia Snap channel, where you'll be able to get my thoughts on some things over there. Well, that's lovely, yes. Actually, do I play here to guarantee I have 7 energy next turn? I think I want to guarantee I have 7 energy next turn, right? They might not play to here. Because I want to be able to go Victoria, plus a 3. This locks me into some points on the left, but that's enough points probably. Perfect. And again, like, I really want to emphasize this. Look at the points we're about to put into play this game. This is a game where they Mobiused my Surge, and I only ever gained 1 extra energy back from her. And I'm on the last turn of the game here, I'm dropping 9, 9, 10. And adding another 4 here. So I'm dropping 33 points on the last turn of this game. I don't think I need to put more points over here, right? I'd rather hedge these two. I could trade this 10 for a 4 to add 2 more points here. But their Thanos is only 12. And they've already played Mockingbird, and if they move this, it's only 13, so we're tying. I think I just dropped these. Oh, shoot, I forgot about Sam. So we're losing the left to Thanos. If they Thanos there, I win the right, though, yeah? The center and the right? Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, so long as Reality Stone doesn't screw us. Cool. Yeah, so none of their sequence of Thanos and Stones won the game there.
Victory.
Part of me wonders how much worse this deck will be when my opponents are better at counting. Because, like, this was heads-up information, right? Like, my opponent knew that I had They knew I had Victoria from the Frigga, and they knew I had 2 of them from the Moon Girl if they're paying attention. I was playing some Victoria Wiccan and ranked, and it felt very good. Victoria Frigga is a core of cards you can play in a lot of different permutations. Hi, Haley girl.
Look at I go for music.
You got something for music class. What are those called?
I forgot.
You forgot? They're pretty fun. I like your bluey dress. Is that new?
Yeah, my mom got it for me.
Your mom got it for you, lucky girl.
I'm so excited for Camp House Day. Because the Camp House means Mother's Day.
Camp House does mean Mother's Day. We're going to the Camp House this weekend.
Day, look.
What?
On my knee. It's on.
Oh, it's on your knee? Oh, it's getting better. That's good.
And mommy took my band-aid.
She did take your band-aids off.
Well, the one that was on this knee, the bleed. This one, the knee, this knee is better than this one.
That's good.
Snippety clip, clip, clop.
Those are fun, and I bet aren't going to be annoying at all. Did you show them to your brothers yet?
No. Well, I only showed them to Jake.
Okay, you should show them to Declan, okay?
Wait, I
What?
love you.
I love you too.
Daddy, do you know these can go quiet or loud?
Oh, quiet or loud, okay.
So if you want them quiet, they can go.
Oh.
But this is how we do quiet, slowly. See? See, that's not even distracting you?
No, that's good. Speaking of distracted, I think, are they called castanets?
Yep,
Chat thinks they're called castanets. Is chat right?
yep.
Yep. Yeah, throw them a bone every once in a while.
Snip clippers, and you have to put this one.
Oh, on your fingers, they don't fall off. That's smart.
Yeah, snip. But loud distracts you.
Yeah. Why don't you go show Declan how loud they can be, okay?
Okay. Wow, wow, wow. I can get the door open easy with the snip clipper.
Oh, toddlers. Lucas! Lucas! To me, Lucas! Oh my. Oh me, oh my. The Zabu actually doesn't do anything. I don't have any forwards left in my deck. Luke heard my call, chat. He's like, to me, in. Okay, so the Malekith build should mean that they're not playing... The Malekith build should mean that they're not playing Abomination. Actually, I'm not going to have time to play another Kahori, right? So I want to Frigga before I Kahori, so that way this Kahori is worth 1 more point. I wonder if they had other 3s and they don't know that I have their Luke Cage for sure. Oh, what's my best draw here? Snowguard? Snowguard lets me put cards in my hand. So that way my Kahori's bigger. How do I lose this? Their Ajax goes to nothing on the right. I can get, like, Alioth out of my Luke cage? These decks never play Alioth, though, right? Just, like, ever? They must have had another card in hand and not known we were gonna get their Luke cage, right? It's the only explanation. There must have been a different possibility for Mirage to get, but I also Miraged them twice, right? So unless their hand was like 6 3-drops, like the odds of us having their Luke here were super high. Still, yeah, just even the remote chance of me having a Luke makes their snap there truly mind-boggling. I'm only half watching, but every time I look at the screen, Luke is winning the game. He's genuine, like, it's funny to me how much lower his play rate is than the other tech cards, because he's genuinely the best tech card in the game. Jarvis clip the boomer stat. That was their username. You're assuming your opponent is paying attention to your side. That's probably true, Prevy. They were probably just hanging out pushing buttons and they snapped because their hand was good. That is almost assuredly what was going on there. Just like their draw was good, so they snapped. The opponent is playing what's likely the Spectrum build of Thanos with Ant-Man on the board here. If they raise the stakes, I think we leave, but... Because, like, our hand's fine, but not amazing. We can play a game. I think this is a fine snap from the opponent, but I'm also just not remotely in a position where I can stay. I can play, I would play Luke to the right there to have Red Guardian cover better. So actually the opposite, Dilsky, I want to play Luke to the left here because Luke doesn't have a ton of value against Thanos other than mitigating location variance. So putting the Luke on the left lets him insulate Collector against an opposing Red Guardian. So I think I want to play Luke to the left because I want Collector to not get Red Guardianed as opposed to Luke being safe. That's not a matchup where Luke is important to protect. We are not a very good Project Pegasus deck unless we have Moon Girl in our opener. I think I'm playing nothing else. I think I'm playing nothing else.
I'm about to juice this up.
before anybody asks, Snowguard's Hawk does not turn off Nexus at the end of the game before points are calculated. We are not great at contesting the Nexus in general, though, with this deck. This deck is really good at spreading points out. 10 points, so probably a Kahori in our top few here. They have a very cheap Scar. Yeah.
Escaped.
That was gonna happen one way or another. What was that, Snap? That was don't take too long. That was a foregone conclusion, Snap. Again, do not Snowguard on 1 with this deck in most situations. You want to be able to manage your hand size and control what you're moongirling more cleanly. Also, Snowguarding later in the game can give you extra value with Kahori or Collector, potentially. Yeah, Dochimo, just mute and close the stream. You should never feel like you need to bounce out. I'd ask that you don't like watch my hand while we play, but nothing wrong with playing a game. Gosh, what an awkward set of locations. I guess Snowguard can kind of save us, yeah? Captain Carter means our, what's it called? Killmonger danger alert is up. Most common Carter deck is Surfer decks or Killmonger decks. Bifrost slides in order, so Collector will go center here. I was just about to say, do we ever let the arc happen? And, like, do this, and then, like, Victoria Kahori on the last turn? Absolutely maximally punished. GG.
Escaped.
Can we win that if we don't be greedy? Maybe. It's tough because it opens everything for both players. I think I'm happy with my play. It'll be close. It'll be close at the end. People, I've been asked a few times what I think about Surfer. in the current metagame. And really, I don't think Surfer's that... It sounds weird to say, but I actually don't think Surfer's that different from Thanos in the current metagame. Because it's kind of just tech card mush with a different coat of paint.
Opponent snapped.
I'm rethinking where I want this. I'm definitely staying. My hand's fine. Insert Spider-Man meme here. Looking for Victoria here, or a Frigga. Man, I have Luke Cage's a live draw here still too. Are you not doing pocket stuff anymore? It's so funny to me how no matter what game you play, if you're like not currently playing the game people want to see you play, they're like, oh my god, did you quit? Do you not play video game anymore? Why don't you play video game anymore, Jeff? Don't you love video game? Bro, I'm just curious. Bro, I posted 2 Pokemon Pocket YouTube videos today and 2 yesterday. And I've live streamed it like, I don't know, 40 hours in the last week. I haven't seen... you're not eating right now. Do you still consume food? Yeah, asking the real questions. That's close. I kind of want to play for this energy here. And then this lets me do these 3 on the last turn. We've never seen your feet. Do they exist? Again, asking these questions. They're really important questions to ask. I cut myself off my surge draw with this line, but I get an energy, so I think it's worthwhile. Snap Keep. Thank you for the over 4 years. Welcome back. That's fine. We get their surge card, which is lovely. Okay, so I want to put my 2 smallest ones here because I want to compete the least for here and just keep them honest. Does that mean I want to put Victoria hand up last? Oh, I can snow guard twice. Sure can. All right, that's the line then. That's the line. I forgot we could snow guard twice. Good call out. Joaquin Torres doesn't have text chat. Oh, am I supposed to put Kahori on the right? I got like Shanged in the middle or something to be real sad here. Oh. God damn it. Yeah, I guess I should know they're playing the Killmonger build because they're playing Misery. Yeah, that's on me. I should know that's in their output range. I don't have any agency to play around that, right? Other than retreating. It's such a shame we got fucked by location variance. If the center is anything other than Mojo World, basically, we win the game. There is a different one other than the one I played here, so I couldn't play around this. Damn. Like we've been saying, play a bunch of cards that break your opponent's stuff. That's what makes the Thanos deck good. Actual Thanos stuff is really pretty mediocre, but play 5 or 6 cards that destroy what your opponent's doing and you'll win plenty of games. My favorite part about this deck being sweet is I won't really have to play many mirror matches because sane people didn't buy Kahori. I want to snap because my hand is good, but against Agony they could be some kind of combo deck, and I don't know that my hand is good enough into a good combo deck draw. We did nothing on 3. I'm gonna push the button. Alright, that's the scary part. Let's lose another 8-cuber, huh? Definitely a combo deck. Snowguard, potential to be our saving grace here. I'm not gonna play her out till next turn though, because I would like to draw a copy of Kate Bishop or Frigga given the option. I also want to conceal the fact that I'm gonna be able to get rid of Limbo for as long as possible. Do I need the extra energy next turn? Does 8 do anything for me? I don't think so. I could do this. And then next turn I have 8, and I go Victoria, Hawk, Luke. Yeah. They did nothing. Well, this Snowguard's gonna super punish that. Yeah, good night. Snowguard is every time I play with Snowguard, chat, it's just like, she's so good. Why is she so good? If you're enjoying this deck, don't go anywhere. We're gonna rock some more of it when we get back through the 90s. This deck is everything I love about Marvel Snap. We take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. In the meantime, in between time, don't go anywhere. She's so lovely. This is a viewer deck submission, by the way. I don't think we changed a single card from what was originally submitted. Maybe 1 card? I don't remember. I think this might be the straight 12 a viewer sent in. It was really good earlier today, and it's feeling real good again now. I've been playing the Circe deck from earlier. I've had her for forever and didn't know how much fun she was. She's a very sweet card, for sure. For sure, for sure. You know, it's funny. Earlier, someone made the joke that our deck only has 1 tech card in it, but Snowguard's kind of a tech card. She's a anti-magic card. How many Kohori splits do I have? Probably not many, right? Actually, only 1. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. I have to imagine we're going to play this one on the regular. Yes, even Bear. Bear could do some tricks. I wouldn't call Bear a tech card because it plays into locations as opposed to your opponent's stuff, but it does very tricky stuff. Where you're like, okay, this card wins me the game here. Due to how the things have lined up. The raw density of tech cards in Marvel Snap is at an all-time high right now, for sure. For sure, for sure. You're chasing a gold split on Surge. We had some Hoaglandia whales sponsor some splitting sessions for us, and we missed horribly. And put like $150 into Surge and missed on gold. That Esme has the copper background. That's what I use when I hit it. If I don't have gold on the card, same with her as the copper. It fits in all right with the golds.
Hey, you found a rook.
Found a rock. Hey, put a 1/2 in my deck. Thanks, opponent. No, we haven't inked or gold on Surge yet. It's unfortunate. Okay, so we're both gonna have plenty of power forever. Are they playing Ronin? They must be. Yeah, both Victoria Hand and Kohori get extra points into the left. I think I want to leave room to put... They're snapping me back. I think it's this. The worst part about this master roll is they're making you play these splits on Sentinel. That's true. Big true. I'm not expecting to get clogged out of them. And a lot of the Darkhawk builds don't play Maximus. You're late, Frigga. So their Ronin's going to lose 6, and I'm going to gain 8. So I'm technically winning the left tier. And I have a lot of points in the center. I'm only going to 15 on the right. A Maximus could get us here because I didn't hedge the right. I probably should have hedged the right. The grapple arrow should have gone right. I messed up. The grapple arrow would be 7 on the right versus 4. They just weren't expecting to lose left. One of your dolphins wants you to spin Surge one more time. Thank you, Niv. Sneaky. Not only sneaky Victoria, but sneaky Victoria with their Mystique. I think that's one of the reasons why I love this deck and why it has good cube equity. And Kahori honestly leans into it too, is Victoria and Kahori both getting points into locations that you're full on make people snap in spots where they're not actually as ahead as they think they are. Yeah, Mirage continues to be an absolute killer. I think she's unironically the best 2 energy hand generator. Thank you, Niv. Purple looks real good. I don't love the tone flare in general, but a purple would be top tier with her character for sure. Better than Kate. Ooh, that's true. I forgot Kate's there. No, yeah, Kate's the best. She's number 2 behind Kate. She's number 2 behind Kate. I think we'll leave the flare because the colors complement. Gorgeous. Gorgeous! Thank you for sponsoring, Niv. Thank you for sponsoring. You know, it's funny. I took notes and wrote down I was going to post the highlight with this deck that we played through Conquest, but maybe we'll just post 2 and I'll spread them out a week. They've only donated for 1 mark, so you only need 1 more. Accurate. Oh, goodness me. I really need to figure out why this stupid Stream Elements doesn't update. There was a tip for a viewer deck almost an hour ago, it says. And nobody said anything. All right, I have to... We can play that after this game. All right, maybe we'll play a Solidex ad break, and we'll play that after that. Oh, we just took an ad break. We'll see. Maybe we'll play this till we have another really good game. We'll do that. It's a snappable hand, absolutely. Good shout. Dr. Shoebill, thank you for the prime. Next turn we get to go collector. Next turn we get to go collector, Kate Bishop. Just kind of insane. Enjoy your 1/5 collector. Okay, now we go collector, Victoria hand, and then we Frigga the Victoria hand. And then the final turn is Kate, Victoria. Yeah. And if the top card of our deck is one of our 1-drops, we can play that alongside Frigga through the Dream Dimension next turn. Actually, do I wait on this so it's a surprise? I wait on this so it's a surprise, right? Because it'll be free next turn. Yeah. So yeah. These are each 9, so I'm getting 8. I'm getting 21 in the center, and then these are both created, so I'm adding 8, 11 here, 12, 13 here, 14, 15 here. Watch them like juggernaut me here, thinking they could kick me out. It doesn't matter. This deck is so gross. It's the oh no so anyways deck. Yeah, basically. Like we get kicked 6 different ways from Sunday, and we just like power through it no problem. Because you just spread points in so many different ways. Nutty. I'm gonna keep upgrading her so we can. I want Gold Crackle on Surge eventually, I think. Yeah, I honestly don't think I have any changes to make for this. This is card for card what we played earlier today, and it felt really good and clean and powerful doing things like that in all of the games we played earlier too, pretty much, and I wouldn't change anything again. I think my biggest takeaway is Kahori's a card that when I first played with her, I was like, feels so close. And the games where you got to Zabu her or Quinjet her down to 3 felt really good. And this is a deck where Surge is a third way to get her down to 3 consistently, and she's so potent when you get that little bit of extra efficiency on her. And I think this deck felt good in this really tech card heavy metagame that we exist in, because you're not just into Killmonger, you're not just into Shang-Chi, because your stats like Victoria and Kahori are spreading out over the board. You have such good cube equity because you have things like Snow Guard and Luke Cage as blowouts, but you also have the ability to add extra points to location that you look like you're locked in. This was super, super, super great. Loved it. All right, let's get our viewer deck loaded up, which is actually a variation on Bounce that someone sent in. Bounce featuring the Master Mold as a disruptor. I don't hate that. I will say, and I think I'm gonna make this change, is I think Black Swan is obsolete in Bounce. I think Surge does what Black Swan was looking to do, but significantly better. Can you wait a few days before posting a highlight with the previous deck? I want an advantage before everybody gets it. I actually have my next couple of highlights queued up already on the channel. So yeah, the earliest that one will go up is over the weekend. It'll be in my new decks roundup on Saturday though. Should we swap Spider-Ham for right now too? So I think I'm gonna run the risk of playing Spider-Ham in this deck because I'm gonna run the risk of playing Spider-Ham in this deck because I think the point of this build is it wants to be as disruptive as possible. That's something that Master Mold is doing for you. So I know Spider-Ham is awkward because Mobius's play rate is high right now, but the kind of core idea that this build looks like it's going for is extra disruption. So I want to leave him in for that nature. Are there any replacements for Frigga in the previous deck? No. You really need Frigga to be powerful with Victoria Hand. Victoria Hand is much worse when you can't duplicate her as consistently. Do Surge cards keep the discount after being bounced? They do, yeah. That's why she's so good with instead of Black Swan. Helps your bounce cards give you a big burst in the last turn. And Surge is good with just playing a lot of ones, which Bounce wants to do. I think given both of these disruptive elements, you basically always want to play Iceman on one, because tagging their 2-drop with Iceman has a lot of value. I've never seen Mold and Bounce before. You have my attention. So, I will say, I like the angle that this Bounce deck is presenting, because something I've talked about is that one of the problems Bounce has right now is that it's not good enough to just win on rate. So being fairly all in on your disruptive elements, your Master Mold, your Iceman, your Korg, your Spider-Ham, to break your opponent's draws up, I think is a really appealing way to try and play the Bounce deck. And then here, look at this. And with this being a 1, I get to do this now. It's such a shame we lost Toxin. This hand would have gone nutso with Toxin, but even without Toxin, we get to do some sweet stuff here. Hey man, I'm Korg. To throw my hood away for free, get my disruptive elements back down again. Surge keeps on surging. Really want to draw Beast next turn, ideally.
Hey, you found a rook.
Found a rook. That is incredibly rude, Cosmo. Oh, wait. Oh, wait! Cosmo! Exclamation point! No, wait, come back! I drew the beast! No, come back! And this is one of those games where, like, I know my opponent really didn't do much, but there's a good chance they didn't do much because of us, right? Like, they missed their 4-on-4. My Iceman probably hit a Typhoid Berry. Sorin Cosmo is a very common and reasonable choice for what it's worth. You don't draw Sorin on curve every game, and the games where you do draw Sorin on curve, you probably don't need the Cosmo. This was my submission. Oh, Hortbert, next time I miss your submission, you should poke me in chat, because my ticker doesn't always update on time. I think Black Swan's just irrelevant inside of... You should check that even that very first game. I think Surge basically just obsolete Swan and Bounce. She lets you... She's better against tech cards like Mobius, because you get some value out of her before she gets shut down. She makes your stat lines bigger. She gives you discounts on lots of different cards instead of just your 1-drops. I don't think Surge makes Bounce top tier. I feel pretty confident that Surge makes the best builds of Bounce will want Surge moving forward. I would love to eat some ham. Really good opener for us here. I'm snapping because it's Conquest. I just want to get through games, but Nico draw into Hamkorg is quite the start. Hey, thanks, Grandmaster. Good evening. Do you expect Surge to get nerfed? Well, to be fair, I think there are only 2 types of cards in Marvel Snap. There are cards that need to be nerfed and cards that are unplayable. And I don't think Surge is unplayable, so probably need to nerf her. Honey. Howdy, Roswell. They're playing a Phoenix Force build about, so I think they just weren't paying attention, played Number World by mistake. Copied Squanch is pretty good. So I'm gaining 5 points on the left tier. And then my Hit Monkey is worth 11. overcommitted on the right a little bit, but I think I like the pretty even spread here. They have plus 10 on something from Krakoa here still, so we are not out of the woods necessarily. Thanks, Gorg. Appreciate you.
Victory.
I haven't been involved in Snap for a long while now, but I do know that if Surge ends up being too powerful, Beast is gonna get nerfed. That's not a rock. This is a rock.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Master Mold is actually deeply rude against an opposing bounce deck. And with them playing Hood out, I'll have priority here, yeah? Gosh, if I was playing Bounce, I would salt off so hard to someone Master Molding me. Just big, I can't believe people are playing this trash energy. It's bad against everyone who's not me. Why are you attacking my C tier deck? I don't think it's remotely reasonable to blame the Activate rework for Black Swan not being good enough. Black Swan was pretty mediocre before her rework as well. And I think on average she was better post rework, even if there are some edge cases where she was not. That's not the case. Oh, we pigged the Squanch. That's pretty good. This is gonna bring Ninja, these 4 back to my hand, and I have a demon, so I don't brick a draw here. And we have priority, so we're gonna get to put 2 more Sentinels in their hand before they can bounce anything.
I found a rock.
This is actually really good on their part. They understood that I have priority with Master Mold, so instead of trying to bounce anything, they're just playing their 5/10 out. Very, very heads up play on their part. And then we're hoping to draw Bishop or Hitmonkey here. Toxin. How big does Toxin get on the right? It can get +6 up to 9 only. Is this beating their pig? This is 7. This ties it. Rats, I was really hoping they'd feel safe here. Hopefully +11's enough to win the middle. It might not be.
Hey, you found a rook.
Oh, I knew they had a big Toxin. Oh, what a mistake. GG, opponent. They played that really well. Could you elaborate on why Activate is a better state for her? I get allows you to play her early as a setup, but the fact that you're on turn 5, she's useless. Sure, but like, she's useless if you don't play her on exactly turn 5 with the on reveal, which means your sequencing of what you can do on turn 5 is heavily restricted. I play a lot of Bounce, and when Black Swan was on reveal, she was not a card you played in Bounce. And before Surge was added, her Activate ability was a card you wanted in most Bounce decks. Surge has kind of power crept her, being more flexible and just stronger in general, I think, but you did not want on reveal Black Swan in most Bounce decks. You did want Activate Black Swan. What's your infinite deck this season? I think we're ranked 93 right now. I usually don't play the ladder during hot locations. So we just didn't play ladder for like the previous 24 hours, and then we'll be doing a bunch of viewer decks today, which usually are Conquest as well. What deck do you think is best for Conquest currently? Conquest isn't really different than regular Marvel Snap. The decks that are good in Conquest are good everywhere. And the best deck in Marvel Snap right now, to answer that question further, is Thanos tech cards by a lot. I'm playing the Korgout proactively here because I want to get the disruptive element from it, but I'm not playing out the rest of these because I want the ability to play them with Hitmonkey and bounce the Hitmonkey if I draw a Beast or a Toxin. Really need a bouncer. Hey, Rascal, thanks for the 25 months. Yeah, I think Snap's at a good spot. The nice thing about the biggest selling point for the economy rework for people who have played previously is that they basically axe the FOMO that the releases have with the economy rework. You just get tokens now, and you can still buy whatever cards you want for 6,000 tokens. All of our bounce cards being in our bottom 4 is deeply unfortunate. You're still at it? Yeah, we've been at the top of the Snap category for most of the day, so I think as long as we're there, we're gonna hang out. Feeling pretty alright. So they're kind of stuck over here, yeah? This is how big? 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 14, 17. I don't expect them to get bigger here. That sounds good. Their last draw was a rock. And this is, again, you know, I talk about cards like Korg and Korg and Iceman. You just don't often get to see the games that they win you. And this is one that we see the end of it because it happens to be a Conquest game that we're forced to play out because there's no difference, is Korg probably won that game. He meant that their last draw did literal nothing. Hey, Talon, you were the other bounce gamer, yeah, with Sasquatch? You played that really well. Does the rework of the collection system lead to some cards being mediocre, which means snap packs are less bang for your buck? No. It is, I know I've been vocally critical of Second Dinner missing the mark in terms of power level a few times recently, but I really can't emphasize enough. It is never Second Dinner's intention to release cards that are unplayable. I think some of the Series 4 cards that we're seeing, I wouldn't call them weaker so much as I would call them like less exciting. But even that's not strictly true, because like Batrock's a pretty sweet hype card that bounces around the board. In fact, maybe we should play some of him at some point, or a few Batrock decks that felt good. That'll be a good one to revisit when I'm bored with this. We need to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll so they don't happen over the top of gameplay, because that would be super rude. We're gonna play some more of this bounce when we get back, and then I think maybe we'll dig up the Batrock deck from last season. That felt good. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Lightning Bolt, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate the over a year. Welcome back. The S4 cards they've been releasing have been more niche than bad, yeah. It's also funny to hear the conspiracy theory that like they're gonna release bad cards because of the economy when like the last 2 months worth of cards with Spotlight caches had a lot of kind of mediocre cards in them. I think there's, and some of this is recency bias, so I'd really have to go back and look. But I wouldn't be surprised if looking back at the March and April cards that released in Marvel Snap, if they were one of the weakest 2-month block of card releases Snap has ever had. Yes, what Steric said there too. They actually explicitly commented that they were finally buffing a number of Series 4 and 5 cards because they were going to be more accessible. So if anything, it's the opposite. It sounds like they have extra incentive to buff cards so more of the packs are exciting. To actually even go in the opposite direction based on the direct communication they've given us, not even be conspiratorial. Yeah, the Batrock, Hydra Stomper, Silk decks felt very small. I don't understand this bug where there's like random cards in my deck that are hidden when we click into it is so wild. Very, very annoying. Christy messaged me and we're gonna get Moe's for dinner, gamers. I like food. I'm a millennial. Guacamole is my love language. How do you have Gold Surge already? It's nuts. Listen, my dear gamer, with the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you too can have gold-backed Marvel Snap cards as quickly as you want. Through the power of the swipe, no cosmetic is out of reach. Can we play an Esme, Kuko, Moonstone deck? So I think those two are a little bit at odds with each other, right? So Esme, in order to maximize her output range, you want expensive cards that she's making cost 3 energy. And with Moonstone, you want cheap cards that she can double up, right? Captain Carter is bugged with Mysterio under certain conditions. What are those certain conditions? Please don't ask me, I don't know. But there is unfortunately a known bug with Captain Carter and Mysterio. Giving them Sentinels after Project Pegasus might actually be a punt. We'll see. I don't know. Go ask your mother. Something like that, yep. I know this is the case. Please don't ask me why. Where did you get to Infinite with last season? I'm gonna be honest. Getting to Infinite isn't really something that's memorable for me that I keep track of. I feel like that sounds a little bit elitist to say out loud, but I just like, and honestly, if you can get to that mindset, it's a great mindset to be in. I don't really pay attention to my rank all that much. I just play plenty of Snap, and then incidentally, I'm going to get there. It's basically what it comes down to. Do I wait one more turn to Falcon? Nah, we're going to draw another bounce card every time, yeah. Spider Ham tagging Killmonger here. Potentially a game-winning play, honestly. I will say, I think this type of build of bounce is probably the type of build of bounce you need to be playing right now. I've talked a lot about how you need to be playing disruptive cards in this current metagame. God, we're so good at this, chat. And this build of bounce is maximizing your amount of disruption. Oh, I played 3 cards. Are they about to Shang-Chi my bishop? Motherfucker. I knew it. I knew it as soon as I played them all out. I knew. You need to keep chat to English only because we don't have moderators for non-English languages, and it is important to me that the chat be moderated. Let's Iceman before we Master Mold, so that way we have less likely to hit a Sentinel. So we both have a bunch of demons. I assume we're cooked here. Because they're up 16 and I'm up 4, so there's a 12-point differential. I'm adding a lot here, but they're gonna add just as much, right? Nah, I'd really just prefer that we stick to English in chat. Or do they only have one more demon? I think we still come up short, right? 13. Are we tie the center? Wait, are we 1 point short? Oh my gosh, we're 1 point short. So close. If I'd have played around the Shang-Chi on the bishop, we'd have gotten him. I realized as soon as the cards were staged and they played one card on the right, it was like, oh, 3 points makes Bishop shankable. With Nico and Hood in hand, we don't play either of them on turn 1 because Nico has 2 modes, so she's 33% to roll away to deal with Hood's body next turn. You can get the draw mode or the turn him into a demon mode. Opponent looks to be playing Erish and Thanos because they are fun at parties. I'm gonna go out on a limb and wager my opponent's hand's not gonna change a whole bunch more this game.
I found a rock.
What do we think of this? And then next turn we go Bishop Surge plus a bunch of zeros. Seems okay. Alright, and we might just play this 5/8 out too, yeah? Like next turn could realistically just be like 1 energy demon plus Infinity Ultron.
Hey, I found a rock.
Can you bounce Colossus? I don't know, what's your deadlift? He's probably pretty heavy. Alright, so I assume we're losing the left, so the question is 18 enough on the right? Oh, got him.
Victory.
Average Erishim gameplay experience, by the way, though. Opponent has 30 fucking cards in their deck. Never drew extra cards because of Master Mold and other generated. Still had their tech card. I'm glad we beat it, but it's so eye-roll inducing. Just big. Yup, that's how that works, energy. Esme and Moonstone have some common denominators like Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, but like playing a 3/4 to get a 3/4 Mr. Fantastic like isn't that good, right? Is like the long and short of it. It's much worse than getting like a Gore or a Gore or an Iron Man. The other real big payoffs. Love Ice Manning on 1 here. Want to get that disruption down ASAP. Hitting a 2-drop with an Iceman can often be game winning. So always lead on him over Hood here. It's annoying. Can tell my hand is excellent because that line just flipped up. Well, I was gonna say Master Mold's not terrible here, but I really want to get Bishop down. As much as I would love to stuff their hand full of trash, the Bishop's got to get on the board here. Adelan ruined Surge. Adelan might ruin your Surge. However, my Surge is an absolute unit. We're gonna redraw the Surge card here. Unlucky. Unlucky! Never before has someone been as unlucky as me. People always talk about bounce and playing against tech cards. Unironically, this is the toughest tech card for bounce to beat. How does Jeff get so many God Splits? Spend money. Money?
All systems go.
The credit card is a universal tech card. That's true, you know. I'm gonna draw a 1-drop here. Perfect. I'm short 9 over here. So I'd have to go like this hard here. I think it's this. This adds 11 in the middle. Good amount on the left. They might just feel safe here is the thing, though. So here's the thing. They did in fact just feel safe here because their Cosmotic can't be monkeyed. Either line would have lost to this, yeah. Would it have? It'd have been close, right? They're playing Mystique is a good one to know about. So Mystique 1 means they have the potential to Cosmo 2 paths, which is really tough for us. But 2, it means that they're on the Iron Man build almost assuredly. Is Bishop better than Werewolf and Bounce? Absolutely. Werewolf requires you to play your cards spread out around the board, which makes them more difficult to bounce in key spots. It also has much stricter sequencing requirements and makes it board space more difficult to manage.
Victory.
And he swaps for Toxin. Unfortunately, Toxin's not replaceable in bounce decks. These decks also aren't very good though, so if you're missing him, you're not really missing a whole ton. Let's do it, gamer. Hit Infinite last season with Goliath at collection level 4,800. 4,800 is relatively close to being Series 3 complete, yeah? Somewhere like the 5,500-ish range these days, if I recall correctly. Oh, I forgot they doubled Series 3 completion last year. Oh, Series 3 complete at 3,200. Yeah. They cut the ballooning down. I forgot about that. What an excellent change that was. Do this and then get brutalized by a Cosmo over here next turn. Alright, so if they don't have Cosmo, any of my bounce cards are good. If they do have Cosmo, it has to be exactly Falcon. Good night, Tony Stark. 75% to have the dog, gamers. 75% to have the dog. I want to delete the bounce deck and go back to playing other decks that are competitive. Oh, it hurts my soul that bounce is trash, but it is. Surge made the deck better. She did not make the deck good. Good game. Good game. Both teams tried hard. It's the second or third bounce deck I've deleted today. It's been a tough one for it. Should we try some Hydro Stomper Batroc? I liked that at the end of last season. We should give that a go. We played some fun games. My untap will cooperate and load. You cannot play Echo to fix your Cosmo matchup. One, Cosmo isn't the only card that beats you in bounce. It's a card that really beats you when it beats you. But two, like look at that last game, right? You're gonna play Echo to play around a Cosmo they statistically aren't going to have in a number of games even if they're playing it, and then you're giving up one of your bounce slots in your lane. And you have to draw it and play it with priority before they can even Cosmo you there. Does this deck want Surge? That's a good question. Maybe? Can I cut Kate? You're right that this deck is mostly proactive stuff. Kate's just like a good stuff card here. She technically has a move arrow, but like, you know, I like that swap. Do the content creator special edit both two cards. Esme is very much not good here. Esme has a pretty strict deck building requirement. Which is one of the reasons why people keep saying she's bad, because they can't just shove her into an existing deck and do well. I like Kate better than Juggernaut if you're on Surge. Juggernaut is literally one of the best cards in Marvel Snap. It's very, very good. Play more Juggernaut. I think it's fine to have one card that Surge isn't ideal with. Because even worst case scenario, you can play Juggernaut on curve if you do. You say Esme is good. I said people don't think Esme is good because they can't just shove her into an existing deck and have her do well. There are not many creative deck builders for this game, so most people are just shoving cards in decks that they don't belong in. Like when Surge isn't the shiny new card anymore, she'll be in fewer decks. I would wager. And I'll put Lucas here so he can hide behind this with Red Guardian. Normally I would wait to play him out, but he's got the Surge effect on him, so I want to get that going ASAP. Probably Surfer here for our opponent, if I had to venture a guess. I think I'm supposed to save Juggernaut for the last turn. But this Cosmo's about to be real freaking good. I should have snapped at some point this game. I think it's this. It's close though. If these both go right, we lose the game. My snapping was pits this game. I probably should have snapped at some point. But the deck seemed good. Surge was fine. She let us hit things on curve and we played all our cards out pretty much over the game. I'm sorry, what? Weird. Batroc chases the cards that Juggernaut pushes. He sure does. Another reason to make sure you have Juggernaut in here, despite not being amazing with Surge necessarily. not going to contest this one particularly well. At least not to start. I think I just want to get Stomper moving.
Opponent snapped.
Probably supposed to just leave. My hand's only okay. I don't have priority to catch anything here. They can play Sarah this turn. No reason to give up both the cubes we just got.
Escape.
Hey, recovering red card enjoyer. Thanks for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. All right, Silk, you have one job. I need you to jump into Craven's path occasionally. Oh, Sinister London is terrible for us. That's so bad. Yeah, it's probably just a leave on the location, honestly. Yeah, it's gonna take a mulligan here. The board's just way too gummed up.
Escape.
Their deck will be able to leverage copying things and we will not. It makes our Juggernaut worse, which is one of our key tech cards to get people at the end of the game. Is there a variant of Galactus that changes his animation? Not to my knowledge.